What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where we have got a banger series coming up in Group Ascent between Ninjas in Pajamas and JD Gaming. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by K-Man on the cast tonight. And K-Man, we've got two teams dead even. Exactly the same series record, exactly the same game record. Tie going to be broken tonight.
We got a big one, Gordo. I am very excited about the series we get here tonight. We get the plucky underdogs that have really overperformed expectations, taking on a team that's coming off of an international run, and yet somehow, someway, they're both in the exact same spot about halfway through the split. It's exactly what you want to see out of Group Ascend, and this could actually be a pretty big tiebreaker and a big decider for who could potentially be in that top 4 conversation moving forward.
Absolutely. So, made a reference to it already, but let's start off by checking out the standings for right now, where we find these two teams both tied on up in Group Ascent. Sitting at that 4th, 5th slot is the exact same record, exact same game record between the two teams. NIP actually has the head-to-head, so I would think they should technically be in 4th, with JDG in 5th. But regardless, this is not where the season is going to end on up, and there's going to be plenty more games to be played, only through, I guess we'll call it one round robin. They haven't exactly played a round robin because they haven't exactly played every team once, but still going to have their first rematch here up against one another.
Yeah, this is definitely about halfway through this split, and the reason it's so important to get top 4 as a reminder is that top 4 guarantees themselves a playoff spot. They don't have to worry about a play-in series, one best of 5 against a Group Nirvana team. You know, whatever you might think, it's always a lot of pressure to have to win to get in, even if you are going to be favorites. So winning a series like this, getting yourself into the top 4 in terms of the standings could be big for both of them.
Yeah, definitely a very crucial moment here, and I mean, an opportunity to just talk about NIP in general and how they find themselves in this position. What a surprise, right? Like, this is a team that I think a lot of people thought would be doing a real similar job to WE right now. You can see WE's down there. They're 0-7. They haven't been able to compete in Group Ascend, and I think that's what we're kind of conditioned to believe from these teams that were not in the original Ascend 6 and are part of that expansion to 8 that come with Split number 2. That hasn't been the case for NIP at all. They have really hit their stride in this second split and been incredibly competitive.
I think that's the bare minimum of what you can say. They've taken down some of the best teams in the world so far this year. This team is absolutely something you have to take seriously. I'm even starting to get to the point where I'm done calling them an underdog. It's no longer an upset when they take down some of these teams. They already beat JD Gaming this split. This would just be, you know, pushing that narrative even further if they were able to get another victory. Yeah, they beat BLG as well. You're absolutely right. This is a team that absolutely at this point has to be considered a real threat. They're very much a part of that upper echelon in the LPL, and who knows, man? I mean, it's pretty wide open right now. NIP aren't that far off from making a push to be potentially like a top 3 or 4 team.
Yeah, and meanwhile, right, JDG feels like they have kind of come together as less than the sum of their parts. They've been inconsistent, I think, is the term that really feels like it's the most appropriate. And you can see here, like, their average performances over the course of their career, JDG far and away exceed what NIP have generally been able to put together as far as where they're finishing on average. And obviously Hongq is pumping these numbers up. Hongq has had a ridiculous start to his young career. But across the board, right, these guys have been really, really good. Some of them get dragged down by a couple of bad splits towards the beginning of their careers, but far and away their pedigree really exceeds the journeyman and the kind of history of lack of success that come through for all the NIP guys, who all appear to be simultaneously hitting their stride right now on this new NIP roster.
I mean, it's best case scenario for NIP. You buy low on a lot of players that teams just don't really seem to have a good place for near the top of the standings, and they all turn into very quality contributors. JDG obviously have higher expectations, but this NIP squad has been able to overperform all year long. This is not indicative, this graphic of where they are at right now. This just goes to show that you're absolutely right, Gordo. They are peaking at the right time. They look excellent, and every single one of these players is in form.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Karen Hoya have been on Thunder Talk and FPX, teams that gonna leave a bad taste in your mouth if you've been watching for around the last half decade or so. Go on, still very early in his career, but obviously transitioned from LCKCL to a very disappointing debut over in the LCP, compared to the LCP players over on JDG, who have been dominating that league since they entered it. And then Awesome and Zhuo is two journeymen that have been around the block so many times on so many different teams, and basically none of them having the kind of performances like they are having right here. For these 5 players to come together, and we can intro their roster here, show you all the players' faces with their names attached. Really, really impressive, and I mean, almost unbelievable that they've been able to come together and are on track for an over 500 season.
Look, I've already eaten crow on this this broadcast, talking about how I believed this was going to be the worst team in the LPL going into the year based off of the talent acquisition that they had in the offseason, but I was dead wrong. Every single one of these players is living up to the best possible scenario for themselves right now, and that's just really exciting to see. You have players that have shown promise in the past. They've all had good seasons and good splits individually, but it felt like the consistency was never going to be there for all of them. That's happening right now. Every single player on this team is stepping up and doing their job, and you can't really be successful in Group Ascend if it's not all 5 players, and boy, is there one player in particular that's really cooking right now.
Yeah, you've been covering NIP for the last couple of weeks, K-Man, so we got to give you a little bit of a break here. You've talked about Awesome, you've talked about Guan, I'm sure. I want to talk about Hoya, who has had some crazy champion picks throughout this season, and nobody's too much of a stranger to a couple of weird picks in the post-Fearless world, but I think Hoya has really embraced going for some off-the-wall strategies. He's the only one this split really playing Gragas in Tier 1. He's introduced the Anivia top. Last split, he was a big pioneer for the Varus top, and he's still one of the world's premier players of that Varus top, to the point that Awesome hasn't even gotten his hands on the pick all year long. He was playing Silas just a couple of weeks ago. He's had quite a few interesting selections throughout the season, and Xiaoshu's got a couple of them trying to compare. He's one of the main Zehen guys. He's gotten those Tryndamere games in, but the amount of picks that Hoya is really bringing to the table and is really kind of pioneering is frankly really impressive, and it's something that we're going to keep an eye on in tonight's series, both because he might go back to some of these champions and because he might bring out something new.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya's been awesome. There's really nothing else to say. We've highlighted the bot lane and the jungle so much for this team that sometimes we forget. Top lane has been Group Ascend caliber. Hoya was expected to be much worse than he actually was from his time on Thunder Talk. That has not been the case. He is a real asset to this team.
Definitely has been really good in lane, really solid, really holding down the other line in the one-on-one, while so much of these games are played out around Awesome and Zhuo. And what more can you ask for out of your top laner? Whether it's stabilizing as the Gragas or dominating as the Varus, he's been having such a good split, and I'm very excited to see him play up against Xiaoshu once again here tonight, see what is going to hit the Rift, and see how they're going to be able to perform. And speaking of Xiaoshu, let's talk about JD Gaming here. Xiaoshu, Junja, Hongqiu, Gala, Vampire, a roster that contains 2 wolves, K-Man. Sometimes they look like they can beat any team in the world, and sometimes they look like they could lose to any team here in Group Ascend.
It's crazy how consistent Tabe is at being inconsistent with the teams that he comes in to coach. It's always funny how we go through these lulls in the regular season where we have the ups, we have the downs, the drafts aren't always looking consistent, the macro isn't always looking consistent. There is still a lot of faith, though, that JDG just has so much skill that they're going to be able to make it work. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that in this clip. One of the things I'm really excited to see in this series is that when the first time these two teams played went down, we got to see a really big gap on the bot side. That's going to be something that I think needs to really get fixed moving forward. Awesome was so much better than Gala. I mean, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. There was a gigantic AD carry difference between these two, and Awesome has obviously been really important for this team. But if JDG can start playing more consistently, either through the bot side to get them into a more comfortable position, or alternatively, towards the middle of the map with players like Junja and Hongqiu, that's going to be even more important. Hongqiu in particular has been so relevant for this team recently with his aggressive plays in team fights. Things like Yone, things like Silas, these more aggressive picks that you want to see out of somebody who's trying to carry, trying to be the leader. We saw that graphic earlier where his average placements have been great. The only time he hasn't won his league was in the winter split against, obviously, BLG in the finals. He wants to try to rectify that mistake right now.
Yeah, I mean, even that's second place finish, right? You can't be upset about that. And maybe a little bit of a surprise second place finish, right? You kind of come back to JDG and it feels reductive, but at the end of the day, when you ask the question of, like, how did they beat Weibo? How were they able to get all the way to the finals of the LPL despite not really placing that way throughout a lot of the season and not expected to make that run? The answer is they showed up on the day, right? They came in and they had one of their positive performances, and if they can perform at the right day and at the right time, that's what makes the big difference here, and that's what allows them to be able to take down pretty much any team they come up against. As you were bringing up here, player of the match and player of the game leaders for the LPL, both in this game. Player of the match goes to Awesome. Player of the game goes to Honkyu.
Yeah, JDG's had a few struggles being able to consistently pick up series in general, but Awesome being the one to really carry NIP in a lot of these series has gotten more than anybody else in terms of those player of the match, player of the series awards, but Honkyu on a game-to-game basis can pop off more than almost any other player in the league. We've seen that in and out of lane. This is going to be a really fun one here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, the 2v2 for Awesome and Zhuo has been so much a focus of this team's performance. And again, like, the fact that they're able to outperform so many of these big names in the 2-on-2 is so surprising, given the pedigree these guys came in with at the beginning of the season as two players who just bounce around on seemingly a different bottom-tier team each and every split. For it to just finally gel for them here is such a big surprise. They are one of the world's premier Yunara Lulu lanes. They are so good at these Lucian duos whenever they have to play them. Awesome is winning games on Jhin somehow, which is such a big accomplishment compared to how the rest of the world is doing on the pick. They have been very great in lane in particular.
I don't think it's a stretch, Gordo, to say that they might be a top 3 bot lane in the LPL right now, just off of the way that they played so far at the beginning of this split. If you would have told me that at the beginning of the year, I would have called you crazy, but kind of is the reality of the situation. Both Awesome and Zhuo have been really relevant. Zhuo was probably the biggest piece to get this team to Group Ascend in the first place, going back into split number 1 in their qualification over IG, and Awesome, of course, is really on pace. If you're looking at all-pro lists, I know we're only halfway through the split, but you can see from the numbers up here, I mean, Awesome and Zhuo, I would take them over quite a few bot lanes that are above them in the standings with just the way that they've been able to prop up NIP. And again, let's not forget, there was a huge gap in the bot lane the last time these two teams played. Awesome kind of had Gala's number. We'll see if that remains true here tonight.
Yeah, and I think some of that comes down to perhaps an issue and approach from whether it's Tabe, whether it's the JD bot lane, whatever you want to make the narrative, the excuse in your brain. You know, you could pick your poison there, but the decision to go for stuff like the Ziggs, try to neutralize the lane, clearly was mistaken here, as in that matchup, that they did very much the opposite, right? You saw those clips earlier on. The Yunara was completely running over Gala's Ziggs. He was not able to kind of go for clearly what they drew up, which was to just sit back, clear the waves, neutralize, and let the other positions show up to play. It was a complete domination from the NIP bot lane.
The scary thing about that is that Gala hasn't really looked good on strong side either throughout a lot of this split. JDG has found their success for the most part by ignoring Gala, playing more for top side, playing more for mid lane, making sure that their players up there are a little bit more comfortable, and then roaming Vampire around the map with Junja. If they do have to play more for Gala, if they need to spend more resources trying to protect him, that begs the question of what happens in those other lanes. We talked about Honkyu being such a big piece in the mid lane. He wants those resources. He wants the ability to carry. Junja can be very hit or miss, very hot and cold in terms of the performances we get. I think it throws off JDG's tempo if they have to spend more resources on the bottom side than maybe they want, and that really begs the question, are they going to be taken out of their comfort zone, or are they going to find a way to be able to do something they couldn't in the previous series and play through the middle of the map?
That is indeed going to be the big question here as we get into the walkouts, get into the LPL intro. Should be only a few short moments here until these two teams take the stage for the first game of the night. And, you know, nowhere going to settle the standings, right? It's still only about the midway point of the season. In fact, I think this is about as close as you could call the midway point of the season for these two teams. But it will be the last time they play each other prior to playoffs, and that could mean that, assuming you feel like the standings are getting relatively stable, which feels very hard to say in a competitive Group Ascend, but it's going to have a serious impact on who ends up finishing out on top. And when you're both in the middle like this, it very well could be the match that determines that top 4 cutoff.
Especially because it was a 2-0 last time around. If you walk out of this like matchup against JDG as NIP and you're 4-0 against them and you're fighting for that number 4 spot, that could make all the difference. I mean, game score could really, really matter. So really important for both of these teams to step up. JDG can't really afford to drop any more games because they've already lost way too many at the start of this split, way more than their expectation, even if they are a team that I expect to underperform in the regular season. And NIP, I mean, if they want to get top 4, this is their avenue. Beating teams like JDG that are maybe not at their peak power, that's how you're going to be able to get there. They've done what they need to do upset-wise against BLG. It's now cleaning up the victories that are within their grasp and that are relatively expected of this team that will get them into that spot where they don't even have to play their way into the playoffs.
So we see JD Gaming now taking to the stage, getting ready to try to remedy what was a pretty embarrassing 0-2 loss for them the last time these two teams met. Like we said, clearly not the game plan playing out according to how they might have expected it. What they're going to need to look for tonight, like you said, it feels like a tough ask for Gala and Vampire to be able to consistently win that bot lane 2v2 when Awesome and Joe are playing the way they are right now. I think if you're JDG, I expect a more renewed focus towards the top side of the map. You want to get the good version of Hongq tonight. And sometimes it feels like that's a little bit of a gamble, but if you can flip that coin heads, he can make a huge difference. One of the premier Twisted Fate players in the world right now, can absolutely dominate on that pick. Xiaoshu's got some unique picks of his own. Just because Hoya has been creative and has been good in lane does not mean he's invincible. You can see opportunities for Xiaoshu to get a counter pick of his own and make something like that work. He is no stranger to the creative picks. You saw the Tryndamere. He's touched on the Varus a little bit himself, busted out the Vayne, the Mordekaiser. The Zahen's been very good for him. There's definitely opportunities here for the solo lanes to have a good night for JDG and for that to be the difference maker.
I think the real key factor to that for me is going to be Junja in the jungle. One of the things that we've criticized JDG for across this regular season has been the lack of synergy from a lot of their players. Junja in particular kind of feels like he's on an island a lot of the time, and that needs to change. This series in particular, if we're talking about solo lanes stepping up, it's hard for solo lanes to get massive advantages in this meta on their own unless they're completely isolated and there's no action happening. If you want to get top lane in a good spot, spend resources to get them into a good spot. If mid lane wants to be in a good position, get that shove and roam going and get skirmishing in the early game. That's the kind of aggressiveness that I want to see out of JDG here today. If they continue to play this passive style where Junja is just trying to farm up and scale up while Hongq's trying to win isolated, it's going to be more difficult for this team to consistently carry and win games through the middle of the map. I really do believe they have the talent to do it. It's just whether or not they go out and execute on it.
Definitely think that as well. Getting into game number 1, everything on the board prior to those Fearless bans settling in. I'm definitely going to be on the lookout for what these jungle matchups end up looking like, seeing if Junja can be the one on the front foot, can be the one to dominate. The fact that he and Hongq in particular have been on such different pages so frequently. A big shocker coming into the season. You would think these guys have that pre-built synergy from their time on CFO, but, you know, again, hindsight is a little bit, hindsight's 2020, but that's what you love about hindsight, right? It's so clear. It's so easy to determine what you're trying to figure out there, and it really looks like in hindsight that Junja and Hongq can just run over the LCP. Maybe they don't necessarily need that really tight communication, that really tight mid-jungle synergy that has defined so much of pro play for basically forever. But now they got to get that down because it's starting to become a problem for this JDG lineup.
I do think it's worth noting a little bit that the meta was just so different last year from a mid-jungle perspective. Both of these players were asked to do very different things last year. Junja has always been a player that I've kind of associated with that Tarzan role, somebody who wants to play Maokai, Sejuani, like these tank engagers, and wants to be a little bit more of that frontliner going into the mid to late game, even if it does mean he's more aggressive early on. He's good on skirmishers, but I think this meta has been a little bit difficult for him to adapt to, and I think that that's kind of played out with Hongq as well. Hongq, you mentioned, big Twisted Fate guy, somebody who, can play assassins and carries. When you're asking him to kind of fill these two very polar opposite shoes, being either a macro facilitator or being like the assassin carry in the mid lane, sometimes I think a lot of that synergy can get lost, mostly because I think there's just a general lack of understanding of what they need to do in these individual roles. They're still learning in a lot of ways on how to adapt to the meta. which is even more impressive considering they made first stand and obviously got second in the LPL. So if this team continues to get better, the sky is still absolutely the ceiling for them, but that definitely is some improvement that I'm going to need to see sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and as successful as he's been, still learning feels like an inevitable description to place on a guy like Hong Q, right? This guy's still 18 years old, still only on his 4th split of competitive play, and even then we're still mentally adjusting as a scene to what a split is, given how short Winter Split is. Maybe we'll give him 2.5 splits, and we'll round it up to 3 now that we're halfway through split number 2. He's just got not that much experience under his belt here, and even though he's been able to find so much success against the best in the world and against his domestic scene, doing it day in, day out, gaps are going to become exposed, right? And that's what's happened so far this season. It's nowhere near been a game ender for them. They've still been competitive. They've still been able to make that run to top 2. They still find themselves at 4-3 here in split number 2, but as always, when we're questioning whether or not they're going to be able to take down a team like NIP, those are the questions that we have.
It's always going to be a question. Can you get your good players into good positions? Because this is a snowball meta, and if you can't win early consistently, you're not going to be a particularly effective team. And something we highlighted about Ninjas in Pajamas is that this is one of the best early game teams in the league right now. Their ability to generate advantages pre-15 minutes is better than almost anybody else in the LPL. That's JDG's kryptonite. This is a team that gets so passive and so scared when they are down in gold. When they're up in gold, they control the map. They do a lot of these things. They're great at setting up around objectives. It's really easy for them to find pathways to success when they have that lead and can control the map. When they don't, it really falls off quick, and that's the kind of avenue that lets an aggressive team like Ninjas in Pajamas just keep growing that lead over and over again. That's what we saw previously. So, bit of a clash of styles here as well, but that means JDG's got to keep their foot on the gas. I think that's been a big problem for them this split.
Yeah, I mean, conversely, the NIP synergy has been quite on point, at least in their better moments, right? They're not completely immune to an occasional collapse, especially when they start to fall behind themselves, but they've done a great job of establishing a strong early presence through Guan and being able to maintain that throughout the game, play around Awesome and Zhuo. Awesome has been fairly responsible with his leads, has pitched 1 or 2 to be certain, but for the most part has been able to carry through these really strong Lucian Yunara starts, 2 victories against many teams in this group, to the point that it feels hard to doubt their ability to do it if they get to that advantageous position against just about anybody. It's just how consistently can Guan manage to find those leads against the best junglers in the league. Did a very good job of it up against BLG just a couple of days ago. The question is he going to be able to continue to do that on some of those more aggressive selections? The Lee Sin, been very impressive from him, has some great Vi games, some great Nocturne games. A very big Vi player, by the way, has been playing that in pretty much every series so far this split. I'm starting to think that that might be somewhere you want to look to target if you're playing against NIP.
I mean, that's the thing, right, is that NIP, when you really boil them down into what they've been across this split, they've been the game plan team. I really think that's the best way I can describe them. They clearly go into every single game with a clear understanding and idea of exactly what they want to do pre-10 minutes. When Guan gets that off, when he can do all the things that he's expected to do, when he can play the game the way that he's planned to play it, they look great. They are one of the best in-tempo teams in the league. When you throw Guan off of his game plan, he can look very lost in terms of what to do on the map. That's definitely what I'm going to be looking to see from JDG.
Yeah, and that's the draft music. So I think whatever technical issue they were dealing with has now been resolved, and we are getting into draft for game number 1. Does look like first pick going to be in the hands of NIP from Red Side as they look to ban away. You know, stuff like the Ezreal, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's going to deny a safe lane to Gala, and it's also a pick that hasn't really been in Awesome's lineup too much. He's played it once this year, but that's it.
They don't want to play Ezreal. They want to win lane. They want to dominate these games. And if Karma's not going to be available, Ezreal just doesn't really do that at a super high clip. Maokai ban is really interesting to me. I actually highlighted this a couple minutes ago. Jinja was kind of known as that tank engage player for a long time, the Maokai and the Sejuani, going back to his days on Edward Gaming plenty of years ago. It's interesting to see that JDG kind of still view, or NIP, I should say, still view that as a bit of a problem, and they want to take that away. Jarvan as well, free forms of engage. These are very, very easy picks to pilot and give him very straight direction. Lucian going to be the ban. You kind of have to ban it right now against Awesome. He really has been that good on it, but man, there are a lot of power picks up. Rise comes to mind, most of the junglers, I should say, things like Xin Zhao and Vi. Rumble is still available. Yunara Lulu, Ashe Seraphine, plenty of directions you can go here.
A really interesting ban approach from NIP here. Not really your standard bans from even the blue side here. Not any of the top bans, really, that you generally see people use against JDG. They are frequently drawing, stuff like the Rise, the Vi, the Nocturne. Not been the case in this draft, and they are just going to snap up that Nocturne nice and early here for Guan.
I mean, they want something that can play towards this win condition of level 6. This is very consistent for NIP. Like, the moment that they hit these power spikes, they want to go for them as quickly as possible. Ashe Seraphine would be the very obvious answer here from JDG. Yes. This is a super strong bot lane 2v2 that can put you in a position where we talked about Gala and Vampire, needing to be in a spot where they can play on their own into this matchup. Ashe Seraphine will do that into basically anything that you're looking at, especially if you don't pick your bot lane here on first rotation. We'll see if they just want to go for topside. I wouldn't be shocked to see something like Rumble, maybe even Aurora come in here for NIP. Ahri, I think, is also a potential option to pair up with the Nocturne. It's been Kair's most played champion across this split, but it's definitely going to be something aggressive that can dive alongside that jungle.
Yeah, I wonder if they just blind something like support here and trust that they have enough picks in the back pocket to be able to go back to marksman later. They've played stuff like the Tristana, again, a unique pick to NIP that nobody else is really doing. They're just going to save the whole darn bot lane to the second rotation and say, hey, you know what, we've got enough different stuff that we're willing to play in Ashe Seraphine, and we see an opportunity here to just get a really powerful top triangle, and that's what they're going to take for themselves as Kair locks in his most played of the season in the Ahri. They get the Rumble. It's already so powerful, and of course, Guan on that Nocturne.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This is your dive buddy for Nocturne. I think if you're going to first pick something like that, you need an assassin of some sort that can access the backline. I like Akali, I like Aurora, Ahri fits the bill as well, and clearly Kair is a little bit more confident in that regard. The question is, how much do you want to try to neutralize that mid lane? Do you feel it's important enough to try and take out that middle of the map with a good matchup? It looks like they want to prioritize topside pressure. Now, this is a flex pick for both Junja and Xiaoshu, and Besta obviously very good in both of those roles. I would imagine this is going top lane. I don't believe Junja has an Mbessa game across this split up until this point. And it does look like it's Xiaoshu's most played, so you would imagine this is the answer to something like Rumble on the top side, much more volatile than picking a tank, which is kind of the normal answer, like Sion or Ornn or Cassante into Rumble, but definitely giving this top lane a little bit more volatility, which I like.
Yeah. Let's theorycraft some bot lane matchups for Awesome and Joel. What are they going to play into the Ashe Seraphine? I think a lot of Nautilus duos, especially with the Lulu band away, are the things that come to mind. Folks have been playing MF Nautilus. This team has been playing Jhin Nautilus. I'm not going to lie to you, okay, man? It's not what I want to see, and it's not what we're going to see because the Nautilus is going to eat the ban. But still, there's other options they can go for here. Maybe something with the Alistar, maybe something with the Nico.
I think the obvious one to me is Corki Nami that's still available. Corki Bard as well, I think could also be very playable for this team to open up the map. Joel doesn't have a Bard game this split, but he has played it a lot in the past. So if you do want to open up the map, I think Corki makes a lot of sense as that AD carry that can be relatively safe in the laning phase, still has a bit of combat power, scales well, doesn't need a ton of pressure, so you can play for that Nocturne and that Ahri. They could also lean really heavily into the dive and go for something like Kai'Sa as well that we've seen really come back into the meta. I don't think Kai'Sa is particularly strong right now, but it's definitely still an option. And speaking of champions that don't normally make it to the second phase of draft, Ryze is still available as a potential pick here into Ahri.
One of the most banned champions against JD Gaming, and NIP just let it through both phases of bans here. I mean, clearly some very strong power picks going for JDG. I think this is the kind of draft you would draw up for them with no bans on the table. So the fact that NIP have given all of this over, they must have something up their sleeve, and it's Jhin. Jhin is up their sleeve. They're going to go for the Jhin Karma duo.
Awesome has been one of the better Jhin players. You highlighted this. He's found a couple of wins on it. Also worth noting that one of those losses was a game I got to cast where he was 6-0, I think at like 15 minutes into the game, and the team just couldn't play around him in the way that they needed to. So if you are going to play topside and if you want to play more for this Nocturne dive, I do like the ability for Jhin to just say, hey, I'm good. I can play very safe in the early laning phase. Ashe Seraphine can't punish the Jhin really at all in the early laning phase, and you have that utility going into the late game to let Rumble be a little bit more of a focal point, playing for Hoya on the top side, but it's going to be the Trundle as the answer here for JDG. There is some concern about the lack of engage coming out of the jungle. That's always going to be the question when you don't take a Vi or a Xin Zhao or something like that, but with the Ashe Arrow, with Rise Realm Warp, with Mbessa Ultimate, you have plenty of ways to get on the backline, and overall, I think both of these comps have the ability to win the game if they can get some early pressure, but that's going to be pretty relevant for both of them.
Yeah, early pressure going to be a huge, huge difference maker here. It's a little surprising to see the Trundle come through against a team with no tank, but it is a strong brawl one-on-one up against the Nocturne, and does have that early power spike that is critical for both these teams, like you bring on up. All in all, in a game where a lot of the standard power picks kind of slipped through the picks and bans, it really feels like JDG got the better end of things on paper.
I think on paper, they got the stronger champions. The question is, can they survive some of these matchups that I think could be a little bit more difficult? I generally think that you're going to be looking at a bot lane where Jin's going to feel very comfortable. Karma actually gives you a bit of an edge in that matchup. Karma's really strong in the 2v2 and very difficult to deal with right now. I do think the worry for NIP is the late game. You're not going to have the same kind of damage going into the later part of the game if this Nocturne Ahri duo is not super far ahead, but mid game's really relevant for them, and Rumble needs to have gold. You're right with JDG, though. Just the sheer power of the picks. I mean, Ryze, Ashe, Seraphine, these are some of the best champions in the meta, and they're very comfortable on it. It's definitely looking like it's going to be a little bit easier for them, but I don't think draft points to one team having a massive lead over the other in the same way we've seen with some other series.
Yeah, and again, listen, I'm trying to avoid just talking about testing NIP. Like you said, we're getting to the point they shouldn't be underrated, but a big test for them to have to play this kind of lane, save it to later picks, up against one of the premier bot lanes in the meta.
You love to see both teams getting so much excitement and rep. You wouldn't have expected a matchup like this to be bringing so much excitement at the beginning of the year, but we absolutely are there for both JDG and Ninjas in Pajamas. Definitely going to be looking at this bot lane. If summoners are blown early, I think that's definitely going to be in favor of NIP. We typically see that trade going on between these two. The question is, what happens with this Nocturne? Both junglers starting topside.
Definitely. And that means the bot lane is going to be a point of focus. As I was saying before we paused for Jaios, NIP saving their bot lane to the bottom two picks, tanking a lot of bans in that area, giving up Ashe Seraphine. They're placing a bet on Awesome and Zhuo being able to play up against Ashe Seraphine from Gala and Vampire and be able to come on out ahead, even though they don't get the draft resources.
Yeah, I mean, this Karma's just so good in the 2v2.
It is. I mean, it's hard to say
that way.
Yeah, hard to say Karma's not a good pick, but yeah. It's not the premier Karma duo, right?
Yes, I would definitely agree with that. I think, you know, with the Jhin, you're looking to try and get as big of a lead as you can pre-level 4, level 5, and then once those Grubs start spawning, you want that Karma to be moving around and playing more so with the Nocturne to try to get those plays unlocked, and Ahri in the mid lane can start moving as well. It's a pretty clear identity for Ninjas in Pajamas, and this is exactly what they've done throughout the entire split up until this point, is have very clear, very concise ideas of exactly what they want to do with their pressure in the early game. They've been very good at executing it before. We'll see if JDG can throw a wrench into it here.
Nice shot there, and a well-placed grenade. They've really chunked out Gala and Vampire here just a couple of levels in, and I think they're in a good position to be able to interrupt a recall here as well. Oh, the guess is incorrect from Awesome, but still, early recall forced out of Vampire here. Not a bad start for the NIP duo. Meanwhile, Hongq shoving in Care here as well, who is having himself a pretty easy time farming underneath that turret.
Yeah, I mean, this is, to me, how this matchup should be going. It's really difficult for Ashe Seraphine to play early levels against Karma at all. And Jhin, for as much, you know, crap as we give Jhin as a champion, still has a lot of ways to be able to punish champions that don't have a lot of raw damage output in the early part of the game. And we're seeing that pretty consistently. Looks like it is just going to be a pretty passive early game. Both junglers just full clearing into the crab. Not really anything crazy. That definitely benefits both of them in the sense that they both want to hit level 6 as quickly as possible. But the Trundle could be looking to potentially target Hoya on the top side.
Yeah, Junja hanging out in this tri-brush here. Hoya throws down the ward, but it is too little too late to spot out Junja. Here he comes. Hoya probably going to have to flash here, waiting for the pillar to come out. It does. and Hoya will expend that Summoner's Spell to get on out. Successful gank for Junja.
Completely free flash on the top side to get from this Rumble. That is a very positive trade overall for Junja here, and those are the kinds of early plays that you're exactly looking for. As JDG, you need to start burning resources.
Whoa, Hoya!
He's
looking for the solo kill, burning down on the Ignite, and we didn't even get to talk about this, K-Man, but Hoya, the Ignite Rumble, been another tech of his on the season so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the point. I didn't even recognize that he had Ignite in this game, and that really comes into play there. That is a very dangerous situation for Xiaoshu. Luckily, he's going to avoid that without burning his flash. That could have been an absolute nightmare for him, but again, overall, it's not too bad, all things considered, for the Mbessa. We'll just be able to catch the wave. Both of them will be able to back. The gold is basically completely neutral, and Awesome could be in danger.
Yeah, heal coming through. Going to keep Awesome at that safe distance as he's built up quite the CS lead here so far. Really utilizing the laning power of the Jhin Karma. Both junglers moving down towards this, not Crab. Crab hasn't respawned yet, but it will be spawning here. And for Crab number 2, that's going to be the level 6 Crab. And does look like Awesome and Zhuo doing a good job of wrestling control of that bottom lane. Very well could be given on over to Guan here, who did not spend that time to be able to gank topside. Doesn't look like he's gotten himself too big of an advantage for it, though. Still wants to recall for that tunneler.
Yeah, both junglers going to be recalling, getting their, first buys, and then running towards that Crab you mentioned. It's level 6 for both of them, and when you think about the power spike of both Trundle and Nocturne at level 6, this is very consequential. See if Guan is actually going to be able to pressure that out, as Nocturne can be pretty scary to walk up in a circumstance like this. The big positive right now is that Care, at the very least is pushed under tower, so that Ahri's not going to have as easy of a time roaming as the Rise. But bot lane is actually the target here, potentially.
Yeah, gotta watch out. A level lead for Awesome and Zhuo. Now gonna be equalized as Gala is able to take up to level 5. Vampire gets much the same. The earliest move is for Guan, and Zhuo and Awesome gonna move in, try to push Junja out here. You gotta be careful, because once this Nocturne hits 6, he could just pull the trigger on you with that level lead. Actually doesn't tick 6 for Guan. I didn't see exactly how that's the case, but now he gets it. Never mind, it was just a little delayed on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's sometimes a little weird. With that Realm Warp topside, though?
Hoya on the wrong side of the map. I think this guy is cooked. The question is just what he can accomplish until he goes down. Going to be able to throw down that equalizer, try to torch the wave, prevent how much push can really come through for this. As he, of course, will not have the TP. He's Ignite Rumble.
I actually love giving that kill to Xiaoshu as well from Hongqiu. He's already in an okay spot in his laning phase, which means he wants to try to rescue this Mbessa as much as possible. Gets to catch this wave under tower basically for free, and that is the power of Rise. That's why I'm so shocked that we let this thing go into second rotation, is you basically get a free kill somewhere on the map around this timer at level 6. So well played by Hongqiu, well played by JDG, and an overextension that was punished into Hoya.
Definitely. Really looking to be aggressive on the Rumble, of course. Got to see the combat power earlier on. Does get bitten for it that time around. Once again, this Nocturne clearing top to bottom. Want to be on the lookout for this first cast of Paranoia. Always so important to get that Nocturne rolling early on, making sure he is going to be impactful. The cooldown is so long, but the impact can be so significant. Here it comes in the bottom lane. Flashed back away. Fear coming on through, but have they created enough distance? Deadly Flourish going to snare up Vampire, but it's just not enough. They get about half of Vampire's health bar. They get Gala and Vampire's Flash, but they will not pick up any kills.
I mean, it is both flashes, but that is a huge fight tool that's kind of necessary to contest over this dragon if they really want to do it. We'll see how aggressive NIP want to be here. Level 6, of course, for Awesome. He has that ult available. Arrow's going to go wide.
Very nice job by Zhuo to dodge out on that one, returning heavy damage on a Vampire, but the fire from Gala is enough to force a flash out of Zhuo. Thankfully for him, he didn't flash the arrow earlier on. Still, pressure advantage to JDG. Junja smells blood in the water after seeing that Paranoia come and go, and he's going to start up Dragon number 1.
Yeah, Awesome and Zhuo basically had to go for that play in order to try and contest the Dragon. If you don't chunk out the bot lane, there's no way Nocturne can get in without that ultimate. So, fortunately, it goes awry. They don't end up giving over any kills. They do have to burn the flash, but Xiaoshu, in a little bit of danger, should be fine here on the top side. Just a little bit of trade of ultimates. That kill certainly not going towards enough combat power right now. This would be a difficult dive, but he could go for it.
Wow, he's still firing harpoons under this turret, not even cracking the crystalline overgrowth here yet. Now he'll pick it up. Just trying to cover for Guan here as well, who is trying to make the cross-map trade on that Lost Dragon. Looks like he should be able to get himself at least 2 grubs. We'll see if anybody arrives to challenge. And actually, a little bit concerned about Junja's impending arrival. We'll stop at just 1 grub.
I think that's kind of interesting, because I am a little bit worried about giving any resources right now over to this Trundle. Again, I understand the concern.
Oh, never mind. He got
has ultimate available, and Ryze can really show up anywhere, and you don't really have pressure on the map right now, but trading 2 for 1 is okay, all things considered. I just, these are the kinds of aggressive plays that NIP has been willing to try and make throughout this year that have not really been punished, and this is one where I think they are playing a little bit more passive, playing a little bit more scared. The question is, where do they actually want to try and start winning? Top lane's been fine for them, but it's not a matchup that's necessarily going to get easier, especially with Xiaoshu having a small level lead here. As he's going to dodge out of the hard
waiting there, gets hit by the public execution. Xiaoshu going to look for him, although here comes Paranoia number 2. Hoya already forced to flash away, fell pretty low. Does Guan have the damage to close? Harpoon going to slow him up. Guan backing away, knows that Hongq's en route. Hongq picks up the kill onto Hoya. TP being channeled by Care, but it's too little too late. JD Gaming get themselves a 2nd kill.
I don't want to overreact, Gordo, but man, I don't think it was wise to give over the Ryze in 2nd rotation. I don't think that was the decision that maybe should have been made. That Ryze makes all the difference in that play. It looks like a good collapse from Guan, but again, Hongq just in the area ends up with a really aggressive ultimate, and picking up that kill in particular just puts him in such a good spot. Care also burns teleport, which means that a lot of these cross-map plays are going to be delayed considerably. Hongq going to have that ability to move around much quicker than Care will on the teleport, so overall, good stuff. Really, really good start for JDG, a team that has struggled to be able to make plays early and often. They're out to a pretty nice lead for themselves, and all the gold's in the right spot right now.
Certainly right where you would want it. Hongq and Xiaoshu talked about these solo laners being important for JDG, be able to have the kind of series that they would prefer to have against NIP rather than the 2-0 fashion that they met last time under. And a 1-0 start for both of these guys, definitely right up that alley.
Definitely what you're looking for. Bot lane's made their way mid. Whoa.
Comes out, goes nowhere. Charm going to be in a similar category. No engage found by either party. Guan here to cover. It does look like it's going to continue to be ping pong in the wave for these mid-support duos.
Yeah, I mean, this is okay. NIP are continuing to look. Charm wide again.
Oh, Chain CC on to Care. Pretty tough for him. Does manage to evade the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Going to have to Spirit Rush out with the last cast out of mana as well. But there's the curtain call from Awesome to claim a return onto Vampire.
That is a beautiful play from Ninjas in Pajamas. That does not look like a good engage, all things considered, but they recognize that they still have so much damage coming in from the Karma that they're able to make this work more often than maybe JDG is expecting. That is a big piece of gold going into the pocket of Awesome on this Jhin. He's had the chance to try to take over some of these games on this champion before. Fortunately, this initial engage does go wide. If that charm lands, this is a very positive play, but Care has to be very careful with the way that he ends up playing on the Ahri. Luckily, he gets at least some damage off, and at this point, Zhuo plus the damage from Awesome is more than enough. Hongq recognizes he can't block that 4th shot either. He will die as the Ryze, even from a quarter health. So overall, great play from Ninjas in Pajamas, and that's the kind of play you need to make to get some of that gold back.
Yeah, but you know who wouldn't have died is Junja on the near full health Trundle. I feel like it's another example of JDG just kind of being on different pages. Junja could have definitely blocked that.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the position that he was in. Unfortunately, he was walking away from Vampire as that ult got fired. That was the wrong decision in the first place. By the time I think he recognized that he needed to block it, it was too late. As Vampire could be in a bit of danger here. Looks like it's just going to be fine in the mid lane. Guan.
Paranoia coming on through. Guan going to be able to get behind him, fears it back into the team, and picks up the shutdown. NIP equalize the gold, equalize the kill score.
Perfectly layered CC there. The charm lands to make sure that Ryze can't escape the fear from the Nocturne. That's exactly how you want to play that gank, and it's more gold going into the pocket of NIP. The plays that they've made over the last 5 minutes have been hugely positive. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, 5 seconds now. This is absolutely something that NIP are going to look to take as they want to try and stop that stacking from JDG.
Pushing this wave aggressively. Gala going to tank a Deadly Flourish, and lose a chunk of HP for that one. Junja not out of the woods, though. Wants to be able to come in here and contest on this dragon, despite the fact that Honkyu is down. He's showing back up with the Realm Warp before too long. Enchanted Crystalero comes out, connects onto Care. Encore going to follow up. Junja ready to chomp down, and Gala will pick up the kill. Ari down means that NIP are forced to retreat, and JDG take the lead right back and have control over Dragon number 2.
That is the problem with using resources on a mid lane play. I'm not saying that it was wrong to do so, but makes it much more difficult to try and make something happen around the dragon. They get punished for checking too aggressively. A lot of area control coming in from JDG, the arrow landing, and of course, you know, Seraphine with the perfect follow-up. That second dragon for JDG, that's going to be a win condition for them moving forward. A 1.2k gold lead, so much of that is going to be on the solo laners. We highlighted Xiaoshu and especially Honkyu in the pre-show as he hits level 11, gets that Roa done, starts stacking up that tier. This Rise is going to be a massive win condition for this team as they're going to continue to get these fights around neutral objectives.
Yeah, really great start for JDG up against a team comp that we said needed to get ahead early. Whoa, a little caught here by Honkyu waiting in the wings. Does get the flash out. Will he be able to run this one out? Dodging out on some of these overloads. Dodges out on the beat drops, and now Paranoia thrown down. Guan going to try to stand and fight. Will he go for the recast? Yes, he does.
Hoya
dives onto Junja. They're trying to focus on a Honkyu. Hoya coming in on the flank. Melts through Vampire in a second, and Curtain Call will execute Honkyu as he trades for the jungler, but Xiaoshu arrives to the scene. Drakehound step to dance through the team fight. Public execution forward onto Hoya. He flashes back over the wall. Junja going to chase him down, as is Gala. Care going to get involved as well. Takes out Gala in the trade. Awesome. Left out with 2 melees right in his face for a double kill to Junja as JD Gaming take the fight 4 for 3.
A chaotic exchange between these two teams that leads to a big win for JDG. They get the Herald off of that play, and they get even more gold into the pocket of their carries. That Hoya teleport looks like it's going to change everything throughout this fight. It's a great pick on Zhuo at the first exchange, and it just looks like this is going to be a free get for JDG that NIP really have nothing to be able to answer with. But Zhuo does a fantastic job of dodging out of the way of most of the damage coming in. Guan pops the ultimate, and at this point, I think JDG realize that they're in a bit of trouble. That teleport is coming in on the flank, and Care is also here with the Ari. This rumble damage is very, very real. Vampire dies basically instantly, but it's that second teleport that makes the big difference. Xiaoshu makes his way into this fight, and he was enabled in this early game. This Ambessa is basically unstoppable. The ult lands. Hoya is gone. Awesome has to play so scared because of the Ambessa as well. The flash comes through, and there's just no combat power. Xiaoshu being so fed makes a big difference in this fight, and that could be the thing that really gets JDG across the finish line as they look for Care on the bot side.
Oh, well, you can't say this series is going to be boring, K-Man. As action is non-stop. Junja coming in towards Care will force out that ultimate in order to escape, and the Rift Herald in towards the bot turret will give first turret gold over to the likes of JDG. Hoya trying to trade cross-map here, but that Herald is not done yet. You can see a charge from Xiaoshu on the mini-map to get a bunch more plates. They're going to cast Paranoia on him, though. They want to try to punish this Ambessa for an over-aggressive Herald charge. Public Execution comes out, gets blocked away by the Spell Shield. Junja returning. Heavy damage, though, and Xiaoshu is just walking away. They ran out of damage. Curtain Call opened up. One shot going to connect. Now Junja might find himself as the target. Charm connects there. Deadly Flourish to follow. Chain CC is enough for the kill. That goes over to Guan, and it wasn't the target they initially looked for, but they do get their pick.
I mean, they do get some gold back in their pocket. It was good to make a play. It's unfortunate you're not able to take down Xiaoshu. He's not only the big bounty right now on the map, the big gold lead that you would have gotten, but also just taking away that side lane pressure and getting into a better spot there could be really valuable. It forces Junja to stay on the bot side. Still, any gold right now is good gold. You will take anything you can get on the map, and the kills are pretty evenly distributed. Hoya's still going to be relevant as he finishes this Leandries on the top side of the map. There are plenty of ways back into this game for Ninjas in Pajamas. I just think it's going to get a little bit more difficult from here on out. The question is, can you find those picks because they need to keep coming?
Yeah, a little bit more non-committal engage, a little bit more ability to fish, a little bit more consistent DPS coming out of the likes of the JDG lineup. Definitely need to find the right moments for NIP, and some of that's going to require setup, some of that's going to require perhaps some mispositioning from JDG. Feels more reliable to be in the JDG position, and not just because of the 1.5k gold lead.
Absolutely. If I'm looking at a side lane like Trundle, Rise, Ambessa to be able to create all this pressure, I definitely feel good. Gala has to be very careful. Again, this is the kind of comp that Ninjas in Pajamas drafted for themselves. They want to look for these vision plays where they can find themselves, you know, maybe a little bit out of the realm of knowledge and see if they can get onto that immobile Ashe. Fortunately for them, Gala doing a good job to stay relatively stable, but we'll see how long that lasts. Gala can never really resist the temptation of minions in the mid lane.
They're tempting. Look at them there. Just handing over some gold to the Ashe, who, by the way, has basically caught up to Awesome off the back of these last couple of fights. There was a period of this game where Awesome was up pretty close to 1K gold individually from some of those early exchanges, but that is no longer the case. Gala scaled up here. Both players on that Storm Razor early, and going to just be looking to be able to enable some of the damage coming out of the rest of this team. This is a high damage team comp from JDG, and Gala happy to play a little bit more supportive of a role here, going for the attack speed and those additional kind of beefy blows from the Storm Razor to help out.
I mean, we talk about NIP being a pick comp here. You get hit by an arrow when you're around Mbessa or Ryze or even Seraphine, you're probably just dead. So you also have to be really careful if you're NIP on these pick potentials. Hoya looking for a good angle here. I think NIP have done a great job of keeping vision control around these major objectives in the river. It'd be kind of difficult to do that when you're down 1.5k gold. They've had to sacrifice a bit of side lane pressure to do it, but at least they're trying to keep the map a little bit, bright for them and not quite as dark, which we can see happen a lot of the time when you are behind so much. For now, Dragon is up. This is Soul Point here for JDG. They have the inside track, and I would be really shocked if there's any contest from NIP.
Yeah, they're probably going to let this one go. This would be the last opportunity to fight before Rod of Ages is complete for Hongq, but that alone does not a power spike make, and Care does not have a second item completed. They will let that one go on through. Soul Point to JDG, not the way NIP would have drawn up this game. Still, like we brought up earlier, some opportunity to be able to win out on these fights if they play them out the way that they want to with their composition. Trying to take control over the top side. Enchanted Chryslerro, that's a whiff.
And that's a tool. I mean, it's something to get out of Gala here. Obviously, you have plenty of other ways to be able to engage, but that is a big pick opportunity that is now gone. Hongq could potentially be targeted here. He's a bit pincered by the team.
Yeah, I mean, they have no idea where Hoya is. He still hasn't shown, thanks to the observers for the JDG vision toggle. They still don't see Hoya. They do not know that he's here. Will there be an opportunity to take advantage of that, though?
Yeah, I mean, when you see the enemy Karma flash over the Baron wall because she's so scared that she sees the enemy team, you probably don't expect that Rumble is on a flank angle, but they could be looking for it again here.
All right, Hoya. Secret Agent Hoya making his appearance. Now we're checking out NIP's vision, see that they don't have an exact idea of where JDG is either. They know that they're in the river, but nothing precise enough to be able to pull the trigger. And now Hoya is seen. Missing ping up towards Hoya as he first shows himself.
Yeah, I feel like Tabe certainly had a word with his team after the last couple of games because this is a very disciplined JDG right now. They're really not making a ton of positioning errors, and that's something that's not been super common for them throughout this split, so definitely good to see out of a JDG team that we just want to see perform at this level more consistently. Really like the way they've been playing the map so far, but Baron is up and available. We'll see how much they even want to try and pressure that out. Mid lane tier 1 is going to fall here. There's absolutely no way you can stop that. Do they want to translate that into Baron pressure, or do they just want to keep pushing on these side lanes? Again, that is where their comp really thrives. You've got Ryze, you've got Mbessa, you've got something like the Trundle, even the Ashe Arrow can be a global here. Like, your side lane pressure is just better than NIP's. I would imagine they continue to try to suffocate these split pushes around the map and then use that to get objectives when necessary.
Now, group up from JDG, just trying to maintain control over the river on both sides, and they are on the front foot to be able to do so. Hoya still pushing out that top lane each and every opportunity he gets and disappearing back into the fog. Go on, standing on vision here. You can see he's just trying to find little pockets to sit in, potentially threaten a paranoia, but when he's on clear vision like that, Gala knows it is time to step back under the turret, not look for these minions, let them come to me, even if that does forfeit some control over the river to NIP.
Yeah, again, it's just disciplined play, and JDG recognize, hey, it's our turn now. You've utilized everything. Let's go ahead and step up, clear that vision you set. We have control over this river, and we're not making grand mistakes. Hopefully that's not a caster curse on Gala. He doesn't quite see the team on vision, but this would be a very risky dive. Vampire doing a good job to shadow. Again, should just be relatively easy for JDG to be able to play this out. Guan's just going to be able to walk away, but there's just nowhere on the map right now for NIP to be able to play. We even have Xiaoshu pushing on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, NIP probably going to start to feel pressure to go here, although TP coming in from Xiaoshu. Guan gets a little bit locked down, will be able to walk back on out. Do you think that was a McHale's from Zhuo? But now what about the incoming Ambessa? Guan is isolated, stuck in a 1v1 that he cannot win. We'll have to flash out to safety. Deadly Flourish will root him up, but that doesn't accomplish much of anything, and Guan forced off of the map.
Yeah, jungler was crazy chunked. I was wondering if they were going to go for Baron. It doesn't look like that's going to be the call just yet. Just over a minute on Soul here for JDG. That's likely what they're planning for at the moment. They don't want to make any risky moves before what could be a massive win condition for them. That's the fight that's going to determine the entire game. The gold lead very much in favor of JDG, but if they get that Soul, that's really going to make it difficult. It's Cloud Soul in particular as well, which is just one of the best in the game, especially for this comp. So definitely not something you want to give over as NIP, and that means trying to get as much vision and map pressure as possible before the inevitable massive exchange in about a minute here.
Definitely. I mean, if they could scrape together a tower or something, would definitely be a big relief, especially this mid one that is being a thorn in their side for their ability to really wrest control of the mid wave, but can never step up like that without the proper backup. So we'll just be the ping-ponging waves. We'll be JDG holding on to that bit of control, and that's going to be a big boon for them coming into this critical dragon fight. It's up in 20 seconds, and JDG with control over the river.
Very notable, Awesome was able to get Lord Doms on the back, so he is very strong right now on the Jhin. There is an avenue for them to win this fight, but they have to set it up perfect.
Find out where that engage can be found. Hiding in out of vision is Xiaoshu. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It connects onto Hoya, and he is done for. No fight even started before that Rumble hits the dirt, and JDG are going to turn this into Dragon Soul.
It's a catastrophic mistake from Hoya, just completely disconnected, looking for a flank angle on the Rumble, but on vision, very clearly spotted and taken advantage of, we'll just say, in the way that that fight went down. That is Soul for JDG, and if you were worried about this comp with Ryze and Trundle before, you should be real worried now.
Paranoia coming on out. They're going to look for the fight after the Dragon Soul, but that Subjugate going to be more than enough to keep him alive. Cares into the back line. Can try to find some damage onto Gala, but will not be able to finish him off. And JJ just running through the base. Will be able to pick up one before he drops. Hongq going to get the trade kill onto Care. And that is a massive fight for JDG. They take it 3-for-1. Hoya's still dead. And they'll clean up turrets for it.
Unfortunately, that might have been the best shot that they had. They pull the trigger, they try to capitalize on JDG, at least trying to set up for a play, maybe being a couple of seconds early. Even then, the stats at this point, the wallet diff, it's just too big. Hoya's going to TP to the top side to watch this Baron go down. Technically, Zhuo is here as well. I would be shocked if they move off of this, but they do. They're scared of this Rumble ultimate, so at least they won't be able to get the Baron, but that 5k gold lead is still going to feel pretty juicy for JDG. We just get to see this exchange. They try and engage onto the Trundle at this point to get anything here, but look at the healing coming through from Junja. There's just no way to be able to play this fight out easily. Vampire with a great ultimate on the Seraphine to stop Care's engage, and at this point, I mean, Trundle is just healing so much. He gets to walk through the tower and try to do as much as possible. Hongq can clean up. And it's a free fight win for JDG. That Soul is basically game-ending for NIP. It's going to be really difficult for them to come back now.
Yeah, I missed that one live, but great play by Vampire to hose Care's desperation angle onto Gala. Frankly, even if they do kill Gala there, she's just running underneath the turret with Hongq to clean up the backline. I don't know that it makes too much of a difference, but very well-played team fight from JD Gaming. So they find themselves up 5k with the Dragon Soul. Truly in a dominant position in this game at number 1. And pretty clean game for them all throughout, not really giving much to NIP.
Now, we highlighted the solo laners a lot. I just want to continue to sing their praises. Both Xiaoshu and Hongq have been excellent in this game. They have massive leads over their opposition, and both of them got those resources early. We were wondering if JDG was going to feel the need to overinvest into bot lane. It's Zhuo who's getting invested in right now.
Yeah, really deep engage from Guan here. Doesn't have quite as much backup as he might like, but in goes Care, getting the charm, executing Junja, and I may have spoken a little too soon as they evaporate 3 members of JDG. Hongq stepping forward, up against 4, knows that Xiaoshu is coming in with the TP. Care trying to retreat. Equalizer thrown down. Deadly Flourish going to get dodged out on. That shutdown gold finally pops up for Care. Flash! Forced out of Zhuo by that public execution. Xiaoshu has been on point with that ability today, but still a nice 3-for-1 found by NIP to give them a little breathing room.
It's really well done from NIP, but you never feel good about the fact that you have to run away from Rise as 4 members of the enemy team. We'll get a replay of what happened. This looks way too deep from Guan, but he recognizes that Awesome is actually free-hitting on the backline here. He does so much damage to Junja before this fight basically even starts, and Care is absolutely strong enough to be able to clean up, even on a weaker Ahri. So by the time that, Hongq and, Xiaoshu even arrive to this fight, it's already a little bit done and over, but again, you just never feel good if you are the enemy team and you see a Rise by himself as 4 members and you have to run away. If Zhuo doesn't flash this, they're in a really bad spot, but the Karma is able to get the flash off. You don't have to worry too much about trading another kill. Overall, it's gold into the pocket of NIP, but they're probably going to need a couple of more of those if they want a chance back into this game.
Yeah, and Hoya using that Ignite Rumble to blow up Gala over in the jungle as well, while that fight is playing out for Awesome. And Guan on the other side gives them the full 3. That's not going to stop JDG from starting up this Baron, though. They are recognizing that they are still in a position of control. It is time to start to look for tools to be able to break open the base. TP coming in from Care. Full squad now available for NIP. It's a 5-on-5 for the Baron. Public execution onto Awesome, and he's the first one to bite it. A beautiful engage found by JD Gaming onto the perfect target will give them a clean ace over NIP, and that just might be the game, K-Man.
It's a rare mistake, a massive one from Awesome in that fight, as he's basically frontlining on the Jhin. He gets caught by the public execution, and that's going to be the game. The Realm Warp is coming in. The minions are here as well. JDG, we questioned whether or not they were going to have the resolve to do what they could not do in their first series, and at least in game number 1 here, in their rematch against Ninjas in Pajamas, everything's looking pretty darn good for them.
We liked the draft from the start. We said NIP had to find angles in the laning phase, and they did not. A disciplined game out of JDG, not giving Guwan's Nocturne much of anything, and that will reward them with a win in game number 1 and the lead in this series.
It's huge. I mean, just for morale, to be able to pick up a win at that extent, like to that extent, in such a dominant fashion, that's exactly what JDG needed to show. This is a team that we know can dominate games like this, that should be favorites coming into a matchup like this. But the fact that they did get 2-0'd and really outplayed the last time these two teams played each other, for them to be able to come out here in game number 1, look so calm, cool, collected. The thing I really pushed in that game, they were clinical. They didn't make mistakes. They were playing by the book and they were executing well. That's what I want to see from a JDG team that wants to still be one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, they need to show this many series in a row for me to fully buy in, but they are looking like they are on their better form here tonight. What a great showing, with the ability to play around this Nocturne more than anything, right? Always fading back when he was in a position to be able to punish, doing a great job of utilizing the Rise to be able to set both himself and this Ambessa ahead. The solo lanes fulfilling their job, going right to the game plan that we said JDG needed to look for, given how their bot lane was able to perform in the first series, and so far it's off to a fantastic start. The only thing to keep in mind, though, Rise Ambessa is not going to be the solo lanes every game. I think that's a bit of a blessing for JDG that I think even they themselves might be surprised that they got.
Rise on counter pick 4 makes me want to tear my hair out. Like, I can't even imagine the thought process going into that in terms of a draft, especially for Hongq. He's one of the best Rise players in the world. We saw that last year on CFO. This is like just his champion and a pick that he loves to go towards. I have no clue how he got this, but he really punished them early. The Ambessa and Xiaoshu likely going to get a lot of attention. We'll see what happens with player of the game. I think I have a good idea of the direction that might be going in, but you cannot discount. We highlighted him early. Hongq is so crucial towards opening up the map specifically for the top side here for JDG. That's exactly what he did on the Rise to get that Ambessa the early lead, and JDG were very good at being able to capitalize once they got that gold in the pocket of their carries.
Yeah, and Xiaoshu landing raw public executions out there constantly. And that's going to be difficult on the upcoming patch, by the way. They are looking to nerf that a little bit, but it feels like that's more of like a solo queue kind of thing. Like, people are upset that they don't feel like they know what they got hit by. These guys know what they got hit by. They played against enough Ambessas in their time. But they're just not able to dodge these on foot. They're not able to react flash them, or at the very least they're being forced to flash to be able to get away from them. Xiaoshu, really great ultimates throughout this game, constantly making picks on his own, finding engages on his own, and not really needing, the slows of Gala or Junja to be able to do it.
Yeah, the one thing I really want to point out here on this damage chart is that both of the AD carries were below their solo laners in terms of damage. That's indicative of where the pressure of the game was. They were not fighting bot lane. There was not a lot of, pressure put onto the bottom side from either team. That isolated matchup, that's always going to be in favor of JDG, because Awesome is such a win condition for Ninjas in Pajamas that if you can get a matchup where neither of them are really the most important players on the Rift, you're going to be better in the solo lanes. You're going to be better on the top side. It's a really good game plan from JDG, and I think it's really worth highlighting that them being able to get off a lot of top side pressure without being punished so much, that is the problem with, something like Jhin. Jhin, to me, was not the issue this game. I think a lot of people are naturally going to yell at the Jhin. He did so much damage in the one fight that he was able to play in. The big issue for me, Awesome's positioning was not good enough in these team fights. He was frontlining on the Jhin a lot of the time, and that meant that he was dying first. And then also, again, you just really had no answer to the early game pressure. If you're going to go down against this team, you really have no way to get back. So for NIP, it's really about that early game dominance that we're kind of used to them having and that they just didn't have in this game.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be something to attempt to address in draft number 2. Again, solid matchups drafted here for the likes of NIP. We got to see Hoya on the Ignite Rumble. That's been a big pick for him throughout this year. It's a tech that he doesn't bring in every time he plays the champion, but he brings it in specific matchups where he feels he has the opportunity to be a little bit more dominant. We saw the briefest glimmer of it at the start of the laning phase, but Hongq put a stop to that nonsense very quickly with his ability to roam up and down on the rise, and that's going to bring it back to, I find this ban approach very strange from the likes of NIP, but the thing about Fearless is when you leave all these picks up, now you don't have to ban them for the rest of the series, and maybe you can put yourself into favorable draft positions for the rest of the series.
I guess the cope is that there's no more rise, right? Like you can't even pretend to try and pick that. Obviously, it's a mistake. I think NIP's draft philosophy in Game 1 ended up getting punished pretty heavily. We've seen that typically go the other way this split with JDG, where some of their drafts have been pretty greedy with the way that they want to try and get these picks. They also left Ryze up. I mean, through the first rotation, it would have been pretty easy to just match like Nocturne Ryze onto the other side and just say, hey, we're going to play entirely for top side and be really aggressive in that regard. And IP didn't want to go for that, and they got pretty heavily punished for it. But you're right, there are still power picks available. I'm looking at the jungle. I mean, we got Trundle versus Nocturne. Xin Zhao, Vi, Jarvan, all of these champs are still up. Like, all of these like clear engage threats are still available in a game number 2, and I think that gives even more direction to potentially what we could be looking at. Same thing for a lot of bot lane pressure. So you're certainly not like in a position where you're like, oh, well, there's nothing left. Ryze is gone. You have plenty of things that you can still draft.
Definitely do. And we'll have to see how both of these teams try to approach the draft in game number 2, because it's going to be very different than what we saw in game number 1, given how many power picks we did see end up getting let through. Jungle matchup going to be interesting, though. Still a lot of the core meta left and available there. And we'll see if Awesome continues to eat so many of the bans. There is the Xiaoshu player of the game. Hongq may have started him rolling, but he had quite the performance throughout the rest of the series. That's going to be his first player of the game of the season.
I think the real indicative fight of him being player of the game here was that one exchange in topside jungle, where it looks like it's going to be a big win for NIP. It looks like they're going to turn around the fight. Xiaoshu shows up on the Ambessa. Things just absolutely get obliterated. He was massive in this game with the gold lead he got on the top side and is more than deserving a player of the game.
Absolutely here. They are going to give that one on over. Hongq getting some votes. You'll love to see it. I think that's where mine may have ended up going, but no problem with handing one on over to the top laner when he gets a nice Ambessa game under his belt. With that, we're going to throw it to a quick break before we get into game number 2. First things first, though, I do want to give a shout out to the coffee. If you're interested in supporting LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Comes with perks like early access to things like the LPL English podcast, as well as giving you the opportunity to ask questions for any on-site interviews that LPL English does move forward with. A lot of the initial payments are going into upgrading the broadcast, and a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and creators that support that talent. It's a great opportunity to come and support the broadcast if you love it. For those who already contribute, thank you very much. And if you don't, maybe give it a check out if you can. In the meantime, we are going to throw it to that break, and we will be back for game number 2 before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where JD Gaming, a clean game number 1 to be able to take out Ninjas in Pajamas, but still more series to be played. K-Man, it is not in the books yet.
Not over. Definitely not over. We've seen NIP be able to recover series before. They were able to beat JDG 2 games in a row last time they played, so you certainly can't count them out. They're going to need a little bit more in game number 2, though. One of the biggest problems they ran into was not just that the draft, I think, put them in a bad spot, but also this is a team that is known for their early aggression, and they're really not good at being able to salvage games where they're down in gold. They were down way too much gold in that game, and if that gets rectified, I think they can be in a better spot. I gotta see Awesome get on something more aggressive, though.
Yeah, I want to see what he's going to be able to get his hands on here. Part of game number 1's draft was a lot of focus on towards Awesome and his champion pool. They banned out the Varus and the Lucian in phase number 1. They banned out the Lulu and the Nautilus in the second phase to try to limit what options Zhuo could go for to enable those other duos. You talked about the Corki Nami that was on the table that was not their choice as... I mean, I find that the Corki does have a little bit of a rough time up against the Ashe Seraphine. At least there's a very low margin for error there. But it's going to be available now for the rest of the series. And the question is going to remain, what will they go for otherwise?
I think it's notable that they have basically not played Corki Nami at all this split. They've had one game of Corki Nami so far this split, and it was not good. It was one of their worst games on the bot side. So maybe it's just a comfort thing when it comes to Corki as a champion and Awesome. Maybe it's just not something he feels good about right now, which I think is totally fair. That leaves the door open for some other options. Again, Jhin was one of his most played, but obviously Lucian probably is going to continue to get banned. This is a massive pick for this bot lane. It's really been Awesome's comfort. Down on the bottom side, he's played it doubly as much as any other champion across this split, so you definitely feel like that's going to continue to get taken off the board. The question then becomes, how highly do you feel like you need to prioritize Yunara Lulu, which has really been the backup option and something that's worked a lot for this team?
Yeah, that's an option for them, too. Got some other tech in the back pocket, right? They've played the Kalista a couple times this year. They've played the Tristana a couple times this year. They've played the Draven once as well. You know, it's not exactly Xiaoya, who's going to go for that one every time he gets the chance, but it's still a pick that is in the back pocket when available. I think getting an opportunity to counter out what the opposing bottom lane is going for may be good for them as well. I like the idea behind the Ezreal ban because that's a pick you're not going to go for yourself. Ashe Seraphine is taken off the board now, so let's find out how NIP are going to look to see to solidify themselves a good bot lane matchup.
One of the big problems for me with the draft last time was just, I don't think it's wrong to save bot lane for second rotation. I think it is wrong for NIP specifically because
yes,
countering the enemy bot lane, that's relevant and that's important, but what that usually means is that they get the priority lane and you get something that's going to be able to neutralize the priority lane. And I don't really think that that's the trade that NIP want to make. I think they want the priority lane, even if it lets JDG have whatever the counter, whatever the neutralizer is. You want to be the one that has the ability to be on the front foot, and I think that's something they just didn't really have with the Jhin, even with the Karma on the bottom side. So early picking AD carry, early picking support, to me that is essential. And same thing for jungle as well. One of the things we highlighted before we went to break, pretty much every engaged jungler is still up. I mean, Nocturne and Trundle were the 2 junglers in game number 1. So Vi, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, all of these champions are still available to be picked. And that's likely going to dictate who gets to have a lot of tempo in the early game and who maybe has to be a little bit more reactive.
Yeah, absolutely here. So find out how that is going to end up falling. You got to keep in mind the really deep champion pools that pretty much all the solo laners in this game bring to the table. It means it's very hard to try to target them other than specific picks. And with the Ryze already gone, maybe the Orianna will continue to eat some bans here and there, but beyond that, I would be surprised to see a lot of resources allocated in that area. I think that we're going to see a lot more focus on towards the jungle matchups. That's already what we saw out of NIP in game number 1. They were banning out stuff like the Jarvan and the Maokai. I think that's going to continue to be the case, and we'll see if those remaining big meta picks, the Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, guys who didn't make an appearance in game number 1, are going to be what hit the Rift in game number 2.
Definitely. I mean, we saw a Maokai ban, like you said, in game number 1. That is certainly not what you would think would be a game 1 kind of first rotation ban but Jinja, one of the few players still left standing in the LPL that's like, hey, if I can get Skarner, if I can get Maokai, if I can get these tank engagers and just not worry about too much, then I'm going to do that. So we'll see if that's the direction they want to go in. You're absolutely right about the solo laners champion pools not really being too limited. The question is, do you want to prioritize something that is generally considered safe, something like Azir, or do you want to open up the map more? One thing we've seen a lot, like we said from somebody like Hongq, is the Twisted Fate in particular, but you know, we've seen what he can do with map pressure and the shove and roam potential already on the rise. If you give him another champion with a ton of mobility and, you know, the ability to affect a lot of different lanes, that could be a recipe for disaster for NIP.
Yeah, that's got to be a concern that's on the front of your mind, right? Care, not really the kind of laner who is going to be expected to be able to, you know, shove in Hongq and make his life miserable and prevent him from being able to roam around the map. You saw in game number 1 that on the Ahri he was not able to do that into the Rise, and I think that's going to continue to be the case on something like the Twisted Fate. So you got to draft around that. You got to be prepared for those sorts of things. Either get Care a matchup where there's no way he loses the push, or try to get rid of that Twisted Fate and, you know, keep in mind, you know, stuff like the Talia is a lot weaker than it has been before.
Yeah.
I think you could allow stuff like that through, but maybe that Twisted Fate's something that you really want to keep in mind.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, if you do want to let through the Twisted Fate and just say, hey, we're going to shove you in. Okay, with what? What's left on the board that's going to be able to do that super consistently, especially with Care being kind of an Ahri connoisseur? That would generally be the thing that you would think about in that instance, but that's not available anymore after game number 1. So it just becomes a lot more of a difficult proposition. Questions are now starting to arise when it comes to NIP, and specifically the way that they want to play around some of these players that have maybe been more exploitable. We already talked a bit about the bot lane and what they wanted to prioritize. Hoya was, I'll just say it, not very good in game number 1, was targeted quite a bit, was in a spot where he was having to burn summoners even isolated early on because of some bad plays that were being made, and overall, I just need to see him get into a spot and get into a position where he's a little bit more effective. Xiaoshu, if there is anything about him as a player that you need to be ready for, it's the early laning phase. That's what he specializes in. He's not super consistent in late games, and if you can get him into the mid to late game down in gold, then you can actually have some pressure on the top side, where Hoya has arguably been more relevant as a player throughout this year than Xiaoshu has been in the mid to late game, but it has to be through a good matchup. I don't just want to see, you know, a blind pick Gnar that can be countered with something more aggressive on the top side. I want to see an actual good matchup for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya also, he can play the neutralizers, right? He can play lanes that aren't meant to dominate individually, but can make it very, very difficult to get dominated, even with jungle pressure. He plays stuff like the Anivia. He plays stuff like the Gragas. He is perhaps the world's foremost players in the top lane of those two picks. He's played the Poppy a couple of times this year. We know he's got the Cassante in the back pocket. Like, he can go for stuff like this if the situation calls for it, and the situation very well may call for it, especially if you're going to prioritize the bottom lane, like we are, you know, on our hands and knees begging NIP to do.
Yeah, NIP has taken counterpick in this game, which I find to be very interesting. At least it looks like that is going to be the case, and so that shows to me that they are doing that they want to either blind pick something like a tank that's kind of a neutralizer on the top side, or they want to save that counter pick for Hoya in particular. Those are the two avenues that I think I'm going towards. This is ceding a little bit of pressure over to JDG, but what this could be is like, hey, we want to pick our bot lane first rotation anyways. You can have your jungler on B1 if you want it. Like, you're more than welcome to take the one that you want out of Jarvan, Pantheon, Xin Zhao. You know, we're going to take our bot lane and we're going to feel more comfortable with that. That's what I imagine this counter pick idea is for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, first pick going over to JDG on the red side this time. NIP selecting that counter pick with the first selection. Going to still eat that Lucian ban. I like the Vi ban directed towards Guan as well. I think that's a good idea against this NIP team. It's been a pick that they've been really comfortable with and that they've utilized to a lot of success to be able to catapult them to these early advantages. Bard ban directed towards Vampire. No surprises there. And they're going to round things out with Varus ban for themselves. This is a Gala Varus ban. Traditionally, it's Hoya getting the Varus directed at him with the ban.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of friendly fire there on the top side of the map with a good champion taken out of the pool. But again, I think what they're trying to do is take away any of these bot laners that just have a lot of stability. As predicted, they're like, hey, you're more than welcome to take the jungler. I imagine this will be bot lane first rotation coming in from NIP. Yunara Lulu is up. I talked about that in the pre-show. I would be slamming that here if I were NIP. Just getting comfort for Awesome and Joe and giving them the ability to take over the game. Looks like it's exactly going to be kind of how we expected it in this draft, what we talked about before this game, and no real major surprises yet.
Again, I haven't seen a duo in the world that plays the Yunara Lulu as aggressively and as individually well as Awesome and Zhuo do. It does look like Gala and Vampire are going to take an alternative approach to try to counter it than they did the first time these teams met. The attempt at the Ziggs lane gonna go in the books as a major failure. They're not going to return to that well. They're going to go for what I assume to be Corki Nami here. I mean, you can go for a different support if that's really what floats your boat, but I think the Nami going to be the tried and true.
Nami would be the safe option here. Nico is on the table as well if you want an alternative way to be able to pair up with the Jarvan, but it looks like it is going to be that lane priority, the Nami going in. As a reminder, last time, as bad as the Ziggs was, the real issue for me was Nautilus in that laning phase, which was really exploited pretty heavily by the Lulu. It's just not something you can consistently pick into this duo, but as we highlighted, Gnar is Hoya's most played champion. This is a safe pick on the top side. It gives him something that can't really be taken advantage of super easily. There are options on the table, but this would be forcing Xiaoshu to pull out one of those more aggressive picks. They're going to ban out things like the Vayne. I imagine even maybe something like the Anivia could come out as well as a ban. Just try to protect this Gnar as much as possible and get him into a spot where he can have those engages in the back half of the game.
The Yorick comes to mind as a frequent pick here, although it's not one that we've seen a ton out of Xiaoshu. He does have it in the back pocket, so I suspect that one will come through. A Lee Sin ban directed towards Guan. I am really waiting for the Pantheon ban here. I mean, this pick is ridiculous, but I mean, the presence of that Lee Sin ban means that he's going to get one of Xin Zhao or Pantheon. I think Guan's in a pretty comfortable spot here, actually.
They love this. This is best case scenario for NIP. They're going to get a premier jungler, and they're going to have their choice of mid laner likely in this game in terms of the way that they want to play it out. So we'll see how it plays out. You know, obviously there's going to be a question about
TF ban.
Exactly. You know, you want to play in Twisted Fate ban coming out. You're absolutely right. You don't want to give that to Hongq. We talked about it. There aren't really clean answers to that right now in terms of the shoving and roaming in the mid lane. Now the question is, what do NIP want to prioritize in that mid lane slot? JDG are going to be able to come out of this ban phase and likely pick their top laner into this Gnar. That's what I would imagine is going to be the case. That leaves things like Azir, Victor, you know, as the safer picks. Aurora could be an option on this team as well. Plenty of options still available.
Big Pantheon moment, Guan. Let's see it, buddy, and see if that is what they end up coming through. And they keep hovering this Fizz. I don't think it's real, but I have seen like Fizz jungle starting to pop up a little bit more. But no, it is going to be the Pantheon for Guan. I think that's an easy selection, and I think this is going to be a miserable life for Gala and Vampire. You could see it laid out before you right here, right now, as the rounding out of the draft going to come on through here. It will look to be something just handshaky into the Gnar, and it will need to be a blind pick for Hongq with his Twisted Fate taken off the board.
I think you're okay with this if you're JDG. Hongq has plenty of things that he feels comfortable on. Azir is likely the lock-in if you're going to be super safe, but Aurora would be aggressive. Technically, this is a flex pick for now. I think you could feel comfortable playing Aurora into Gnar, so it really is just about, does Xiaoshu want to take that onto the top side, or is that going to go towards the mid lane? I would expect something like Renekton to be the answer, and that is going to be the way that this draft ends up panning out. So it's going to be Hongq on the Aurora. He took over the game on the Rise in game number 1. If he can do that on a champion that has even more damage, that could be a really big issue for NIP.
Yeah, absolutely can be here. So let's find out where they are going to try to allocate this mid lane. And it's just going to be easier for Care. So something straightforward, something safe, something that's going to have good value later on.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Azir right now in the meta. I think his damage is a little lower than maybe you would like it to be. Pairing it up with something like the Pantheon as well kind of gives you a question of where you want to put those resources, but it's pretty unquestionable that Azir, Yunara, Lulu in the late game is terrifying. That you are staring down a comp that is eventually just going to be too big of a problem for you to deal with. You're going to have that priority in the early game, but the place that I am looking at, the place that I'm putting all my attention is bot lane. Corki Nami, Yunara, Lulu. One of these lanes has to win, and I think that's going to dictate so much of the game. If Corki Nami can kind of suppress that Yunara Lulu, can get them into a spot where they're playing more passive, that's really important, because if this Yunara Lulu gets out of control, the game just might be over.
Yeah, certainly. And, this is where you really want, as a top team, as a team that is looking to be pushing for top 4 in Group Ascend, you need to have these reliable strategies. You need to be able to instill fear into the hearts of your opponents and say, hey, there's stuff that we cannot give you. The Lucian looking to be up in that category based on how the bans have played out so far today. Can the Yunara Lulu prove to be the same, to the point where you can't ban out this team and they are always going to have strong bot lane options to be able to play through and be able to find success for Awesome and Zhuo?
Awesome has been the key piece for Ninjas in Pajamas. He will need to be that again here in game number 2 to keep them alive. Plenty of opportunities for JDG. Again, their priority in the early game is very, very real. That Renekton's going to be a bit of a problem, and you could be looking at some positives elsewhere, but this is going to be a big game 2 for both of them.
Absolutely is. A couple of nice gyos there.
Yeah.
Goody. JDG, perhaps with a little bit of crowd favoritism here. No surprises there, but going to still hear some NIP supporters coming out in force. Certainly pleased with how their season has gone so far.
I mean, how can you be upset with that? You know, with even being in this series. And they have a good chance here in game number 2 coming out of the draft phase. Juo and Awesome, once again, looking very aggressive. They did a great job in the early levels in game number 1. I think that kind of gets hidden because they weren't quite as relevant in the back half of that game, but they were fantastic in the laning phase. We know these two have the potential to really outplay Gala and Vampire. They're going to need to do that here in this game number 2.
Yeah, and that's going to be their objective here. They've drafted to give priority towards this bottom lane to make sure that they did get this highly coveted duo. You can see Care already going to get a little bit shoved in by this Aurora. And interestingly enough, pathing away from this bottom lane is Guan, perhaps trying to go for something a little less expected and give Hoya a little bit of an advantage early on against this Renekton.
This makes sense. I think you want to play towards the Renekton power spike early, and you don't really feel like Yunara Lulu is super exploitable. Hankyu's going to do well in this matchup for now, but once those first backs start coming through, Azir actually is going to have to shove in this lane, or at least that's what I would expect coming in. We'll see. Hankyu is definitely a player that has a little bit more experience being dominant in lane versus Care, even if the overall champion matchup would generally lead me to believe that Aurora has to play a little bit more careful as we start to get more pressure coming through the middle of the map. But top lane was a really big deal last game. We saw the ability to roam come in from Hankyu to really tilt the scales in favor of Xiaoshu, where eventually he was able to take over the game. Especially with Pantheon pressure on the top side, it looks like NIP are going to say anything other than that here in game number 2.
Very early reset here from Junja as he just picks up the Ruby Crystal Longsword, gets back out, looks to have that fighting power for the first Scuttle Crab. Guan not interested in that game here, but we can see already a nice trade found on a Vampire there as the Arc of Judgment slows him up, takes him to about half HP.
Yeah, it's a weird miscommunication there from JDG. They want to trade summoners, but they can't. Here we go.
Well, now the summoner trade coming on through, but it's a summoner trade that favors NIP for certain. As the health bars will reflect barrier heal down for both of these lanes. And a really interesting choice from Guan here. Finishes his clear, doesn't do the scuttle, then recalls. Now shows up same items as Junja, who is challenging him for his birds. Guan going to go in for this trade here. Flag and drag comes on across. Junja feels like he is favored in the trade, and he certainly is, especially with Guan tanking up the Raptors. Guan will be able to smite his own camp and head back up towards the top side to work on this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating for Guan in this circumstance. That is, Azir is so pushed in that there's no assistance coming through, but overall with the smite going down, it's not too much loss. Junja gonna be pathing down to the bot side now. Good job by Ninjas in Pajamas to recognize that this is a problem and to play relatively safe. You just don't want to give over free resources at this point. This would be a very dangerous fight for them to take, and Junja recognizes it's pretty dangerous for him as well. So, Guan gonna be around these Raptors. This could just be a good trade for NIP.
Yeah, spotted on the ward from Hongkyu, but Guan says, I mean, you could see me, but that doesn't mean you could stop me. He is going to lose his own Krug camp for the effort, and that is going to put consistent pressure onto Awesome and Shuo. Shuo taking a recall here, and Awesome going to do much the same, making sure that that Jarvan doesn't have a target to go for.
Yeah, I mean, it's well played here. Care is very low in the mid lane. This is quite scary if Shuo wasn't in the area, but... And luckily, the Lulu going to be making that rotation, kind of salvaging some of this mid lane. This has to eventually get better if the Azir is getting kind of pushed in consistently in the early part of this game. That does take away some opportunities for the Pantheon to find angles. Hongkyu is a player that you're kind of looking to try and exploit with that Pantheon ultimate early on in the game, mostly because Aurora doesn't really have an easy way to deal with the point and click, but Awesome is going to take a lot of damage in that trade, and That's the power of Corki Nami that we were expecting in this series.
Yeah, and that's after the recall, too. Just a little desynced from Zhuo. Rare mistake from this duo to not be on the same page for these bot lane trades, and it means that Awesome will be on the back foot for the time being. Summoner Spell's going to be back up here in a little while, but I see Awesome already just kind of hugging back, looking to see if he can find a way to get some health back and just farm up on this wave.
Interested to see if either of these teams really want to try and pressure out for Dragon early. We don't often see teams, especially nowadays, really put a lot of thought into Dragon pre, 7 minutes into the game, but definitely could be something that JDG want to try and look at with that mid-priority that they've been able to generate for themselves. Bot lane's also in a great spot. This Jarvan would feel pretty comfortable even before level 6 at looking for it, so question is, do they want to try and go for it? For now, the answer is no. They just want to hit those level 6s. They want to try to get to a spot where they can for sure skirmish over it, but one going to try and dissuade that in the mid lane here.
Yeah, Kara just getting hit by every one of these twofold Hex weirding combos from Hongq, and Hongq really slamming this one-on-one so far in this early game. Going to force another recall out of Kara without access to the TP, as he's already about 2+ waves up over this Azir.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a free Dragon, and IP are going to try and stop it. Bot lane, Zhuo!
Oh, Zhuo nearly dying in the 2-on-2. Awesome trying to return fire. Gala flashes in, picks up first blood, 1-on-2, but will end up falling on down. Guan going to be able to arrive in time to be able to make the trade happen.
Gala playing like an absolute psycho right now in the bot lane. He gets first blood, so it is overall a pretty worthwhile trade, especially because the kill goes to the Pantheon. Hongq gonna pop ult in the mid lane. Care really has no way to be exploited here, but that's a very good play for JDG. They have a 1.5k gold lead with basically no kills happening on the map, just through sheer lane dominance. Look at Hongq's lead over Care in the mid lane. It's absolutely ginormous. JDG are just winning on the margins right now, and they're doing so in absolutely disgusting fashion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a masterclass laning phase from Hongq. He is just running circles around Care. Let's check out this kill for Gala, though. Just winning out the trade big time up against Zhuo and going in for a flash to get the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect play here from Gala. I mean, the damage coming out originally was already really well done. It forces Awesome Splash as well, so you get so many resources out of this. You do have to burn quite a bit on the Corki, but even just being in that spot in the first place, you have to start pushing the tempo on the bot side. We already talked about how it was really necessary for this Corki Nami to start snowballing this game out of control. They've done a really good job of at least getting that set up on the bottom side of the map. It's just a question now of what do they want to do with that pressure. They already took the Dragon. Do they want to start rotating this bot lane early and kind of delay some of their quest completion, or do they feel like they can win elsewhere without them? That's what Junja is going to be trying to do here with the grubs on the top side.
Yeah. All right, Guan, back to game number 1. We talked about first Paranoia, didn't work out. Now it's first Grand Starfall. What can he get done on this Pantheon in this early phase while he has that global pressure? For now, he's going to focus on trying to challenge for these grubs. One grub picked up a piece for these junglers for now. Hongq in a better position to be able to help out because of the lead. Nice stun into the wall found by Hoya. They're going to try to turn towards Xiaoshu. He pops the Dominus flag and drag, goes wide. They're going to get the lockdown onto Hoya. He's going to jump right back out. Now Guan facing off in the 1 versus 2 inside that Cataclysm. Care coming on up to try to support Hoya. Going to be able to dish out quite a bit more damage now that he's back in his mini farm. Flash from Hongq to get away from the shifting sands, and Guan ends up dropping down to Xiaoshu on the top side. NIP once again outmaneuvered and outgunned by JDG, who win out on the 3v3.
This fight continuing to happen on the bot side, but I'm just so impressed by JDG's patience in this game. They continue to play these fights well. Teleport coming in onto the bot side. Hongq is here.
Oh, Hongq does have the Between Worlds. Didn't even need to use it in the top side fight. And doesn't need to use it here either, as Awesome will just get blown up by a tidal wave from Vampire.
You know, Corki sometimes feels like an assassin, the way he gets to play in the early laning phase and just how much damage he can put out. Awesome continuing to be the target. This is the right call here from JDG, even if it means utilizing resources to capitalize on it. You know, getting an assist as well into Hongq was big, but now an ult on the bot side.
Oh, here is the Grand Starfall. Nice
Great
bubble from Vampire. Will it be enough? Gala able to get through that Valkyrie, but will get knocked up by an ultimate out of Zhuo and run down by Guan, who will get his second kill on the game up against Gala.
It's chaos. Bot lanes are pushing. They're dying. They're giving over gold. It's just it's absolute pandemonium on the map right now, and it's ended with a 1.2k gold lead for JDG, but the gold is in the pocket of Guan, and if you're looking for ways to be able to push the tempo in this game, Pantheon's going to be able to do that. You're not really all that worried about the scaling coming in from Azir and Yunara and Gnar. Hoya trades some top lane damage. Xiaoshu taking a pretty bad trade here, but fortunately no more tools to be able to deal with that. But like I said, this is a really good spot for the gold to be in. Once you get that first item on Pantheon, those ultimates are going to be even scarier, and the combat potential is definitely going to be there to punish things like the Aurora more often.
And that was much better than the first Paranoia, by the way. Yeah, he's able to get a kill on the board for it. He's able to at least get some assist gold into Shuo, even if Awesome isn't present for the play. And he is able to keep himself relevant in the game. Not quite in as bad of straits as the Nocturne when it doesn't go your way, but that doesn't mean it doesn't feel good to get something done on the map. Expect to see him make repeat visits towards that bottom lane where so much of the game is going to flex on that. As Awesome advancing forward onto Gala, thinks he can take the trade. He's doing it again, flashing over the tidal wave. Shuo and Awesome in their patented 2v2, looking to make the trade happen, but here's Junja to turn it back around, going to be able to pick up one kill thanks to the Cataclysm. Shuo will end up falling down. It's a 2-for-2 exchange, but they take a whole extra member from the side of JDG to make it happen, so that means Guan can head towards the top lane, looking to be able to engage onto Xiaoshu. They do get good damage out of Hoya, but he's used pretty much all of his cooldowns already. Going to shift back into mini form, trying to pump out damage with the hyper stacks. Guan forced to flash away. Xiaoshu absorbing pressure with the best of them. Stands tall in the 1 versus 2 and forces a flash onto the jungler.
Chaos never ends on the map. Awesome continuing to look like a menace on this Yunara. First item Kraken completed now for him down on the bottom side. He's up a considerable amount of gold in this exchange, and we just get to see it. Gala and Vampire feel really confident to move forward because they're Corki Nami, but the flash coming through. The Corki's dead. There's nothing to do. You just underestimate the damage and the power of Lulu in particular in this exchange. Junja is here for the cleanup, but it's much too late. Even a 2-for-2 on the bottom side is a bad trade overall for JDG because you cannot allow this Yunara to get fed. Extra kill going over, 500 gold up. You're worried about the top side. This Renekton is strong. But remember, NIP have the scaling advantage here, and you can't really allow them to continue to make these even trades.
Yeah, you gotta watch out though. In the wings once again is Junja looking to get involved in this bottom lane. And Awesome gonna use that knock-up from Shuo, but it's not going to be enough. He gets blown up way too quickly. Guan arrives to the scene, as does Care, looking for a big shuffle underneath the turret. Care advancing forward onto Gala, flashes after him. Guan's able to finish off Vampire. Junja pumping damage into the Pantheon. Another stun, going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer, but Hongqi will snipe him with the 2-fold hex. Shuo making a beeline out the back door as he gets out into the river, and all in all, it's a 2-for-2.
It's still a 2-for-2, but it is a good play from JDG. It allows them to secure the second Drake, which is very important for them as a win condition later on in the game as well. We saw how relevant Dragon Soul was previously in game number 1. They have a comp that needs it even more here going into game number 2. So a nice fight overall for them, and again, it's NIP being reactive on the map rather than proactive, which I think has been a big issue for them across these 2 games so far. Once again, Junja just saying, hey, Yunara Lulu's your win condition, I'm going to take that away as much as possible. We burst down this Yunara, even with the cavalry coming to try to make this play a little bit better. Care is able to pick up an extra kill here, and you are able to land the Q onto Vampire to be able to trade in this exchange. It's still not overall worth it for NIP because you give over that pressure. The question now is just what do you do with that pressure as JDG? You have these dragons starting to stack. You have Herald spawning in a minute 20. This next fight is probably going to be consequential and could determine the entire game, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time unless both teams fully commit to the Herald. As they do move those bot lanes over towards mid. Gala falling quite a bit behind in CS here, and now going to have to... Oh, I'm surprised Awesome didn't extend that trade. These are usually the moments where you see him really pump in all the damage he can get out of that Q, but Cultivation of Spirit not enough to be able to win out on that trade, and just wants to make sure he's able to keep up his farm, keep up his health, hit these item spikes prior to the next potential brawl.
I think he was a little scared that Zhuo didn't have ult back up yet. I think that's really the only thing stopping him from just taking a full-out trade in that instance, and any sort of restraint from Awesome is probably a good thing at this point, just with some of the plays that we've seen him make throughout this split, but this is a good fight back from NIP. Remember, I want to keep pushing this point forward. They absolutely have the scaling advantage in this game. If the longer it goes, the better off they are going to feel, despite Awesome being 1-3-3. He's 400 gold up purely from the CS lead he's been able to generate in that bot lane. So you're certainly not worried too much. Care also was down almost 30 CS just a couple of minutes ago. He has almost entirely caught back up as well to Hongqi. That's the power of the Azir in the mid game here, being able to shove those lanes a little bit more efficiently. So a lot of the advantages JDG had generated for themselves, they are starting to become a little bit closer, and that's where JDG need to keep their foot on the gas. With Herald spawned, I imagine a fight's going to be imminent.
Yeah, ooh. Not quite connecting the Gnar into the wall there is Hoya, but still finding some positive trades up against Xiaoshu as items start to come on through for these top laners, and a little bit more levels are found in the pockets. Rift Herald is up and alive. Does look like NIP are going to be the first ones to be able to move towards it, and Hoya keeping Xiaoshu low on HP, so if these guys try to TP into the fray, Hoya going to be in a much better position. This feels pretty good for NIP, as long as they can avoid getting engaged on here and keep control over this mid wave. This is a good trade onto Gala. Stepping forward is awesome. Transcends himself and pumps out the damage into Junja. And that is going to be a health advantage that NIP can use to get this objective.
Awesome, it's just so scary. Man, this guy's stepping up as if he's the most dangerous person in the entire universe, and he absolutely is right now. This Yunara is pumping out damage into the Corki. That should give them priority over this river, but they had to use a lot of that Yunara health bar in order to do so. We'll see how aggressive they want to be to fight around this. Junja is back out on the map here on the Jarvan. They might still have to give over this Herald because they weren't able to secure a kill, but still, it's at least something going in the way of NIP because they had that mid lane priority in the first place. You would have loved to be able to pick up the kill, and therefore pick up the Herald, but alas, it looks like overall it's just going to be a bit of a neutralizing play. With those Hex Gates, it's actually going to be NIP getting out on the map instead, so looks like Herald's going to stay standing for now.
And you know, with the time that Kair's gotten to spend alone on the top side, he's actually equalized a lot of the CS gap that Hongq had built up in the early game. Some of that's from Hongq's arrival towards these other lanes to try to have impact as well. And it means that the gold lead is largely nullified here. It feels a lot better for the NIP mid laners.
Oh,
awesome. Stepping forward once again, gets the Lulu ultimate on top of himself. Just again, dumping damage into Junja, and Gala says, get out of my mid lane. And continues to wrest control over it by force.
JDG must have assumed that Awesome didn't have ult backup, because I don't think you make that play if you think that Yunara can transcend and become a really big threat in that fight. They do get a little bit punished for it, but again, Herald is not on the map, or it's not available to be taken. There's just no way to control that river efficiently without sacrificing so much. And at the very least,
another one this time without ultimates, and it goes a little bit worse under those conditions. The shielding from Zhuo will help to keep Awesome safe, but this time it's NIP pushed out, and this time JDG actually see a chance to start up this Herald. It looks like it's going to get given up.
Yeah, the Herald is going to be gone. This probably should have happened in the first place, but it's the mid lane priority that I think they lose, and that's not really what you want to see. Even giving up Herald, you want to win somewhere else on the map, and it's not happening, but ult's coming in. They want to fight this.
Guan looking for the steal, just blows up Junja, steals the Herald right from under him. Yoink to Guan and NIP.
I have no words, Gordo. What a play from Guan. I mean, there's no real vision on that. It's perfectly timed. You just get super lucky with the health bar of Junja. And now you have Herald. You're going to have a gold lead coming out of this because the Herald is yet to be procced, and you get these plates in the mid lane as well. Dragon is on the map, and that stops the stacking for JDG. That completely changes the entire dichotomy of this game and puts it in favor of NIP.
What a play there. Now at 4-2-0, Guan blazes JDG and is going to be able to move on towards this Dragon, getting their first of the game and putting a Dragon in their pocket to be able to stop the stacking. This is huge as the scaling composition.
Absolutely, and remember, we say scaling composition, you think Yunara, you think Azir, those are scaling threats. You have 4 kills on this Pantheon, and while his damage might eventually become a little bit less, point and click onto Aurora, point and click onto Corki, that's a problem. He's gonna have to flash here, though.
Forced to flash, and now he's stuck inside the Cataclysm, throws up the shield. It's not gonna be enough. He's in a 1 versus 3, gets the ulti, gets the shield. Zhuo trying to bail out his jungler. Not enough, but Vampire picks up the kill. Now Hongq at risk in the one-on-one with Kair. Awesome shows up to the fight, dumps damage into Junja, able to dodge back away, does get that kill, but Xiaoshu flashes on top of him. Ruthless Predator to hold down the Yunara and guarantee a 2-for-1 in the extended play to JDG.
I mean, it's still an overall gold positive play for NIP because they get the tower on the top side. Awesome playing with fire, man, with the way that he plays these fights. It's unfortunate that Guan gets caught. It's a really great play from Junja, using the Hex Gates to be able to catch this Pantheon out. The flash is burned early, and at this point, there's really not a lot of ways for him to be able to get out. Even with the Lulu ultimate coming in, there's just no health bar on that Pantheon. As much as you want that champion to survive for a long time, there's no way to be able to make that play efficiently. Awesome's going to step up, but again, with no Lulu ultimate here, it's actually really scary. He has to burn Flash very quickly, and Xiaoshu is here, and Hoya is not, and that immediately changes whether or not this fight can be won or lost. Luckily, Hoya is going to get the tower on the top side again to make it a gold positive play, technically, for NIP, but JDG are going to feel pretty good about the trade in general.
Yeah, Scumbag Hicks stealing away that kill as well. Credit goes over to Zhuo. Would have liked that gold onto Awesome, but still, all in all, I mean, these last 5 minutes are a huge credit to NIP. They now find themselves in a significantly better position than they were prior to it. So they were able to stop the stacking, get some turrets, get some gold, put Awesome back in the driver's seat. Now getting engaged on again. Great Cataclysm from Junja. Finds both flashless bot laners and blows them up. Hongq arrives to support with the Between Worlds. And JDG find themselves a huge man advantage. Pings going out of the Baron.
Awesome for the second game in a row is just too far forward, and he gets caught out for it. It's a perfect Jarvan ultimate. You can't ask for anything better than that. And that's going to be Baron. The TP is coming in. It's going to be almost impossible for them to fight this without their AD carry and their support.
Yeah, huge mistake from the NIP bot lane. Well, they're going to try with the rest of the crew to salvage. Hoya flashes in, Gnar into the wall, onto 2. Hongq's blown up. He's starting to burn down. Junja gets the kill onto Hoya, though. Now Care trying to dump in the damage thanks to these Azir soldiers, and they may have stopped this Baron. It's just too threatening, and Guan's going to take the aggro. Awesome and Zhuo are en route. They're trying to keep the Baron aggroed. NIP see an opportunity to snatch another objective from right under JDG's noses. But it will reset. This time, Hoya will sacrifice himself to prevent that Baron from going down.
Gordo, I think we officially have ourselves a banger in game number 2 here. This is crazy between these two teams. NIP going to pick up that tier 1 in the mid lane. Just open up the map a little bit for them, but I imagine that will be equalized pretty darn soon. Gold is negligible between these two teams. This is genuinely just going to be a showcase of who is going to play better down the stretch. We get a replay of exactly the pick that caught them out in the first place. This is a perfect ultimate onto Zhuo, basically understanding that Awesome has to stay close to the Lulu, and you're going to be able to pick them both off because you get them both in the Cataclysm and not just the Unara. Killing them both gives you that pressure over Baron, but a fantastic job from NIP to dance around that major objective, not really allow anything from JDG to go through. Tower does fall in the mid lane there, which does increase the gold lead, but again, gold completely negligible. It's all about the gameplay now.
Yeah, this is about as close to even at 23 minutes as it gets. A minute to go on this next Dragon. A little bit of breathing room for NIP, having picked up the last ones, but I still think they are going to want to continue to challenge Gala up a little bit far, but Guan's stun not going to be able to be followed up on too much. Quick redemption heal from Zhuo to keep Guan's health bar standing tall. Hoya just shifted back into mini with 30 seconds to go into the Dragon, so they would definitely like to put themselves in a position where he's going to have that back up.
Yeah, they definitely are going to be fighting over this. Soul Point is still a pretty big objective for JDG. Can't really allow them to start stacking these back up. This game is going to go at least a little bit longer than maybe you would have hoped if you were JDG, but their win condition is still being able to get that soul. Hex Soul for this team would be absolutely massive. Again, there's not really a lot you can do into Hex Soul, even as a really good late game team fighting comp, so gotta be very scared of that. Awesome is playing super aggressive right now, and if he can free hit throughout a lot of these fights, we know he has the damage to be able to take over. The question is, do you have the setup to be able to make that happen? Death Bush potentially incoming here for JDG.
Yeah. NIP trying to fight their way into the river. Hoya stacking up a little bit of that rage coming in on the bottom side. Trying to utilize this Azir turret as well to keep control over mid, give them a nice easy path to be able to walk in. The poke damage from Gala is stacking up though. Zhuo and Guan both feeling the pain. Xiaoshu on the flank. Hoya much the same. Hongq finds the engage, gets the Between Worlds onto multiple targets. Guan falls low, gets the Lulu ultimate on top of him, and I think they're forced off of this Dragon. Hoya is on the flank, but what's he flanking for? The rest of his team chunked out by the consistent barrage of damage from Gala.
Man, Gala was fantastic in terms of that setup. The poke coming in from Corki is a complete game changer. They don't have the front line to really be able to deal with that if Gnar is going to be on a flank angle. He is the one that has to be absorbing so much of Corki's damage. Pantheon cannot do that efficiently, even though he has some gold. Certainly doesn't have the stats to be able to eat up free damage from the AD carry. So Really well played from JDG around that objective to get Soul Point, and now you have a very clear way to be able to win this game despite the lack of scaling on your comp. If you get that Soul, you can win the game basically no problem.
Yeah, Hextech Soul, a great addition to this team. Really easy to apply with those Corky rockets, with the Jarvan flag. Give yourself a little bit of additional power in these fights, or maybe a lot of bit is the more appropriate phrasing. As they move up towards that top side, get themselves the Scuttle Crab. Will have to forfeit the river itself to NIP for a short while. But awesome once again. Gala so on point, and Hoya losing out in a one-on-one to Xiaoshu. Gonna be forced to jump back over the wall.
Yeah, it is going to be ult popped for the Renekton. It could theoretically be important if there is a fight that's taken in the next couple of seconds. Doesn't look like anybody on the map is set up to do that, though, so overall a pretty inconsequential trade onto the bottom side of the map. Both of these teams have the avenues to win this game. I'm looking at Awesome being 1-5-4, and he's only down 200 gold onto this Corky. Like, he's absolutely still in a spot where once he completes that third item, this Yunara is a massive issue to try and deal with. Kara's also gotten himself into a position where he's doing a little bit more damage now. I still think Azir in the late game is a little bit less than maybe what you would naturally expect from that champion right now in the meta, but definitely still going to be a threat in this matchup. And Guan, like I said, with those 4 kills, the big thing you have to watch out for is the point and click on one of your priority targets. We saw Honkyu get a really nice flank off in that dragon fight. If he's found out by Guan before that flank ends up happening, that point and click can just burst down the Aurora very instantly. NIP have the tools, but JDG also very much have the tools to be able to win this game with the way they've set up the map.
Hoya.
Hoya could be in trouble here.
Yeah, Hoya is deep behind enemy lines here, going to get found, not going to be able to get into the Hextech portal. Now is just going to try to buy time, flashing himself away. This could be the Baron alarm for the rest of NIP, but they are just not in position to be able to start it up. Instead, they are going to just get a ward in the enemy jungle, and that's not worth it in my book.
It's Hoya for nothing. I mean, it's a terrible trade overall. JDG are going to be able to get this bot lane tower. They're going to be able to push in mid lane as well and get that tower as well. That's a ton of gold and a ton of progress on the map going in favor of JDG. Those are the kinds of mistakes you can't afford to make. Awesome going to do his best to try to keep this alive. I can't believe JDG aren't able to push in and take this turret, but NIP are at least able to keep it standing for now.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of plates gained on top, couple of plates gained on bottom. That's basically even, but yeah, the loss of Hoya there. I mean, it's not game-ending this time, but we saw Hoya get picked in a crucial spot last game as well. Got to be careful in these sorts of life-or-death situations of getting picked off on his own and denying his team an opportunity at a 5-on-5. Awesome needs that opportunity to be able to perform. Care as well. They're in a composition that's so well set up for these team fights. You got to give yourself that chance.
You have to. You have to give this Yunara a chance to free fire. I don't care that they're 1-5. You can win any fight if Yunara can free fire. It's just about that setup. That's the reason JDG are playing so scared, by the way. I mean, like, you might look at this 2K gold lead and you're like, why are JDG seeding so much of this map? Why do they feel like they need to give up all of this vision control? Look at your mini-map here. Look at the blue wards on the top side. Why do JDG with this gold lead feel like they need to give this up? It's because if you walk into a Yunara right now who just completed Lord Doms and the Pantheon stuns you up and Lulu is there to keep the Yunara safe and to amplify the damage, you could throw the entire game on one bad engage. You just can't afford to make a mistake. I really like the way JDG are playing in terms of keeping things calm, cool, and collected, not over-pushing their tempo. At some point, they're going to have to make a decision. It's probably going to be around this dragon in under a minute.
It's very likely. JDG threatening Soul. Want to be able to secure that one for themselves. Give them that insurance policy. Give them that big boost in power for the remainder of the game. But it will require fighting NIP to be able to do it. They did such good work with Gala's poke last time, but this time NIP are the ones with control over the river if they can maintain it for the next 30 seconds, and that is definitely their intent. They're still going to continue to catch these mid-waves high, keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Care TP's really early into this fight just to make sure that that tempo is maintained. Jinja going to try to make his way in, but it's pretty far up. They're making the engage now.
Yeah, Guan just throwing himself at Gala
Honkyu's
there.
not here.
Loses about half his HP. The absence of Honkyu is what inspired it. Honkyu TPing in, but he's a little far away from the rest of his team. Care gonna shuffle him immediately, but he gets into the between worlds to jump back to the rest of his team. Does cost him about half his health bar, but it costs Care and Honkyu both their ultimates. TP back from Xiaoshu. Must have just gotten onto an item spike, and now NIP gonna have to fight their way back into the river. Xiaoshu gets behind them thanks to the Hex Gate. Here's Junja going in, sent into the Guardian Angel. Dash in from Xiaoshu. Awesome is isolated. He's blown up the Renekton, finds him with the Ruthless Predator, but now Care in a position to deal damage. Not going to be able to finish off the top laner. It's a 2 for 0 for JDG, and among them was the jungler. They are going to be able to clean up the Dragon Soul.
Unironically, solo lane diff from JDG. It looks like a terrible teleport from Hongyu that could cost the entire game, but he buffers it perfectly to be able to get out with the Between Worlds, and it's Xiaoshu re-emerging on this Renekton that changes absolutely everything. Again, this Hexgate is completely unwarded. They have no clue that this Renekton is on the backline. Look at where Yunara and Azir are. They're dashing right into the Renekton with ultimate. The fight is over. If Awesome can't free hit, you cannot win. Your win condition is down. It is gone. And at this point already, you had already lost Lulu ultimate. You had already lost your engage on the Pantheon. This was already going to be a difficult fight because you couldn't get the win.
Hongyu found Zhuo into the picture-in-picture. Care gonna be able to make the trade and get Hongyu down, but the Baron will be secured for JDG. Not even a numbers advantage on the map, really. It's a 4-on-4. The numbers more important for NIP as they have their mid laners still. It was just the support traded on their side, but I don't think they can do anything with this. Not against Baron.
No, I mean, at this point, this game is looking very, very difficult. NIP have just completely failed to play around their win condition. You know, people talk about drafts all the time, and they talk about winning drafts and losing drafts. Almost every draft has a win condition, and JDG have just played towards their win condition so much better than NIP in this game in terms of the execution that they have. You gotta give them a lot of credit. This is a team that has not really been all that disciplined, that has not really been all that clinical or clean, and yet through these two games, we are seeing a team that has a clear identity of what they want to do, and the execution has been on point, and now JDG are in a great place to try and take this series 2-0.
Really, a really great position for JDG here. Thanks to that Hextech Soul, thanks to now finding themselves a renewed gold lead. And now with this Baron, still yet to take too many turrets on the map, but 2 minutes of Baron buff going to be their opportunity to do so. Playing on the 1-4 here, Xiaoshu should be able to take that top outer, no problem. And they're going to try to siege with their remaining 4 on towards this inner turret.
They are going to continue to push with this Baron. Unfortunately, top lane tier 1 was still standing, so you don't actually get as much as maybe you would want out of this buff, but overall, it's still massively gold favored for JDG. I say that. It's actually minus 100 gold, technically, for the Baron power play right now, but at the end of the day, they are still going to continue to have that pressure, and that Hextech Soul is not going away, even if the Baron buff does, so that's going to continue to be a thorn in the side of NIP. Awesome's got to be really careful in the mid lane, but should be able to collect this wave, and now it's just delay, delay, delay until that Elder Dragon spawns. That is your way out if you're NIP.
For sure. Find yourself that perfect team fight. See if you can make a big comeback in this game. Otherwise, JDG just going to continue to hammer you with this Baron, with the completed Hextech Soul. The easy ability to apply it here. Gala's poke damage has been so impactful this game, and now it's just turned up to 11. Finding an actual engage opportunity here feels so difficult for NIP in these kinds of circumstances where their towers are being sieged.
And we have to remember why NIP had such a clean 2-0 over JDG the first time. It was because Gala was outclassed by Awesome in basically every aspect of the game. Gala has stepped up huge in this series. He was good in game number 1 at being able to utilize those Ashe arrows and generally the tempo out of that strong 2v2 lane to be able to be more aggressive around the map. And in this game, he's been super aggro, flashing in, maximizing damage. He looked like Awesome did last time he played Gala. To see that development out of a player that obviously has not played up to expectation this year is huge. And JDG are going to try to use that to continue to push this game towards its end.
And the whole of JDG firing on all cylinders tonight. As you said, playing a much more disciplined game in comparison to what we've seen from them this season so far. And we're talking about a team that's already 4-3. Definitely looking like they may be returning towards the form that allowed them to finish top 2 and qualify for first stand in the first split. Still plenty of season left to be played, but positive signs for JDG to be showing up in the back half.
And this series, as we know, is so important towards that potential top 4. Winning it with these two teams in the same spot could really be the big difference maker. JDG trying to end the game as quickly as possible. They don't even want to let this get to Elder, but at this point, NIP are basically forcing an Elder fight at the end of this game. But you're absolutely right. Again, like top 4, I can't stress enough. That's the spot you want to be in. If you are not top 4, you have to play one best of 5 to get into playoffs. And while, you know, being the 5th best team means you play the 4th best team from Group Nirvana, it's still one best of 5. And anybody can win on any given day. You would much rather punch your ticket to the playoffs without having to worry about any sort of play-in stage, without having to worry about any sort of, you know, matchup that anybody can surprise on. And that's what JDG are playing for right now, is one of those top 4 spots where both of these teams have been kind of sitting throughout a lot of this split.
For sure. Struggling to even enter their own jungle are NIP here up against these poke threats, and knowing that if it's Hongq waiting in that bush, you could lose everything. Needing to avoid getting picked here with these long death timers at 35 minutes in, 45 seconds away from the Elder Dragon. They're going to need to pick their moment, form themselves into a spear, find a way to pierce through the lines of JDG, get into this river, and challenge them.
Yeah. It's a tough setup here for NIP, mostly because you pointed out the Aurora is terrifying. The Renekton is also terrifying if you don't have vision of him. Anybody walking into either of those champions is instantly dead, as Hoya learns the hard way here, as the tank takes almost half of his health at level 19 from the Aurora, and the collapse is happening right now from JDG.
Yeah, he might not get the opportunity to take the recall that he wants. Gala fishing with that rocket. If that had connected and applied Hextech Soul to the team, they might have gotten their engage angle right then and there. Just barely short this time around. Xiaoshu keeping mid lane pushed, making sure that that avenue is going to be accessible. Care wisely taking a safe deposit position from that portal. And they're just trying to force in through the bottom side. Guwon finding the engage here onto Hongq, going to take him for about half of his HP. Polymorph comes through onto Junja to stop the re-engage from coming on through. It's a nice little start to be able to force their way into position in this bottom lane, but it is not a fight win in and of itself. NIP going to need to find a way in on towards JDG.
Lulu Ultimate's gone. They have so many less tools to fight now. Ult coming in.
Yeah, going into the back line, trying to get onto Kala. Nearly going to get one shot. Here's Hoya on top of him, and Hongq has found Awesome. Zhuo going to fall alongside of him, and Hongq flashes away from the Emperor's Divide. A beautiful team fight from the Aurora will end this game for JDG, and with it, the series. Well played by JDG.
We've been waiting for JDG to wake up, to start playing like they did in split number 1, to be the true contenders for top 2 that we know that they can be. Today was a statement that they are absolutely still good enough, that you have to watch out for them, and that they can be one of the best teams in the league.
This is what we thought the matchup would look like in the preseason. NIP have been exceeding expectations all season long. 2-0 JDG last time. This time, JD Gaming get their revenge.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. I mean, really, you can talk all you want about the drafts, the setups, the scaling, whatever you want to talk about. This was an execution diff. This was a player diff. This was a gameplay diff. Whatever you want to classify this as. JDG were better here today. That's what I want to see. We saw the patience. We saw the composure. We saw the solo lanes really step up. This was a really, really encouraging performance for JDG. It's not just a 2-0 against a team that beat them earlier on. It's exactly the way they need to win in order for them to be more successful than they've been at the beginning of this split.
It's also, I mean, we'll see. There's an argument to be made for Junja as well, but it very well might also be Hongq tying Awesome in the player of the match standings, because what a night for Hongq. This guy, such a beautiful 2 games from him. The Rise, very close to being worthy of a player of the game. For game number 1, he was the one who set Xiaoshu up for such success. And then in this game number 2, a tremendous Aurora performance, doing exactly what he needed to in every fight, always able to navigate himself out of danger with that between worlds and pumping out the damage, finding the bot lane in that last fight, the final nail in the coffin.
I know I'm a bit of a Hongq defender. I know that there are some here on the LPL English team that don't feel quite as positively about Hongq as I do, but I think there has been a clear big 3 in terms of the mid laners this split. I think Knight, I think Cream has been great, and I think Hongq. I think they are the 3 that have really earned their spots as the 3 best mid laners right now in the LPL. Shanks is pretty close, but I would say that generally those are the 3 that have consistently been able to perform. Hongq might even be growing in terms of those standings. We just see this kid get better and better, game over game, get more comfortable, and really they're tapping into that. They are starting to actually use him as a focal point, something they didn't even really do in split number 1. It was a lot of attention on the top side. Junja was kind of the primary carry in the mid game. Hongq was on more of these facilitators. They're finally saying, hey, go pick Ryze, go pick Aurora, go burst people and carry games for us in the late game. And he's paying that back out in 100%.
Yeah, we talked about it before the series started, right? Feels crazy to say about somebody who's had so much success so fast in their career, but still room to learn, room to grow for Hongq here, who is only on his sophomore year of playing a professional League of Legends and upgrading to the LPL this year, a more competitive league, I think everybody would argue. And this is his first year in the league, and he's immediately taken it by storm, right? I agree. Completely in the top 3 conversation. Just finished top 2 in winter, and now here in spring, looking to be able to return to that form as he upgrades his record to 5-3.
I mean, what can you say? And I want to make it clear, it wasn't just Hongq here today. Another player that I really want to shout out is Xiaoshu on the top side. What a series from him. He had that awesome Mbessa game in game number 1, where obviously the Ryze really influenced that laning phase, got him into a really aggressive and positive spot, but he took over the late game there, and same thing happened on the Renekton. You can talk about the laning phase and the side laning not being perfect from Xiaoshu. Every team fight that he found himself in, he was a difference maker. He constantly was finding ways to be more useful than Hoya was on the other side, and if you have such a big diff in any lane, that's going to make a big impact on the game. And top was a real diff in this one. I mean, Xiaoshu was fantastic, and we've been waiting for him to really step up and become more consistent in the team fights. That's exactly what he did here today.
Yeah, really good game out of Xiaoshu as well. I mean, as we drew it up, right? Xiaoshu, Hongq, the solo lanes from JDG, higher in pedigree, better individual players, pretty much universally believed to be, at least. And last time, we're not able to flex that. We're not able to put themselves into a position to be able to carry through the game to make up for what was a very strong bot lane performance from NIP. This time, they were able to halt NIP from being able to get those kinds of advantages through the bot lane, and they were able to exert their dominance over through these solo lanes.
I mean, that's it, right? It's everyone playing well. We're talking so much about Hongq and about Xiaoshu. Gala has like a real argument for player of the game, I think, in game number 2. Like, yeah, we're going to look at these damage charts. I was going to say, before I even see them, I guarantee you we did most damage in the game. I was watching those fights, but they were walking up, and before they even got a chance to play, they were half health because of Gala's rockets, especially after Hextech Soul. I mean, this guy was pumping out damage. He was perfect in the later parts of those games. You can question the laning phase, and I think it's still reasonable to say that the 2v2 isn't quite there for Gala and Vampire in the way that you would want just yet. But Gala was so thoroughly outclassed the last time these two teams played. To see him step up and be relevant here in game number 2, pumping out damage, being great for poke, 30% of his team's damage, that's excellent.
Yeah, really, really great stuff there from Gala. I mean, that the penultimate dragon fight, right, felt like it was a lot on his shoulders. Like, he was able to stop that fight from even really starting with all of the rockets he was able to land prior to the fight really breaking out, applying the Muramana across the team, getting them onto that 3rd dragon, and then or getting them onto, being able to pick up the soul immediately afterwards. It was so really well played for Gala in those engagements. And then once you get the Hextech Soul, I mean, that really takes Corki all the way up to infinity, and he was able to execute on that fight after fight.
Awesome. Great. That's what you want to see out of JDG. And we have some concerns with NIP. I think that there is reasonably some doubt right now about, like, hey, you started off real good. What are you going to look like moving forward? This is a team that's coming off of a couple of losses, but they're to pretty darn good teams. I mean, losing to TES, that's not really that big of a deal. Losing to JDG, that's really not that big of a deal. You still have that win over BLG, and this is a team that I think has proven themselves to be better than the bottom teams right now. Certainly WE, but even a team like Weibo has struggled a lot more this split than a team like Ninjas in Pajamas. As bad as this result is, you're playing for confidence. This is a team that if they get top 4, that's a massive, performance above expectation. They're trying to get to a spot where if they finish 5th or 6th or 7th or anything like that, they're in a position where they feel good enough that they can guarantee win over a Group Nirvana team and get themselves into the playoffs and, of course, back into Group Ascent for summer.
Definitely, and so far still in a good position to be able to do so. Plenty of season left to play. We are only just cresting over the midway point for these teams, so plenty of gameplay left to be had. With that, we are going to throw it to another break here. Blockster and Mazel going to come through to take you through the rest of today's games. But it's been a pleasure, K-Man. It has been a great series, and we will see you all the next time the two of us are on. Stay tuned for the rest of the series today.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer. We've got Ice behind us. Huge shout out to the crew for the first series. It did not go to 3 like we all expected, but that means we get to this series faster, which you know is going to be a 3-gamer in my head at least. It's WE. It's Billy. It's the top versus the bottom. It's a team that has not won a single game that might just do it tonight, Bloxer.
It's really exciting, right? Every single WE match is now a really exciting matchup where you're like, hey, can they do it? There's no way they don't do it, right? They've got to pick up a win versus somebody somewhere at this point. And I think there's a kind of feeling, there's a split feeling in the crew at the moment between half of us who are like, it's going to come versus a Weber and IG, and half of us who are like, no, top esports or BLG, those are the guys who are going to drop this game. And I think we're in agreement that BLG, yeah, they're going to end up dropping this game here somehow.
What was the Chinese side's name for it? The name that wasn't said as like the circle of wins or circle of losses. I don't remember. It was hilarious. They just didn't want to say circle of suck. But anyways, let's go ahead and talk about the standings a little bit here. Sorry, not the standings. WE, the team that we are talking about in the standings, being 0-14 so far. This team, very interesting when it came together. Obviously, it's a little bit different now since we've had Tyrion play 2 series, which I think is super important to think about. But if you're thinking about WE, you're thinking about jungle playing towards bot lane, and that's just about it.
Yeah, very much so. When Monkey was in the team, he was kind of the driving force. And you think back to the beginning of last year, sort of the midpoint of last year as well, where WE had some really exciting moments. It was all about what Monkey could do, how aggressive he could play, what he could then do around his bot lane to really put this team ahead. It's really not been working out for them so far in this split, which is why Monkey took a step back, wanted to take a reset for himself, and why we ended up getting Tyrion in. And they are desperately trying to keep themselves afloat at the moment. And
they are, though.
They're not in Group Nirvana. You know, it could be worse.
That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. If you don't know, now you know. Being in Group Ascend gets you like double and a quarter of the more games than Group Nirvana. You have 1 round robin in Group Nirvana. Even if you're losing, there's more opportunities to try to hone yourself for WE. So they're definitely struggling. They're doggy paddling, but at least they aren't in Nirvana. That's all you got to hold on for WE. And we're going to have some clips that we're going to walk through for WE as well here and trying to take a look a little bit of what has maybe worked or what hasn't worked for them.
And it was all about the bot lane last time these two teams faced. This is just a bunch of different little clips from the last time these two teams faced. And what happened about the bot lane, it was much better for WE than it looked anywhere else, right? Cube is getting destroyed. Karis is barely getting anything done whatsoever. Kind of the theme of the entire split so far. But the bot lane has been exciting, has been interesting. They were finding moments. Now, part of it was that BLG were playing a little bit over-aggressive towards the bot side. You're going to notice a real theme here down on the bottom side, and it's just dives. Dives constantly. I mean, Jun, Viper on, they were looking to get really aggressive constantly, and the bout was really good at snapping them back, flashing forwards, getting aggressive, at least trading kills back and forth, and it meant that in a series, you know, that was 2-0 overall, that you expected to be heavily BLG favored, at least the first 5-7 minutes or so were actually pretty back and forth. There were kills going to each side. You were thinking, hey, maybe WE can build on that. The problem is that, yeah, the jungle's doing okay, the bot lane's doing okay, but the rest of the map is just collapsing in, and it's very hard at the moment to be able to overcome 2 solo lanes that just aren't getting anything done.
Yeah, it's just really tough. I mean, obviously League of Legends is a team game, and so not being able to kind of work with one left arm, one right arm, or things in between that is very difficult. But it's a huge task for a new jungler, a guy that's really trying to make his name known at least a little bit in Tyrion, and I want to see what he's able to do tonight against Xun. But on the other side, it is BLG, one of the titans, one of the 2, I guess, that we have them with top esports, but a titan nonetheless, and obviously coming off of the LPL's first international win in a while. It's been a little time since then. This team still looks dominant in most regards, but they did drop series to both NIP and top esports. And now that we're over that halfway line, now that we're starting to work into the latter half of the season, wins are more important than ever for this team.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the Group Ascend standings, it really does feel like Top Esports and BLG have really separated themselves out from the rest. But Top Esports, they look that little bit more secure. They've got a little bit of a calmer overall playstyle, and things are just going a little bit better for them, and that really did reflect in their series versus BLG, but then also in that BLG series versus NIP last week that they ended up losing 0-2. They had some leads, they had some good moments coming into the beginnings of those games, but they were throwing away in the mid game. They weren't team fighting particularly well. There were moments where Xun was getting over aggressive, Viper getting caught out a couple of times, Bin having some certified Bin moments, which, you know, you always expect from this guy. And the other thing, yeah, On, sometimes looking so good, especially with the Enchanters recently, and other times on some of the more aggressive engaged picks, but then also some of the weird picks, the fun picks, just not having a good time.
Yeah, it's always a classic here in the LPL and abroad, apparently. When we go international, a lot of people like to say it. But on and off, I think it's been a track record that's kind of made this real. I mean, the guy won a domestic title off of an 09 Bard performance one time. It just goes with the job. And I think, you know, we get to see these fluctuations, but the thing I'll give On is he's always trying things. He's always testing things. And that's why I love that he's at the top of the game in the LPL when it comes to supports. And while everything else can go to the side in terms of internationals, I think the respect has to be there for this guy. And he's been such a quintessential piece for BLG for many years now, and you want to see him keep cooking, I guess, in that support role here.
I mean, he's never not fun, right? That's the best thing about On, is whether he's playing well or playing badly, he's always fun, he's always trying to make things happen. And I've been particularly fascinated this split with how much he's still been playing these engaged supports, which almost everybody else has abandoned at this point. He's got a good couple of games on some of the Nautiluses, the Rakans, the Alistairs, things that people have really been moving away from in favor of just these heavy enchanter focuses down in the bottom side of the map, and they are actually making it work, which is really nice. It's one of the best bits about BLG, is that they've got that extra level of draft flexibility that a lot of these other teams don't have, because they've just abandoned any semblance of engaged support because they're not particularly good at the moment.
Yeah, it's been an interesting situation in the support role here, but let's go ahead and talk about a matchup that I'm really keen on for tonight, and it is the jungle matchup, of course. Tyrion and Xun. Be very curious to what at least Tyrion is able to do. Unfortunately, it sounds like our graphic did break, but we were going to talk about this jungle matchup being a place where, yes, Tyrion, this will be a third series, right? And trying to find some stable ground under him has not been necessarily the easiest thing. Early games are really interesting to me, and that's something that you really can get under the skin with against BLG with. And I'm curious how they try to use that here tonight, because I do think there's some building blocks here for WE, but it might just be a little bit too little too late. And on the other side, it's really a proving point for Xun. Like, I need to see BLG putting down these games, getting every win they possibly can in dominant fashion to gear up for what's going to be a trudge in the playoffs.
Anything but a very fast 25-minute win here for BLG is going to be scrutinized, because it's WE. You're not really expecting anything from this team, and when they do need to just stack all of these wins, secure themselves that top 4, hopefully that top spot for them if they really want that momentum going into the playoffs. Matchups like this, these are ones you can look beyond, not really think about too much, and end up falling behind in. And also, just looking at these stats that we were able to pull up finally right here, the kill participation one's very interesting. That's a first place kill participation for Tyrion. He's been a part of basically every single kill they've done, and it really does reflect in their playstyle and how much it is just all about the bot lane. Because when you look in at the kill participation further, Cube has the lowest kill participation of anybody in any major region whatsoever by almost 20%. So he is the entirety of this game, and that puts more pressure on Jun to shut down kind of the only flashpoint that you have available to you as WE. If as Jun you're able to get into Tyrion's jungle, make him uncomfortable, something Tyrion's actually been very vulnerable to. He's been heavy ganking, he's been quite aggressive, that's been really nice, especially for the bot lane, but he's not particularly good at timing it with also getting his camps. He's been losing a lot onto invades, and if Jun's able to get himself a 20-30 CS lead, as a few other junglers have been able to, there's very little that Tyrion can actually do at that point then to be far enough ahead, to have gotten his bot lane far enough ahead to then overcome that gap in the jungle.
And BLG's win percentage when ahead at 15 is 90%, so that's going to feel pretty good if you do find those leads. Big thing while we get the walkouts, love to see so much hype around WE as well, as I do think one of the biggest things that I need to see tonight, obviously for BLG's sake, is we did get to see the interview at least, or at least be translated, thankful to the community, talking about, you know, BLG needing to know when they are on the attacking side of the coin and that they need to be attacking, or if they're on the defending side of the coin and they need to be defending, and how sometimes that can get a little bit lost with this team, trying to figure out when not to attack, or when, you know, if they're trying to attack, they end up finding themselves on more of a defensive stance. So it's something I kind of want to keep an eye on here going into the night as well.
Really important,
and we do
it
have
really
Monkey
did reflect.
back.
We do have Monkey back in the game, which we didn't get confirmation of which way round it was going to be between these two, and it felt like Tyrion
I
was
don't
getting
find
some
much
stuff done.
difference.
No.
If you just a little shout out to the little moniker there when the head-to-head, there's not much difference, it feels like, for WE.
Because the problem isn't the jungle. I'm not actually sure that if you took a single jungler that you've got in any major region and put them on this team, you would be able to win, because it's not the jungle's fault, it's not the bot lane's fault, it's the fact that Cube and Karis just cannot win lanes and then cannot translate that pressure elsewhere. We're talking about a little bit behind the scenes before about how Cube has just been playing badly on Sion. It used to be his pick. It used to be the thing you could always rely on. Hey, everything else is going to be not great, but at least when you put him on Sion, you're going to be able to have an even lane state, and then he'll be useful during the team fights. And he hasn't been. He's got a horrible win rate on Sion. Obviously, they've got horrible win rates on everything. But when you look deeper into the stats, he's not getting any damage through. He's not participating in kills. He's not finding flanks. He's not around his jungler at any point. He's basically sitting in the top lane, getting caught on a rotation, and then respawning and doing it again. It's untenable for junglers, and it means that Monkey or Tyrion, whoever you put in there, is just put in such a horrible spot where you're losing top, you're losing mid, your bot lane's doing okay, but that's just not enough.
And now you've got to perform against BLG, who have had a bounce back, obviously, after a little bit of a troubling situation where they had lost a couple of games, but it's still a team that everyone holds in such high regard. And so going into the draft here, as we get a little bit closer, is there anything that you're kind of looking out for? I mean, obviously a little bit of jungle presence is an important factor between both of them, maybe getting Monkey something that he's comfortable with, but we will end up at least seeing the setup for WE having that first pick.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of roaming mid laners we end up having on our screens. Specifically the Ryze, something that BLG's just kind of been banning away. Knight hasn't really been wanting to play it, despite the fact he's excellent on it, and they've not felt particularly comfortable letting other teams pick up. And it's something I think Karis could be interesting on that, as well as the Talia, Galio, any of these heavy roaming champions, because you're not going to win this mid lane with Karis. That's just not the sort of player that he is, but if he can get involved elsewhere, that could be something for them to potentially try play around.
Okay, I like it. We're already in the first phase of picks here, but we did have the Orianna Azir Rumble banned by BLG. We had the Ambessa Gnar Varus banned by WE, and first pick of the Karma for WE.
Yeah, just taking the Karma straight up. It's been a really strong pickup, but BLG are not playing around, instantly slamming in onto their bot lane. And I think what they're going to be looking for is just some sort of full lockdown composition. Jin's been very comfortable at the moment on this Jarvan. It gives him high priority, and it gives him the opportunity to get into Monkey's jungle and also destabilize him.
I'm really appreciative of the Ezreal. Always love Viper's Ezreal, but it's also a takeaway from About. We get insta-locks on the other side. The Jhin is locked in for About, and we get the Scion from Cube, which you were telling me some stats that maybe we'll bring up a little bit later that are interesting with that one.
Yeah, I mean, It's not been good, we can tell you that. But we'll see what he's going to be able to do with it. Obviously, you're going to have Bin with counterpick coming on through, and BLG, who have already set themselves up for a really solid composition. You've got yourself a bot lane that's very safe, that can take it to the opponents, but more than that, this is going to unlock On to go across the rest of the map. Of course, in our graphic earlier about On and Off, he had the Bard on both sides of it, so, you know, a little bit of a coin toss with this champion, but overall, been incredibly solid on it. For WE, right now they've got a composition that's heavily focused on the poke coming through, and then looking for those big team fights where Cube finds a flank, knocks people up, makes it happen. I wouldn't rely on that for your game plan, and so for Monkey, you still need yourself a heavy engage kind of AD, kind of jungler. I like that they're banning away the Vi. I also wouldn't mind seeing something like the Xin Zhao banned away, because that's been something Monkey played a lot of previously, and he was finding some decent success on it.
Couple of peculiar bans, or at least particular bans here, as we do see some carry potential taken away from Bin with that Gwen ban. I want to see if BLG are going to continue focusing on to Monkey's champion pool. Maybe take away his Wukong. No, that's a comfort for him, but it will be the Rise focus towards Karis.
Yeah, I mean, taking that one away once again, BLG, they really have not felt comfortable with allowing that champion to go on over, taking it off of the board basically every single time, and only one game on it from Knight, which is a lot less than the average play rate of our other mid laners at the moment. We'll kind of keep tracking that one through the rest of this year, because if they just don't feel comfortable to play it, that's a pretty big gap in their overall playstyle, and an interesting one. Again, Knight used to be pretty good on this. The final ban will be that Jace coming off of the board, so again, just trying to take some of that aggressive pick away from BLG, but Bin, he's got such a wide champion pool, there's still plenty he's going to be comfortable on. I mean, in every situation, you do wonder if he's going over towards his Yorick.
Oh no. That'd be funny. It'd be funny. Played it one time. Also, that split pushing would be really interesting. Right now, I just like that BLG have given themselves a lot of options for engage and disengage. And it looks like that might continue to be the case here if we do end up getting at least some more concentric stuff around a team fight piece for BLG. It's going to be the Vayne locked in against the Scion here. So Bin has dropped the gauntlet and is going to be dropping his second ADC top lane of the split so far.
I mean, I love it right here, right? If you are thinking there's nothing really that Cube can do into me, he's not going to be better than me in any situation, you might as well take the fight to him fully. And now for WE, you really need to get somewhere else to play around, because your Sion's not going to be good. Might not have been good anyway. I would really like to see the Twisted Fate locked in. It gives you that heavy roaming. They're instead going to go more towards the pick potential of the Ahri. I mean, anytime you've got Ahri Jhin, right, if you can pull somebody out with that charm, you can blow them up pretty quickly. That can be a decent combo. But again, this is a very risky kind of composition out of WE, where falling behind on it early kind of puts you straight out of this one, and I just don't know how much I trust the combo between Karis and Monkey right here with this Ahri Pantheon to really get things going during that sort of level 6 to level 10 window.
He's going to go with the Xin Zhao, so something a little bit more stable, something that still gives you skirmish potential, right? But it does give you a lot more team play and a lot more utility during those fights with the Crescent Guard. We'll see what BLG have been saving for the very last and what Knight will be rocking here in game number 1.
I mean, I would like the LeBlanc here, actually. I think this is the sort of game where you can just play something a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more interesting. I think the Annie makes far more sense overall for the composition, has itself a far more stable matchup into the Ahri as well. But hey, it would have been fun to have seen something crazy, but I guess we don't need anything more fun than that Vayne top lane for Bin.
That's what I'm talking about. We got Bin on Vayne. I am all here for it. We've been wondering, when these solo lanes are really gonna, step up to the plate that they've assigned themselves, and we've seen some great moments from Bin and Knight, but the Varus was one thing, the Vayne is another. Summoning the spirit of Uzi, Bin is gonna be trying to do against Cube today.
And let's see what he can do, because as we've been talking about, right, Cube has been bad on everything, we will have to be honest here, but specifically bad on the Scion as a lane matchup that he's usually been very good at. A champion that during the woes of WE, during the end of last split, he was still good on. Everything else was pretty bad, but hey, the Scion was 4-0. He was able to pick up wins on this. You could rely on at least getting a game win on that champion. That has not been the case so far, so I think Bin in this matchup is going to be majorly unlocked, and it is potentially going to draw some focus from these junglers up towards the top side, which is interesting because we really expected both of these junglers just to focus on the bot lane, and I think if you do get drawn into the top side for WE, you are moving away from a lane you could have any impact on in the bot side towards somewhere that you're at least just trying to stem the bleeding from.
Well, it is Bin's third vein of his career competitively, and it's another opportunity for WE to finally find a game win. It has been a long and arduous road for WE so far, and they aren't even close to being done yet. And they have now officially crossed the halfway point. Can they get it done now? BLG versus WE, game number 1. We find ourselves in Xi'an, WE's home arena. That's where I got to go in 2023 summer. Good time.
So awesome. And I love that they've still got people cheering and chanting for them, right? As much as, yes, it is home arena advance, so you would expect so. Still having fans pouring it out, enjoying watching the games, even if it's been a bit rough. Really what the players need to hopefully elevate themselves and, you know, maybe make us right in thinking that if there's ever a game for WE to win, it's versus a BLG who potentially look beyond them, don't think that they need to play them with as much respect.
It's really hot in Xi'an, by the way. Like, especially in summer. Oh my god. It was ridiculously
Is it a humid
hot.
heat?
Yes. Extremely humid. Like, I literally would step outside after like fresh shower 1 second. And I'm just, all the clothes are just completely drenched from humidity. It's crazy. But we'll see, you know, if WE can maybe work a little bit of that heat magic and take away BLG's strength. I don't know. We're trying to make something out of nothing here. It is going to be the opposite side starts for, or at least same side starts for both junglers. But I do wonder if we get any early shenaniganery in the pathing here, as we do see Monkey wrapping around. He wants to go punish Bin. Oh, Bin took the bait. Bin took the bait. The biggest bait that was just laying out there. Bin took it. He gobbled it up, and now he's got a hook in his mouth. Gonna have to flash. Gets flashed on immediately, and he's just gonna go down. Giga Bin for what? It's Cube online.
There we go. Exactly what you're talking about, right? With the early shenanigans through pathing. I love that from Monkey, recognizing that Bin is always going to be playing too aggressive into Cube. And this is what we were talking about with lack of respect. Now Jun trying to make something happen down on the bottom side, and Erha and About have stuck around a little bit too long potentially. Should be able to walk this one out.
Oh, tries to go for the flash. He gets hit by it anyways, and the knockup. They actually get the playback. That is insanity. BLG strike on the bot lane.
Okay, there we go right here from BLG, recognizing, hey, if Monkey's up top side, then there's no problems down on the bottom side of the map, and Erha as well, taking an extra chunk of damage straight up. What's particularly worrying about that play right there for WE is that you're now going to lose your flash onto the Jhin. This makes this bot lane eminently regankable for BLG, and if Jhin just wants to sort of camp down on the bottom side of the map, you are removing that power lane from WE.
Shout out to WE there. I know it was off the back of a gank that did not go their way, but really cool to see an org that has been around since 2011 in the LPL scene, has reached 1,200 games played in the LPL, number 2 on the list. Really cool to see for WE, even though it's been trying times. The organization still stands strong after over a decade, which is incredible nonetheless. But yeah, we'll check back in on the stats of things right now, because Shun is trying to go for a play on a Monkey's jungle. He's feeling pretty good right now.
Monkey knows something's up. He's not confident stepping out.
Monkey's on vision here. Arha is going to be over here. Karis moving as well. The charm does connect on On. On's in some trouble here. On's just going to get bursted down. Arha gets the kill, but Knight is here to try to clean up some kills on a Monkey. He will get one back. So far, it's been 2 trades, 1 for 1 each time.
Yeah, but Erha picking up that kill, really not going to bring you as much as you would have overall wanted. WE at least capitalizing onto the fact that On stepping a little bit too far forwards, and this is what we're talking about, right, with his Bard. He does play it quite aggressively, and the Bard overall, a very squishy champion. You need to be careful to not step up a little bit too close. He's lucky that that kill doesn't go over to a key member, unlike for BLG, who are able to get a kill into Knight, a kill into Jun. These 2 key players feeling good already.
Pretty nice to see as well. Also, Knight racked up his 1,200th kill with Bin. Nice combo. I mean, it's a combo that's probably going to go down in history.
Oh yeah.
At least for the LPL. These guys have just been running things on BLG now for seemingly years. And now we're going to see Knight almost run Karis into an early grave in the mid lane under his own tower. Didn't even care about hitting the plates. Didn't even care about getting the crystalline, because he just can potentially kill Karis and force his TP now.
Oh, but the top lane again. Bin, not again.
Oh, and he has no flash. Does have exhaust coming up, but it's not nearly going to be in time. It's going to be a nice little dash, but through the shadows, Monkey will find you nonetheless. And another kill onto the top laner, BLG 0-2 now for Bin. But again, we find another rebuttal, another trade.
Oh,
it's not
wait,
going to go
lives.
through this time.
No,
The shots from the turret are doing so much work here. Shun cannot finish about, doesn't have the distance covered, and Arha gets out with a flash. Finally, we get a non-traded kill, and it's in favor of WE.
And there we go, Karis as well, rotating his way down, a couple of low health bars, making this look like a potentially juicy
Karis
engage.
wants it. Got 2 more charges. He could go for it. Goes for the
he lands
flash
it.
charm. Goes for the kill on a Viper. Viper's barrier's not enough. He misses the Mystic shot and he goes down. Really nice pickup play from Karis. And now WE, they find themselves a couple more kills that BLG were not able to respond to. And they're going to start up the Dragon.
And hey, what do we say for keys to victory right here for WE? Have Monkey be aggressive, that's working so far, and then Karis on a roaming champion, able to get involved down on the bottom side of the map. Here we go, we're getting a couple of these big moments coming through for WE, and this is an early game going in their favor, with BLG being as good as they are when they have an early lead at transitioning that into late game victories. Just putting them behind, putting them in an uncomfortable position is really nice, and this is far more aggression out of WE working out for them than I feel like we've seen throughout the whole rest of their games.
This is the kind of proactivity I love to see from WE. The biggest thing is, can they transition this into a complete performance? I mean, that's always been the case. Even though W doesn't find leads often, sometimes their early games do go well, but it's about fully completing that cycle.
Yeah,
We do have Shun going for another invade here, another objective coming up in 30 seconds with the Grubs. BLG putting full presence in the mid lane.
yes they are, and there's not really anything you could do at this point. The wave clear just not going to be strong enough out of an Ari right now to be able to do too much. You've still got Bin pushing in the top lane. He doesn't care that he's been caught out a couple different times, and he doesn't have that much vision around the top side. He's going to keep pushing exactly what you expect out of the vein into Sion matchup, but it does mean that BLG, they know exactly where their opponents are at. They can play quite aggressively through onto the mid lane if they want to, and here's the flank.
Oh, the flash play onto Arha. He's not going to go down just yet. Shun waiting for a combo over, goes for the Cataclysm, and dunk goes Arha through the hoop.
Okay, back and forth a little bit. BLG finding another couple of kills. They will also be able to push themselves back up into the top side of the map, you have to imagine, and grab these grubs without too much fight. Still, bot lane camps to clear at the moment for Jun, so this is going to be delayed a little bit. And WE, again, showing us that they know how to play around this bottom side of the map, and they can find a couple of ganks off of Monkey, but when it comes to these skirmishes, when it comes to actually joining up with a couple extra members of the team, it feels like the communication kind of just breaks down for WE. There's no look for Cube at any point to try rotate down to that play, despite the fact he's got himself the ultimate up and available, and you're kind of just leaving Urha out to dry. He ends up getting taken down, and it just snaps any momentum you did have kind of in half.
Oh no, Bin. He's going to get ran down again.
He has
Oh my
subs.
goodness, no way. He does have subs, he does have the exhaust, he's going to pop ult, he's going to try to dash away, but it's not enough. Another flash comes through and Monkey gets the kill again.
This has been gameplay right here, picking himself up the vein, deciding, no, I can win this lane matchup, and he has been, right? He's been ahead in this lane matchup, has been able to get himself a little bit of a CS lead as well, but it just doesn't matter if you keep falling down to these ganks.
Okay, they're just going to go for a play here.
Good
Shun
luck.
just goes in. He does get the smite bite, but the Crescent Guard comes out now. Monkey's blocking so much damage, and Shun just dies to Karis, who now gets the resets on the Spirit Rush. They could go for these grubs. There's no jungler on the other side.
I mean, On stepping up right here and trying to get aggressive, but, I mean, there's no way you let him bully you away from this one, right? Surely.
Dude, I want to see Danny's reaction cam. I need to see it. I need to see what his reaction was to Shun going into a 1v3 to get a scuttle.
Yep.
He did
Yep.
smite it. I will give him that.
And hey, maybe that extra little bit of vision and speed up from that Scuttle Crab going down is how they were able to stop the members of WE from being able to pick themselves up these grubs, because they are now going to lose out onto these grubs. The reset comes through from Monkey. He's sprinting back into his topside jungle, despite not having too many camps there. He is potentially looking to engage, but you've got no mid lane support. Your top lane is getting pushed in once again. He's just going to have to clear camps and head down towards the bottom side of the map. Minute 30 until the next objective is going to spawn. It would be a second Drake for WE if they could grab it, and are already beginning to set up a little bit of vision for this potential play, because if they can do the same again, if BLG get overly aggressive again and WE keep capitalizing, this game could slowly slip out of favor.
It could. It's still just crazy to me that BLG were able to get the grubs after all of that. So, you know, honestly, Danny, probably not that mad. We are getting close to that setup, though. We are getting those first items completed. First of all, obviously, the Sundered Skies have been completed for the junglers on opposing sides. Big thing, though, is Boots' early completions for both carries here, at least for WE for now, about having completed his Swifties. Merc Treads there for Karis ahead of this dragon fight, if it's going to be one. And it looks like WE want to pick up something here.
Yeah, I mean, it really does leave you with a little bit of a dearth of actual damage, but it gives you that extra level of rotation, potential for picks as well, especially on the boots on Karis, so it may well work out for them, but it means in a straight-up brawl that we've been seeing a couple of times between these two teams, BLG will just be at a slight advantage for themselves. For right now, WE establishing a little bit of control around the bot side of the map. Karis has already started roaming down towards the bottom lane as well, with 10 seconds to go until the Drake spawns. We're getting resets out of both mid and jungle for BLG, so they're going to be in a really strong spot to fight.
Yeah, and Malignance is there as well for Knight. Ooh, little catch out though on. And a magical journey his way out of there, though. He should be just fine. Chun is in the river there, getting a little bit of vision control, getting a little bit of presence control. Ben's going to be stuck up in that top side for a while. Cube does have TP. We'll have to get away from Ben as Dragon does get started by WE here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a little bit of a flank-ish from Viper heading up from the bottom side of the map, but there's no real way he can force his way into this one, and it is just going to have to be conceded by BLG, giving that second Drake over to WE. Drake stacking something they can potentially try to play around, and something they've not been very good at throughout the whole rest of this split. They've not had good objective control. A lot of that has stemmed from the fact they've not had any real priority around the mid or the top lane. In fact, I think we were looking earlier, and they hadn't picked themselves up a single Baron so far in this entire split.
Yeah, that's tough. Not a single, not even stolen away, nothing. Nope. Not a Baron to be had. And they've played now 15 games of League of Legends, but there's still a possibility they could get a Baron this game.
They could. They could. And it's been good so far, right? They're down by about 600 gold. A lot of that's coming from the fact that, yes, as much as you were picking up a couple of kills up in the top side of the map, everywhere else has been going quite well for BLG. They've been able to grab a couple of kills. They've also got some decent little CS leads coming through. Mid lane specifically, Knight is just farming a lot better on having to, again, magical journey away. He's being very annoying to WE at the moment, playing on the very edge. I do worry at some point he's going to get himself a bit caught out and cost his team a fight, though.
Might be, but luckily when you look back at his team, they are steadily showing that prowess across the board, obviously getting some CS differentials everywhere, even the 0-3 Ben Vayne top lane.
Yep.
And that's where you see this small gold advantage, where BLG are just always in the thick of things here. And first items coming up across the table here. And I do like some of the idea of BLG, playing towards their defensive windows, like we were talking about, playing reserve, not forcing their fight over that last dragon as well, because I do feel like they have a lot of scaling going on for their comp.
Yeah, very much so. There's a lot of that you can just play around as we get later on into the game. There's no need to be over-aggressing early on, and it really does then put the onus on your opponents to try get themselves ahead of you, accelerate themselves beyond the point at which you're going to be strong enough to play in the game, and it's potentially something to try to play around. I just find it very tricky to really put too much to WE, even with this small early advantages that they've been able to find for themselves. Potentially catching Jun here should just be able to jump away, just because they've not shown us any real ability to play these mid-game fights.
On was playing around on the top side as well there. Won't find much. Ooh, if that wind becomes lightning, maybe a follow-through comes through from Monkey. I just love that they're bringing this Zins out Karma all over the map.
Yep.
As a Tempered Fate goes a little bit wide there from On, unfortunately, but he'll be fishing forever with those. And we have had those readaptations of lane assignments. with the 80s coming towards mid, as Rift Herald is the play right now for WE, and this would be a continuation of some neutral objective control that they've shown so far in this game.
Yeah, because as much as you can get a lot of push going on into this Scion in pretty much any lane matchup, not going to be the same once we get out of those specific early lanes, and you've just got a lot of control for WE when they were able to get themselves this mid lane push. Still, that has now gone away. Bin can now rotate down as well. It's going to require the TP in from Cube to give him some extra body blocking, and we're going to get a straight up 5v5 skirmish right here.
Knight does not have TP. He's walking here, so if they want to play this, they're going to have to wait, but Shun is on ward. They can see whatever entrance he wants. On thinking about going in. That's a 5-man stack onto Shun. Shun is tanking a decent amount, but he immediately is going to be trying to find that exit strategy, and he does find it. No way Shun just survived. It is Bin, it is Knight, it is BLG thrusting themselves at WE and taking the fight. They got the Rift Herald, they got the kills, and now when you looked just a moment ago, it was 1,000 gold lead. Let's go ahead and crank that up to 3K now for Billy Gaming.
There we go, BLG just exploding onto the Rift right there, and it's over-aggression out of WE. They really forced their hand, thinking that they could fight from a very condensed position, and just allowed themselves to be flashed upon. I too am surprised that Jun is able to survive this one. On as well, flashing over this wall on the backside, sorry, blast coning I think, over this wall into the backside of this fight, and just going straight on in. Yeah, here he goes as well, straight over the wall, flashing forwards, Jun as well. By all rights, you are putting yourself into the meat grinder right here for WE, but BLG, they just play this one right on the very edge, and it's the fact that as WE, you never get to turn and burn onto one target. Everybody's split up, everybody's hitting onto different members. You're not just pumping your damage into one person, and about getting taken out at the very start of that team fight really just ruins any hope for WE of making it work.
That is a tough place to be in, because now you look at the scoreboard and you're like, damn, Knight has 3 kills? He's got 2 items?
Yep.
That's terrifying, because now you can just point blank Annie stun somebody and probably 100 to 0 them. So WE need to figure out what goes on next. There is another dragon on the table. It could be a 3rd dragon for them, but they've lost a lot of their fighting strength now.
Yes. Yeah, they haven't. That's the other problem, right? With BLG's composition, one item spike is real for them. The Sun Sky coming through for Jun gives him a ton of extra survivability. Malignant's obviously great on the Annie, but more than that, it's the Trinity Force coming through for Viper means he can step up, he can really start pumping that damage, and has to play with a lot less fear than he was prior to getting that first item. And BLG exploding onto the map as they did, getting these leads in every single lane, means WE, they were playing with a lot of confidence beforehand, but they're going to have to really temper that through a little bit. And again, how do you really find a way into the backline without just throwing Monkey and Karis at the backline? And in this situation, I don't know that they survive that play.
You can see a little bit of the hesitance around this dragon setup as Knight goes and answers Karis in the side lane. Monkey actually starts it up. It is the first of the Hextech dragons. There's way more bodies down here as TP does come through. Knight saving his. Okay, he'll come in on the back end of the fight, but we're just going to go for round 4 at this point. Charm misses from Karis. Tempered Fate also misses. Viper goes forward. Karis is the focus right now for BLG, and now it's going to be turned right on to Shun. The curtain call has been called, and it's going to find On with the 3rd shot, missing the 4th shot, but Arha also gets traded down, and BLG all of a sudden swarm like sharks, get the dragon, and take down yet another fight against WE.
About at least landing a couple of those shots, but the curtain call with Hexophix just not doing that much damage at this point, only picking up the support for BLG. And then the second that you've lost all of that engage, all of that big burst damage for WE, BLG, they just turn around, Jun pops that ulti through, Cataclysm on top of the opponents, and there's really nothing that you can do from this one. And it looked so hopeful early on, didn't it, Mezo? It looked like, hey, WE, they're fighting back, they're finding a couple of kills, but they spend so much time trying to get kills into the top lane. And Cube just never pays this one back. Look at him in this game. He manages to hit onto On, but that's the support. That's not that key member. He doesn't actually get into the backline, really. And then ends up just getting turned and burned.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you're facing a double 80 comp and you are having to deal with the front line, as we see that happening yet again. Knight gets his 4th kill, 5th kill of the game there. Shun gonna give his life over for this one. Still some decent healing from the Sundered Sky. He almost survived that one. Goes the other way with the Flagon Dragon, does end up going down. But that's a lovely sacrifice that BLG will gladly take. 6,000 gold in the lead, and Knight and Bin, they're having themselves a day so far.
Yep, that's the thing, right? As much as Bin was getting pushed around during the early laning phase, Bin doesn't care. He's now going to get as aggressive as possible. Karis instantly
Just 2
popping
kills,
ult.
he's up by like
Has to just run
1.7k.
Yep,
No big
Cube now
deal.
also going to die up on the top side of the map. No way he
Oh,
survives this.
man.
Knight does more than enough damage to take him out.
Well, that's a 6th kill for Knight. As his Annie starting to become a little bit of a force to be reckoned with, as On does not get sniped during his magical journey. He'll be able to complete that journey. And something I want to talk about here is BLG getting a little bit further ahead and a little bit unmanageable by WE. Is how are we feeling on the check-in of the attacking when we're supposed to be attacking and defending when we're supposed to be defending motto that BLG is trying to take on here?
I think if we ignore what was happening in the top lane, it's looked pretty good. They've gone.
We
and
ignore
found a lot
Shun
of
going into
good
1v3 for a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah. Hang on, Monkey at least
Should be
pop back
okay.
Vision Guard and get away.
Oh, Viper's
Oh,
feeling
wait.
himself. Oh, doesn't get him in the end. Did have the
I
rest of the team coming up behind him, but Viper is styling now.
More mana and your Trinity Force at this point. Viper is just ripping heads off of his opponents. And yeah, I mean, I think this hasn't been the best game from them overall, right? Because you can't just ignore the top lane plays where every single time you were seeing Bin step a little bit too far up and die. Yeah, it hasn't cost them versus WE, but you know, WE, they're not the best team that we have here in the LPL, and playing overly aggressive and dying a lot is how BLG ended up losing versus Top Easters, ended up losing versus NIP. So they haven't been able to plaster over all of those problems quite yet. I don't know that it's going to punish them so far in this game, and I think once we got past the first 8 or 9 minutes of the game, things stabilized out a lot more for BLG, and they are now playing around their objectives very well, finding good flanks, finding good picks, and at this point it really does feel like there's not a whole lot that WE can do.
Yeah, the comp is just not functioning the way it needs to, and again, you're facing a double ADC comp. It is so hard when you don't have any lead or any at least priority on getting to those squishier carries.
Yep.
And now it's getting so far ahead that Knight's on 10 stacks on his Magi's, working on his 4th item. That's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Knight has been playing an incredible split so far, probably working his way towards another league MVP if he keeps this pace up or even manages to accelerate it even
It's him or
further.
TN so far, one of the
Yeah.
two.
Very much. Now, he might be caught out right here. So far hasn't died, but with 4
Caster,
members of
curse.
WE collapsing.
He's going to pop Tibbers there. TP's coming in, but he's dead. That's a hell of a caster curse there, and guess who else is going to die? It's going to be Ben. So they joined each other in 1,200 kills together, and they will also join each other in a double death.
Yeah, Grey Screen Simulator coming on through right here for those two, and it's actually going to respond with a Baron as well. WE trying desperately to pick this one up. Now, about having to flash over a wall to try to get away. Viper's dead!
God! BLG are losing their minds. That is insane. Viper just went for that. That is crazy. As that's a Baron for WE.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at this point, right, you've got On and Jun available, so you do have a smite. Urha is very low.
Come on,
Jun going
WE.
over. I mean, he's about. There's no way this gets stolen away. Surely this is the
he's
first
gonna
Baron.
go in. They're going to turn. They're going to go on. They're going to be patient. They're going to play this safe. Shun holding, waiting, but they know they don't want to take the fight. Charm
the
does
Charm.
connect. And Shun going in the pit. It's
Wait,
not going to be
wait.
enough. No way. Okay, it is going to be going the way of WE. They were able to secure it. They got 4 Baron buffs out, and Shun dies.
That was a painful watch for a second there. Really did think that WE were
Terrifying.
going to end up having that one stolen away, but BLG, they were up by about 7,000 gold now, had that lead cut down below half, and a WE that were able to grab themselves those first couple of Drakes can also now come back out on the map and potentially play for this next Hextech Drake as well. With the Baron buff in inventory, let's see what WE are able to do. So far they haven't cracked a single outer tower, so lots of standing gold available, and this could potentially be the way that you get back into this game.
Just looking at how Knight was positioned here, just fully surrounded by wards and vision. Don't know why Ben came in, but he didn't. He did anyways. Oh, we don't get a chance. Shun smites it away. Monkey going too early on the smite. It'll be the Dragon going the way of BLG. Now Bin's trying to chase down Arha, but just gets fully focused down. BLG are playing like chickens with their heads cut off. They're so split. They're playing on multi-different facets, but Knight still shines the most. He's able to take down a semi-solo kill on the side of the fight. So he's going to be running away now. BLG lost a lot, but they did gain a Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, what are you doing right here, BLG? Why are they playing like this? All they needed to do was play a little bit slower, a little bit calmer. Instead, Knight going in. Okay, sure. Yeah, why not?
Viper that gets the kill. Now a Cataclysm coming in. That's going to be a big crescent guard, but they're just going to move in and clear out. Knight is just running at people, and that's incredible to watch. His Annie just grow monstrous across this LPL split. He has been insane on the pick, and it continues here, where he's 9-1 in this first game.
And I thought that one was going to cost them quite a lot. Of WE picking themselves up the Baron looked like they were going to grab themselves Soul Point as well, but WE, their setup around objectives has just not been good. And Knight making up for his mistake big time, picking up some huge kills right here. And we'll have a look back at what happened, because we jumped into this replay a little bit late. I mean, the Temper Fate completely misses, and Jun also misses the smite, I think. He just grabs that by hitting it with an auto attack, but over on the flank side of it, being, hey, I respect the attempt, but I respect trying, and it at least splits the members of WE up enough that Knight's able to just, yeah, there's nothing you can do as about in this situation. Knight is so strong right here on the Annie.
It's so tough because you can just see how much burst that combo does with the Tibbers, but not only that, in that fight afterwards, just kind of using the flash with the AoE flamethrower to take him down. Really nicely done from Knight, picking apart the moments, and a tier 2 tower on the top side is now going to fall over, as I do believe our HUD has broken, but nonetheless, it's still now about a 7,000 gold lead for BLG, which goes right back to where they were. So I guess no harm, no foul, maybe? Is Danny upset? Maybe.
Probably. You would expect, right? You really don't want to be throwing anything away versus WE. WE, one of those teams that you expect
Oh, they got the Viper on a flank. What the hell? Oh my god, that's some rat behavior if I ever seen it. Viper just flanked 3 people in mid. That's an Ezreal. Oh my god. All right, BLG are cleaning house here in this game. They're looking to try to take down this mid lane, maybe open up some inhibs here, but it's going to be a bit hard. Does seem like they're playing with their food a little bit.
There's a negative thousands and thousands of gold Baron right there. I mean, you go into that Baron having picked up no outer towers, you end that Baron losing out onto your mid lane inhibitor. I mean, this has been crazy bad out of WE, and I mean, BLG, they're not even looking to stop. They want to end it right here.
Oh, they got the stun on a cube. Dude, I'm still just mind blown by Viper's flank on Ezreal. I kind of dig it. That's the kind of ADC play I'm here for.
Look, we had a real question coming into today of whether or not BLG were going to disrespect WE and look past them and give over a game. Now, they definitely disrespected them, but I think that it just doesn't matter at this point. Cube teleport coming on in. Knight teleporting back away as well, knowing that he doesn't want to stick around too long. And if we're talking about disrespect, right? Vayne top. Flanks from your ADC. All of that. Yeah. And it just has not cost them too much at this point. It's been a messier game than you'd expect overall, but it's never really felt like WE were in control.
And Knight has 4 items now with 20 stacks on his Magi's and a Rabadon. So, yeah, he's almost at 600 AP right now. No big deal. Looking like he's going to be working on a Void Staff next as well. So that's going to be even more of a detriment to WE. And I guess at this point, I'm just wondering what WE has left in the tank, because I will say, you know, some of these picks are going to be some cream of the crop in terms of the local meta. But it feels bad not to have that that continuation of the early game that had started to look so good for WE continue on into that mid game, which we always know is a troubling part of WE's history so far this split.
I mean, their ability to play through these mid-game skirmishes has been really quite bad, and now Cube potentially going to get caught as well. Good. Stop.
Run, Cube, run.
He does at least flash away.
Yeah. Hey, not, you know, he's alive. It's one of the things. Oh my god, I just realized Bin is at over about Chovy status right now on Vayne.
Yeah.
I guess so is Viper. Honestly, at this point, let's just see who wins in the ADC farm off. Is it gonna be?
It's gonna be Bin.
You think
It's
so?
gonna be.
Wow,
You know
no
it's gonna be
faith.
Bin.
No
After a
faith,
terrible early
bro.
game, you know it's gonna be Bin. Right now, will Bin step up into this bush of death? Because Bin in the first 5 minutes of this game absolutely would have stepped into that brush, but he decides that there's no real point in stepping up any further forwards, and BLG will continue to live on right here. Karius as well gonna get tagged through with that ulti, so just gonna have to turn tail and run. And with the next Baron up and available, WE weren't able to get anything from theirs. BLG looking to do something a little bit different with their potential pick.
And I know going into this, we were talking about how clean we wanted to see BLG capitalize on this series, because I think it's a big one for them to continue kind of solidifying themselves in that upper echelon. And this is looking like a semi-clean performance there, but also just going to call it out, a little bit of disrespect I feel like we've gotten from BLG against WE, and that has been a hallmark from this BLG team for many years. And it's also come back to bite them occasionally. I'm not saying it's going to do it right now, but still something to think about as time goes on. Now, just sub about a 10,000 gold lead for BLG as they baited out the Baron start. Probably going to try to finish it off here very soon, but just wanted to see what they could get out of WE here in this little lull period.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are asleep at the wheel here as WE and BLG can just steal that one away, that will be really nice. Jun gonna get forced away from his reset. And now WE, they're beginning to get themselves a little bit of control around the mid lane. They've not really got control over any of the side lanes, but they clearly don't care. Just gonna meet up as 5 people and try to push on forwards.
Ooh.
Charm lands onto Viper.
The Viper just eat forward in front of 5 people and gets charmed for it. Shun, he's gonna lose his GA. BLG. Again, disrespecting a little bit of the setup here as Shun does get away. He is a Jarvan after all. Does lose his GA that he just was able to pick up too. And now BLG need to be a little bit careful of this meatball that's running around for WE.
Yeah. I mean, now at this point, you're in a really strong spot to be able to keep pushing on forwards. And I think Viper had to flash away from the Tempered Freight from on during that play as well, so really a little bit of miscommunication coming through from the BLG members, but you can see Knight constantly hunting on a flank, looking to see if he can get a little bit of a flank around his opponents, try to catch one of those squishier members out. For WE, it doesn't really turn into anything too much. Now we're going to see resets coming on through and teams looking to play around the bottom side of the map. For BLG, grabbing yourself this Hextech Soul would be massive. That would be a huge boon to their ability to fight out these plays. And with some control being established around the bot side of the map and mid lane control as well, potentially they could start this one up as it spawns through.
You know when dogs hear something that's like odd to them and they like tilt their head? I'm kind of doing that with Bin's build here because I'm just curious. I'm kind of here for it. I'm down for the Essence Reaver. I'm down for the Fiend Hunter bolts. I'm kind of here for when he ults to see what happens, because that's a lot of steroids going into an ultimate from him that has not necessarily paid off like a million times, but now he's also got the Mercurial Scimitar.
Yeah, I do like it because, I mean, hey, you are just about ulting and sprinting your opponents at this point, right? If you die, really not the end of the world as long as you've done a boatload of damage first. And Monkey getting caught out here is not good.
Hit somebody. Crescent Guard comes out, but they're going to try to get... They just can't do it. The damage isn't going through. Monkey flashing away. Gets cataclysmed. The GAs are going to be popping here left and right. Got zombie mode going, but Bin is now starting to run away. And he did ultimate, and now we get to see the fruits of his labor. Everything activating in his item window, and BLG activating in this series. It's a 1-0 easy start to this best of 3.
You asked about that Bin build right there. Well, that's what it's for. Press ulti, sprint at your opponents, and win the game. BLG, they made it a little bit harder than they overall needed to, most likely, right? There were a couple of really weird moments. Bin himself dying 3 times to the same gank early on. But honestly, a little part of me, Mazel, feels like it's bait here, because we established the fact that, hey, if you're going to win through anywhere, it was going to be around that bottom side, and the fact that Monkey spent all of his time repeat ganking Bin in the top lane didn't actually help Cube. Cube was still down by a bunch of CS, didn't actually put Bin behind. Bin was still able to get his items going and get onto the map, and then it meant that you didn't have any of that play around about an Arha, so they never really got ahead either. As much as those early kills looked good for WE, they didn't really translate into any real effective gold later on.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in, and let's be real, it's the place that WE has been for a lot of this split, which is you feel for the players. Obviously, the roster swap coming in here today, trying to make something work against one of the best teams is always difficult because I feel like you don't get a fair kind of results off of it. Trying to figure out if this is going to work better or not, but whatever that happened in game number 1 did not work. So you do wonder what they try to return to the drawing board with. But honestly, I want to see Danny slapping the boys on the wrist a little bit. Like what the heck? What was that, guys? Like a couple of those mid-game plays, a couple of those early game plays going a little bit tough when you really want to try to secure clean wins here. You're trying to keep up, obviously, with the top 4. Top 4 is very important here in this split, at least in Group Ascend, but also, trying to keep some of that prestige going in that fight with top esports for the top 2 places.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Versus a WE, you can make almost every single mistake under the sun, and there's not really anything that WE can actually do to get themselves wins. I mean, it feels rough to say, and maybe we'll get proven wrong in game number 2 when WE find a miraculous win, and we're super thrilled with it. But really, you're not expecting. Gonna happen. It could. It definitely could happen. I mean, I would not be betting any money on it. I would not be thinking, yeah, this is going to be really, really great for WE this next game. But for a BLG who are looking to compete at the top, who have got incredibly important matchups coming up for them in the next couple of games, their next matchup is versus NIP, who they lost 2-0 previously. Then they've got JDG, IG, TES, AL to round out their season. Those are some really solid teams, all competing with you for the same couple of spots, and any of the mistakes they made in this game, been falling this far behind, getting caught on a couple of flanks, not being particularly good with On and his Tempered Fates, all of those will cost you versus better teams, and they really need to be able to iron that out.
Ooh, that is a dip and a half there, 25 minutes. A little scary. Yeah, to keep the blood pumping, The thing that was always there for BLG was Knight. Like, the guy was insane. Yes, he got caught one time and also dragged Ben down to the grave with him, but this guy was insane all game long, just able to lock down so much of WE and provide such a pressure point for BLG to play off of. Even when things weren't going well for other members, he was still on one death for the majority of the game, and it's got to feel good for at least those moments to step up for Knight, who has been running for that MVP category here in split number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's now going to be his 4th game right here on the Annie. It's the most played champion he's had throughout the split, and he's had a
lot of champions playing.
Yeah, he's been playing a ton of champions, and yet the Annie is something he keeps coming back to time and time again. It's a really good counter in some of these heavier roaming champions. It also just is something he's very good at. He even plays it in some of its worst matchups and doesn't really care about it, right? Oh well, you've got Azir, cool, I'll keep playing, I'll keep pushing forwards into you, it's all good, whatever. And I really like the way that he has just been so aggressive with this champion. Not necessarily in lane, he kind of lets the lane happen as it needs to, but it's once you get into these team fights, he'll look for flanks, he'll look for these angles, and he's happy to step up, and if he can blow up 2 of your members and die, he's happy with that. But in a lot of situations, he doesn't even end up trading over.
Still, there's some plays in this that were so nuts. Okay, well, of course they're going to show this one.
You're allowed one, right? If you play the rest of the game this way.
One bad play.
Yeah.
Ben, I don't know what that was. But anyways, I think we get to see BLG have a little bit of fun here. I would like to see them kind of clean this one up into 2-0, even though I still think that W could still win a game of some sort. It is a BLG that's looking to try to be clean as possible. And little shout out to On, his Bard. I feel like it was right in the middle of the on-off switch. It was like when you accidentally don't flip it strong enough and it just like stays in the middle. It was like right there. It's right there in the middle.
The light like flickering on and off a little bit as well, There were a couple
horror movie starting.
I mean, Viper had flash away from a Tempered Fate that was
Viper had a flank this game.
Viper had a flank.
That's like watching an offensive lineman score a touchdown in football.
I love it. Absolutely love to see it. And I love the aggression he was playing with. Again, this was the disrespect we keep talking about, where BLG, they were just trying stuff, right? You don't really have to respect WE too much. I mean, they got close, I think, in a couple of moments to overly disrespecting them. The fact that WE, by all rights, should have had the Baron and Soul Point and then been in a good spot to keep playing the game. Instead, they lose that team fight massively. They have the Dragon stolen away from them. WE, they're just not a good control team at all, but for BLG, again, we have to keep highlighting, yes, this flies versus WE, but if you play like this versus a better team, you will lose.
Yeah, there's no way about it. 10-1-9 on the Annie, does get the MVP for game number 1. See if he gets the player of the series if things keep going like this. But BLG feeling really confident and pretty forward with what they want to do tonight, and that is to dominate WE across the board. I hope we see a little bit of a resurgence from WE. The magic that would be a first win of the season over one of the top opponents, it would just write itself. Maybe we'll get to that point. 7 out of 8 votes for Knight. Very well deserved. And that means that we're going to be taking off into a little break, getting ready for that game number 2 to see if WE can really do it or if BLG reassume first in the league for now. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer. We've got Ice, who's being mauled by a vicious cat, and we are getting into Team WE versus BLG. Game number 2, starting right now. Does it happen? Can WE make all of the dreams of the LPL fandom come true and find their first win of the season? If I say it enough and I intake enough hopium, Bloxer, or copium, maybe it'll happen.
See, I'm going to try the opposite, which is the caster curse, and say no. Absolutely not.
You
There
did
is
cast a
no
Curse Knight,
chance.
which was
I
great.
did. We were talking so excitedly about him and how he's potentially on pace for an MVP. Dies. Takes spin with him for good measure as well. Yeah. I mean, not the ideal situation right there. So, yeah. No. There's no chance with WE. That's my opinion. Universe, you could prove me wrong if you want to, right? It would be fun to see something different coming out from WE. See them pick up their first individual game win. Not series win, people. Game win of the season. But
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to happen, because that previous game felt like BLG playing with the absolute peak of disrespect that they have available to them, and it still didn't matter in the end.
It's still, yeah, we saw them do some wild things there. So we either get two things in this next game. A BLG who got yelled at by Danny in the back, and it just comes out and plays like the most stock standard,
Yeah.
win the game, 25 minutes, it's
Front to
over.
back,
Or
team
we
fight
get
comp,
like the most wild comp in the history of League of Legends, and it's just off the rails crazy. I'm here for both of them. I just don't know which one we're going to get, for sure.
I feel like it's more likely that you get yelled at, because losing to WE is I mean, at some point it's
Danny had some
embarrassing, right?
very strong words for their loss against NIP. He was not happy.
Yeah,
was
and
not
NIP
happy.
are a significantly better team
Oh,
than
way
WE
better.
are.
Yeah.
NIP, I mean, it's unfortunate for them that they just lost their matchup versus JDG. I thought there was a chance they might at least be able to send it to a third game, but in the end, we're just about overrun. But still, NIP very much competing for those top 4 spots. Maybe they're going to end up as our 5th best team. That's a real improvement over what a WE struggle would be. And again, we keep highlighting it, but for BLG, it's really not about the regular season. The regular season is the warm-up for them getting into playoffs, and then even looking beyond playoffs, right? This is a team that has aspirations of going to the next international, winning the next international once again, and then all the way towards the end of the year, right? They've got their eyes on the prize. But you can't overlook the opponent straight ahead of you. You can't be overlooking a WE right now, because you have to play these matches, and you might as well get the absolute best performances out of each one, rather than just, trying to get through the season.
Yeah, and to give a little bit of light to WE, and I think that's why we had that graphic earlier today talking about WE trying to keep their head above water. If we have time and you can pull that up, Ice, that'd be awesome. But it's just a conversation of WE have the privilege, because of the efforts they were able to put in last split, to be in Group Ascend and be able to play more games. And while yes, 0-14, 0-15 now sucks, and it is probably awful for every single person in that room, at least you don't have 5 or 4, I guess, do or die series that decides if you're even going to be playing League of Legends next split. Like, you have the opportunity to play these games and figure out what the hell is going on. And so I'm okay with some of the fluctuation of the jungle. I would have loved to see Tyrion start tonight. They felt like it was Monkey. We'll see if they change that again going in the future. But for WE, figure it out and come back stronger each and every week. And I think that's something maybe we haven't seen all split long, but maybe we'll start to see in this second round robin that they're now cresting over into.
Potentially, because you're not right now sat, as we saw in that graphic, as OMG, or even right now as EDG, technically in the demotion spot right here from Group Nirvana, in the you don't get to play next split. At least that matchup that they had at the end of last split versus LNG, really disappointing. I think a lot of fans were hoping to see LNG get themselves promoted back into Group Ascend, see what they were going to be able to do, right? The 1xN storyline had been pretty fun, and WE had been a bit disappointing, but they don't. They managed to win that one through. They managed to get themselves into that Group Ascend, and it is so critical, because the amount of games you play is everything, right? There's the old football phrase.
It's literally
of
almost
iron
triple the
sharpens iron.
games.
Yeah, you get to play series. You get to play against Knight. Yes, Karis losing tonight, it doesn't feel good, but at least you're getting this really high-level practice, right? You're not in a situation where you're doing your absolute best to beat out Haichao. Karis versus Haichao as the matchup, right? Is that really making anybody better? Probably not. But it does still make for some rough watching up here in Group Ascend when you've got teams like WE just who are unable to get kind of anything going.
Yeah. I wonder, I was talking about, I wonder what we get from BLG. But even for like WE, what they draft this time around, like, do you give Monkey his Viego? Do we just go back in the past and say that's going to be what makes it work? Like, what version of WE do we get here is my biggest conversation point, I guess, or at least for WE going to the second game. I think the biggest conversation point in total is how do BLG want their dinner?
Yes.
But
Yes, quite
it's just
possibly.
about how we get there, yeah.
But yeah,
If you were BLG, what would you eat? Like, what if you could choose your dinner? What would it be? If it was WE flavored, I don't know.
WE flavored dinner. I don't even know what that would be. This is a question for the ages, right here.
It's a question until we get to the draft, which is going to be a great
Oh
time.
my lord! Oh my lord! I mean, if it's me, I think WE are a soup, right? They're a light broth soup because they go down easy, right? This is not
I'm
something.
glad you had an answer because I definitely did not have an answer. Thank you. There's a couple things at least for BLG. I always want to return to that conversation at least of the whole interview translation of figuring out like what style of play are they trying to represent in each game, and I think that first game didn't really necessarily separate themselves in terms of attacking, defending. I think there was a little bit of wonkiness there, so maybe looking at that going into the second game as well. Bin not playing an ADC, probably top lane as well. Going to be another focus, I would think, for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, again, it's not that you really have to play this clean delineated style between the offense and the defense, but that's what they're playing towards. That's what their coaches are saying they want to be playing. So you want to be showing this as much as possible. I did like early on in the game where Jun was at least making things happen on the counter plays, right? Bin is getting ganked up in the top lane. He's dying to those repeatedly because he stood super far up underneath the tower and disrespecting the idea that Monkey can come gank him. But that's okay because Jun is going bot lane and they were picking up kills for Viper and On and making things happen down on the bottom side of the map. And for BLG, if they can keep making these cross map plays happen, I think that's really good for them overall. But it didn't work every time, and WE's bot lane were able to get things back. They were able to get a couple of trade kills, fight their way back into these situations. And moving away from just the BLG focus, for WE, I don't want to see Monkey go top lane. I'm sorry, Cube's not playing well. He's bad. He's not doing a good job at all. Even on a comfort Scion, right? He can't play anything. Give him whatever champion he wants at this point. The Yorick he keeps going back to, and just say, yeah, that's fine. Go play in the side lane. I want to see Monkey play around the bottom lane. I want to see About and Arha being given time to actually scale and build on something that's not the Jhin, obviously, because the Jhin just... Even if you get quite far ahead, you have to be so far ahead to be able to win in that kind of competition.
You're skirting along the edge of hating on Jhin there, buddy. I just want you to know that this is a no hate on Jhin area in this vicinity, all right?
I'll say I don't hate Jhin, but I would prefer something
close.
like the Yanara, right?
Yanara would be fun, too. Something to
like
fight
the
Viper
Varus.
with.
Yes, exactly. Something you can take the fight to your opponent with, because you can't rely on the other lanes from winning. You've got to do it yourself, so do it yourself.
Yeah, and we'll see what they can do. We do have the swap up of sides, though, now. And we'll see a couple different bans, or at least one different ban. The Nocturne ban going to be there from BLG on that red side. They also ban away the Rise. The couple bans there from WE are going to be the Rumble and the Ashe as well.
Yeah, just taking away a couple of these standard bans. BLG almost always banning away that Rise, especially on the red side. Whenever they've got themselves like a pick, they do not want to pick that one up for themselves ever whatsoever. For WE, I'm again expecting a little bit more focus coming in potentially into the mid lane, try to destabilize Knight, although he plays almost every single champion available to the game, so it's hard to take away that top tier of picks. They'll be lucky at least that the Annie is not going to be terrorizing them once again, and with that Azir taken off of the board, the cream of the crop for mid lane really is gone.
Very true. And we get the Vi band again, the Azir band too. We'll see what this first pick is going to be looking like for BLG. Does mean W will be working with the counter pick and how they want to kind of dissect that early phase in the first phase, at least, of picks and bans, is going to tell us a lot of what they want in that second phase. A couple of big picks still left on the table, though. We'll see which one BLG want to go with. Usually you want something kind of like a centerpiece with this first one. and would be a nice start to the draft as the Orianna comes through for Knight.
Yeah, it was burned away by BLG with their first ban last time around, so letting this one through, picking it up for Knight, a champion he's been very good on as well, and just gives you so much survivability in the mid lane and then control later on into the game. The response from WE, again, getting aggressive. One of the two champions we highlighted, the Yanara or the Varus, is something you can take to your opponents, and I really like this one being locked in. I was going to say, if you want to play an aggressive style, Karas, his only good champion, I would argue, is the Akali, and so I like that he's going to be able to lock this one in. And into the Orianna matchup, it's pretty safe. You're not getting pushed around too badly, and you can go roam around very effectively.
Yeah, if you don't have the Akali card in the LPL, what are you even doing here? I do like the carry potential. The downside can be a little bit tough, and right now BLG have some insanely strong individual picks as well. The Pantheon for Shun, a huge one. We also get the Jace locked in for Bin.
And you can just take the fight to your opponents right now. I like the fact that Bin gets his Jace because it's been one of his most played champions, and there's really not anything that WE can play that actually wins into this lane matchup. Now, you could potentially end up in a situation where Bin's pushing too far forwards, and you can once again try to gank onto this lane as Monkey. That is a potential option, but I just don't know if, again, that's going to be a good way to play the game if you want to translate it into a win. Monkey is going to grab his Trundle. Now, when I think of kind of iconic Monkey pickups, the Viego, like you said, the Skarner, and then the Trundle, something he's been incredibly good on, ganks surprisingly well. And if he does want to put a lot of focus down into the bottom side of the map, that really unlocks you to just take the fight to your opponents. Now, BLG, they're getting the counter with their bot lane, so you don't have to be so worried about it from BLG, but it at least gives WE something to play around.
Yeah, and again, comfort is king, I feel like, in a lot of these situations. So being able to see Monkey pull out the Trundle once again, I'm very curious at this early game, especially, and how he tries to use some of this skirmishing potential. But it is in the second phase that we see the Sivir ban by WE, and we'll be waiting on BLG's second phase ban, at least coming through now.
Whenever you've been seeing WE picking up this Varus, they've been pairing up alongside quite aggressive bot laners. I mean, they really do like to grab this one and then go aggressive into their opponents, potentially even pick themselves up something like the Alistar, which, you know, could be interesting. I think if you're going to try something like that, you got to be very sure in yourself being able to take the fight to your opponents, which, are you sure in this situation? Viper and On have been the weaker members overall of BLG. I like the double bot lane bans coming through, specifically the Lulu. There's no reason to give a Lulu over to this composition. If there was ever a chance of you being able to kill onto a Pantheon jumping into your backline, Wild Growth was just going to snap that one straight in half, and it also takes the shine off a lot of these other later scaling, hyper scaling carries in the bot lane that Viper could potentially be looking towards.
I do wonder what Viper wants to go with here. If it's going to be something a little bit more safe for that duo lane. If he wants to go for something a little bit more aggressive, the Nautilus is going to be banned by BLG, so full supportal focus in that second phase from both sides. WE going to be waiting to see exactly who they want to keep their counter pick for. Is it going to be just trying to figure out what this support matchup is going to be, at least for Arha?
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're just going to lock themselves in that Cassante top lane. Again, another champion that Cube will at least attempt to go even onto. In terms of safety, you've really only got yourself the Xayah as the remaining option to play a little bit further back and not try to get too aggressive into your opponents. If you do that, you can probably pair it up alongside one of those engaged supports. If you want to take the fight to your opponents, though, the Corki is going to be the option right here, and I do think this one makes just a little bit more sense overall. Now, you do tend to want to pair this alongside an Enchanter in terms of good ones left. The Nami kind of springs to mind as that top tier of pickup that people have been playing towards. But that does leave you as a pretty overall squishy composition, and I do wonder if you want a little bit more tankiness, a little bit more engage potentially to come through.
Could also go with the middle ground with the Rakan. It's always kind of like the sweet spot between Enchanter and Engager. I love it because I saw Bin just chuckling whenever the Cassante got locked in. I don't know if that was because of the Cassante or because of something somebody said, as we do end up getting the Rakan locked in. But I think Bin's feeling himself going to this one on his Jays.
Oh yeah, he's going to be looking to really take the fight to Cube, and with the Cassante, right, yeah, a really good Cassante player can fight back and can find some pretty big angles to come and play into you, but not so sure that that's what Cube is, and Bin obviously knowing this matchup pretty dang well. For WE, they really need to round themselves out with just, I think, a little bit of extra aggression, a little bit of extra damage overall out of the play.
Yo, okay. Arha, you Chad.
Okay.
Camille support My goat.
Okay. I mean,
This is
I said
Game
some extra
5
damage.
World Finals for WE right now.
Oh my lord. Alright. So, the Camille going to be locked in down on the bottom side of the map. And I really quite like this, because usually one of the big problems you run into alongside a Rakan lane is you just can't do anything to him. He jumps away, he leaves you instantaneously, and, well, what do you do at this point? Well, the Camille gives you that ability to lock down. With that wall dive, you can also just chase the Rakan, and you can get away from the Rakan when he jumps in towards you as well. If you time it well with your ulti, you can give yourself that second of untargetability that means you just get to walk away from a lot of these engages, and it just gives you that extra bit of aggression alongside that Varus, where if the Varus pins somebody down with the ulti, you get to go in, you can lock them down in the ult, and you can play this one along. This is something to at least play around right here out of WE, and that's all we've been asking for from their compositions.
And it might just work. It's going to be, I believe, his first, if I didn't miss it, his first Camille support of his career, at least, on the stage. And I'm excited to see what it could do into this 2v2 and how much more aggression we get down towards that bot lane, and even from our junglers as well, because that was a big focal point for us last game. It'll continue to be this game as well, that kind of butting of heads with the interesting paths available to both Sun and Monkey. But it's going to be that early game that matters most, I feel like, going into this next game.
Can WE get themselves a real lead? Because in the previous game, although it was a couple of kills, it was never a real lead. They were never ahead in gold, basically at all. At the most, they were able to drag it back towards even, and then it started falling away from them once again. With this kind of composition, you have got to get a real, actual gold lead going, and I want to see them play around the bot side of the map. I don't care about what Cube is up to, and I only care about what Karis is up to when he comes down into the bottom lane. It has to be this full bottom lane focus, get this Varus ahead, get about into a really strong position, because if you fall behind on a Varus, that's not great. If you fall behind on a Camille support, you are useless. You are bringing absolutely jack diddly squat to your team, so you have to play with some more aggression down to the bottom side, and you have a composition that can do that. Trundle, Akali, these champions can come into the bottom lane, disrupt, be annoying. Blowing the initial flash off of Viper and then repeat ganking has to be the name of the game.
Yeah. And you gotta remember, we are getting Monkey's Trundle, which always throws a little bit of wrench in the works, always is a little bit interesting. Still want to see the full prowess of it, but it's something that Shun is going to have to deal with, and we did see some interesting decisions made by BLG last game, so see if any of that continues. Or again, we go back to the point of, does BLG just straighten up and become a monster powerhouse again, or does WE find the cracks in the armor at least? Man, we've had some weird delays so far today. We had the delay getting in the draft, and now we have a little bit of delay, but the cameras are going out, and that must mean we are actually getting onto Summoner's Rift. Can WE find a win in their home arena of Xi'an against BLG in game number 2?
Okay. Let's go. Come on, WE. Let's see it. Surely you can pick yourselves up a win right here. You've got a composition that's aggressive, that's interesting. I mean, like, look at this right as well. Out on the bot lane, you've also got the electrocute onto the Akali, so you're looking to get aggressive right here as Karis too. So lots to potentially try to play around, and I think the initial 5-7 minutes are going to be incredibly important going forwards in this game.
Priority is going to be king, it feels like, as a little bit of pushing going on the bot side so far. I will note, though, opposite side starts for both junglers. So, Sun is actually pathing away from bot lane right now. Could wrap back around, obviously, but could also be looking at some solo lane focus early on in this game.
I think you're allowed to, as BLG, play around the other lanes if you want to. I don't think you need to. I think you could probably find yourself some pretty big wins individually as Knight or Bin without the intervention of your jungler, but if you do get this Pantheon involved, could be pretty nice. But also, starting on the bottom side of the map doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to play around the bottom side. Full clear top side. Take a reset through. Early aggression coming through on, taking a huge chunk of damage.
Does heal up a decent amount as Arha. Always threatening a little bit of an engage there, obviously. Oh, on missing the quill. Won't get the heal through. Waves in a little bit of an awkward spot, but Arha does have a bit of an angle here. Monkey is looking for an immediate all the way wrap around gank of the bot side. He's going deep. Viper goes forward. They're trying to get as much damage off as they can. They're going to get the news too late, though, and Viper and Honor in some serious trouble now. Viper tries to go for the kill, but he's just going to be smacked by a stick. About will not go down, and first blood to Monkey.
I think they were really trying to get that first blood over onto About, but the tower shot just going to take a little bit too much damage off of Viper. And still, really nice early gank from Monkey, getting himself that kill, getting aggressive early on. And that's the risk with pathing up towards the top side of the map right here. Out of Jun, he just takes himself out of the right place at the right time. Early quick kill coming through, and with About with that teleport, gets straight back into the lane, keeps the wave in a good spot for himself, and they can just keep the pressure high on this bot lane.
So far, so good for WE. As able to get the combo play on the bot side. Shun will be spotted going up towards his top, though, and so that Scuttle Crab will just be his. TP coming back out into the lane from Cube. We do have Dragon coming up in about a minute's time as Viper gonna have to flash out. Still gets hook shotted,
God,
still
dead.
gets piercing arrowed, and Arha beautifully flashes out, but still gets hit by the grand entrance. Still doesn't matter much as Monkey's wrapping around again. They've already found 2 kills onto the centerpiece AD carry and Viper on BLG, and they might try to find another onto On. That's going to be a nice kill to Monkey as the Arcane Comet didn't even need to be there. Monkey finds himself a second.
And Jun going to pick up this massive minion wave, but that's not gold. That's not XP going on into Viper for the most part. And that just really sucks overall for the BLG bot lane. This is exactly what we'd been talking about in the previous game. Why are you playing around the top side? Why are you playing around mid? It doesn't matter what these solo laners are doing. For WE, it is all about this bot lane, and the fact that you now get a good chunk of gold and extra XP into the back pocket of About is awesome. Unfortunately, he's not being able to pick up any of these 3 kills that have gone down. His jungler and his support picking all of those up, but just this alone time with these waves is going to be worth its weight in gold.
Arha is also just mind-melting BLG there, having multiple angles where he's kind of just messing with them. And still able to get that lockdown. You really need to respect the Camille early on, and you see Arha finding angles here.
It's just walking at people, right, in this situation. And we talked about during the draft phase how that initial flash out of Viper was going to be incredibly important to get rid of. Well, in that first gank, he didn't even blow his flash. He knew that he was dead, so you have to blow it that second time. Now, you've still got about 3/4 of that timer still left to come back up again. We'll see if there's going to be a repeat gank, because Monkey, once again, on the bottom side of the map. We've also got this initial Chemtech Drake available as well. The response out of Jun is to head towards the top side of the map right now, but Cube, he's got the wave in a good spot. He's playing a tanky Cassante. Overall, able to just absorb the pressure at the moment, and that's all he really needs to do. Just don't cost your bot lane, because once again, Monkey coming in.
Oh, man. I mean, they don't have many tools to get out of this time. That is going to be troublesome as Valkyrie gets used. Viper trying to get away, but the piercing arrow finds him nonetheless. About gets himself a kill too, and everybody's part of the party on the bot side now as WE's going to go for the dragon.
There we go, About finally picking himself up that kill, and now with all of that pressure you've got down on the bottom side of the map, just going to be picking up this early Drake. And I mean, look, Mazel, at the amount of vision down on the bottom side of the map. It is all over for WE, whereas BLG, they've got a ton of darkness to be trying to play around. Now, Jun is still in the area, not going to be able to get into the pit to try to steal this one away, and this is such a significantly better early game out of WE that I don't even know if they know how to play from this kind of advantage.
It's such an interesting position to be in. WE making things happen off the back of this Camille support and Monkey's total focus on the bot lane. Shun's going to come down here, try to put a band-aid on Viper and On, but it's not going to mean too much here. Monkey will end up completing his back. That will be a nice chunk of gold being spent by the jungler of WE.
He's getting himself well towards that first item. Those 2 initial kills going to be very useful, but also all of the time Monkey spent ganking, it's not like Jun's been able to establish himself a big CS lead either. He's up by a couple of CS. He's got a few more camps to be able to clear away, but it's not like Jun's been able to get into his jungle, steal away some camps, really punish him for this early aggression. This is kind of the difference we've been spotting throughout these first 2 games with Monkey back over Tyrion, is that Tyrion, as much as he was good and aggressive and played around his bot lane, he wasn't particularly good at doing it off of timer with camps, and was was beginning to fall behind quite badly in terms of CS. Monkey doing a much better job overall of being able to keep even in that regard, and then got all of that advantage out of kills, and that's reflecting in the gold lead. They didn't really establish themselves a gold lead at all in the previous game, did WE, but now up by about 1,000 gold, pretty evenly split across a couple of these different lanes, but a big chunk of that right now on their jungler, on Monkey, who's back in the lineup.
And that's the important story to kind of cover here, is Monkey has fluctuated, obviously, with Tyrion coming in for a couple series, wondering what was going to happen with Monkey, this guy who was a superstar coming up to the tier 1 scene, and now trying to struggle to find his feet under himself. He is the one to look at here in game number 2 on his Trundle. Obviously a little bit of a comfort there, and so far with total neutral objective control.
He's been all over the map right now, and a big part of that is the fact that Arha has been incredible so far on this Camille pick, right? Like you said, it's his first play on this champion competitively, although, you know, we'd imagine he plays a lot of it during solo queue in practice. You don't want to just be pulling this one out and first timing it down in the support role on the stage versus BLG, and you can see it in the way that he's been super aggressive with this one, just constantly jumping forwards about.
Nice flash play coming in from BLG, and that is the power of Shun's Pantheon, not even able to react to the Grand Starfall. The flash came out as soon as it hit.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that About now loses out on that flash, still ends up dying, does have the teleport back up and available, I think, so should be able to just get himself back into the lane, not miss out onto too much. This is what ends up happening, though, whenever you've got yourself a support that likes roaming around, like the Camille does. Not having any support for yourself down in that bottom lane does just expose you to being a little bit more vulnerable, and BLG at least managed to get themselves onto the board.
Little things coming back towards BLG starts to make you wonder, how stable is this early game that WE have put together? Still waiting on this first item, but first and foremost, Monkey has his first item. Trinity forces on, just gets caught backing. We'll get on the other side of the pillar of filth there, but Monkey, man, he's on trend for us. He is vibing.
This is the Monkey that we loved throughout the last year. He was super aggressive, constantly just overrunning his opponents, playing with such a pace that it felt like his opponents could never really step up and get things going for themselves. And if he can keep this pace up, you know, keep BLG uncomfortable, they've shown us that they don't really have a good way of getting back into games sometimes when they do begin to fall behind, or even when they do establish leads. There have been some just odd moments out of BLG where they're attacking, they're defending, they don't really know what it is that they're trying to play around. So at the same time, I'm holding a lot of caution in my heart here for WE, because they haven't been able to keep expanding this gold lead out further and further. In fact, they've had what was 1,000 gold lead cut back down to about 500, and their mid games have been pretty poor overall, not really been able to set up a vision around objectives, play out flank situations particularly well either. So WE, they've got a lot to clean up, they've got a lot to prove to us to be able to win this first game for themselves of the year. But if they're able to do it right here, this is a pretty good early start to make that happen.
We're going to have more neutrals coming up here, obviously about 45 or less for the next dragon. We did a really good job of getting that early dragon, and also, more importantly, setting up the vision and control around that. As Viper, he's in trouble. Hectic Ultimatum came through, but Arha might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew.
Oh, but
that's going to be a nice pillar. Viper's going to flash. Monkey should be able to run him down in a big chomp of the teeth as Viper goes down for a 4th time, 11 minutes into the game.
I mean, it costs Arha both of his summoners, but he's able to limp. Oh, we're going to be able to grab another kill going on over to Monkey. 3-0-1 at this point. Trinity Force completed, so he is a big boy at this point. Will be ripping heads off of people whenever he's close enough. And with that Subjugate available as well, you can just steal away that level of tankiness from Jun and make these plays that much more terrifying for BLG to try to play around. The next Drake is available on the board as well. And Knight now stepping a bit too far forwards, flashing out, and he will at least live.
Shouldn't found About again. Jesus, man.
With the ulti again.
If you find water in a well, you go back to that well. And Shun has found that well in About.
Absolutely, and this is really, really rough right here. About not able to pick up a lot of the kills that were happening in his lane early on. Now dying 2 times, really just stopping any of that stacking he was getting through from really being able to keep on going. Viper just going to have to jump away a little bit.
Not 05, not 05, not 05, not 05. Slayer, if you're looking somewhere, look away. Our GOAT is not having a good time. 0-5 for Viper early into this game.
Yep, Yep, and I mean, it may well be 0-7 for him at this point, right? I don't know how he's going to be able to claw his way back into this game. Really just slipping further and further behind. Not so far in terms of the CS, although this much grey screen is going to begin to reflect poorly as we go further and further into this game. And it does mean that this bottom lane at Drake should be nice and easy to pick up, although the resets are coming on through. And BLG, they do look like they want to fight.
Big piercing arrow from about. There's a lot of poke damage coming in. Monkey's getting a little bit lower though.
Smite fight.
Kara's coming around. She's not going to go for the smite fight. It's just going to be the exit from on. They aren't able to get the pick on the back end of it, and that will be second dragon secured for WE.
Oh, all right. We'll have a look back at what it is that happened here, but yeah, really, there's nothing you can do as Viper. At the point at which you don't have a flash available to you and you get slowed by the pillar, you are just going to be dead. And the combo between these two means they've got so much range to be able to get you from, right? Not a lot of ganking combos are able to pick you up when you're playing that far back, but between the Camille and the Trundle pillar, not going to be too tricky to just grab on top of this Corki. His flash only halfway towards being back up, and it's pretty much been down throughout this entire game so far, Mazel.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a toughie. I've never been a big believer in the LPL Corki. But,
I don't like
hold
it
my
either.
bias aside.
I'm not such a big fan. I think people play it in a way that it works when you play quite aggressive, but they play too aggressive. I mean, it's the LPL. You're going to fight constantly, and sometimes the Corki can struggle just a little bit. Still, I'd like to draw attention up to what's been happening in the one lane we haven't looked at all, the top lane right now. Bin has a 1,100 gold lead at this point through just turret
Sheer
plating.
force of will?
Yeah, like he's not even up by much CS.
He's just aura farming.
It's all
Dude,
turret plating.
that's insane. I mean, it definitely is turret plating, but it's still just insane to think about. As we did get the redeploy from Shun on the bot side just to potentially scatter out the hopes of WE. But yeah, that top lane will be something that WE need to answer for later on in the game.
Yes, very much so, because right now, whilst Bin is just continuing to push Cube around, it's fine. Cube doesn't really care. He's been able to grab himself that first item. Yeah, he's not grabbed any turret plates, really, but this top lane tower will fall pretty soon.
Nice
Okay, gets the flash.
from Bin.
Hey, but that's good. I like this from Arha so far. He has played so aggressive, and I like that he's getting involved in some of these other lanes as well. And you need to get that flash away from Bin, because at the point at which Bin gets back into the lane, right, he's nearly fully stacked up that tier. He's got himself that moves already. He just flashes into your backline, and About will evaporate. Karis will evaporate, right? These are champions that will not be able to stand up to that amount of damage. So at least having that flash gone gives you a little bit of extra breathing room as WE.
Oh, I'm going to be a little careful. BLG feeling frisky, though. There is the Rift Herald on the table. WE could go for 4 neutral objectives in a row, as it does look like a back and TP will be there from Bin. I think BLG is still contemplating here. See if they end up wanting to go in. Double TP is actually going to be there. Rift Herald's getting a little bit low. Actually want to try to find an entrance here. Finally a late TP from WE, but it will be in time. Rift Herald does go over to WE, so that's 4 neutral objectives in a row and a lot of standing gold. Still under 1,000 gold lead for them, but it's something, and we're past the 15-minute mark now too.
Yeah, and they've been able to just maintain this gold lead that they were able to establish for themselves earlier out onto it. And in that play, Knight and Bin both teleporting in for nothing, absolutely zero. You do also have teleports down on a couple of your members, but it's going to be up far sooner for Cube, and About also has one for himself. So when it comes to pushing out these side lanes, getting that rotation around the map, you're just in a far better spot right now as WE. And this may be it. They are doing everything in their power right now to make this game work for them. Karis gonna look to throw it away a little bit.
Yeah, I thought that they were not gonna be around. He does get out with a nice little perfect execution exit with the flash. Arhas here. Nice Grand Starfall usage to get out of there. Rift Herald did get plopped in the top side, so that turret should be a little bit of a goner, as About might also be joining that turret in the afterlife. We should be fine for now. It looks like just the plating was the focus for BLG. They're not going to go for a dive. That turn the top side is going to go WE's way.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick this one up. I do wonder if Monkey was chucking down that Rift Herald to potentially use it as an engage tool. Unfortunately for him, Jun just pops the Grand Starfall, goes and leaps away, but at least that's a Grand Starfall being used that isn't onto About's head to pick up a kill onto this Varus. And with extra gold going on over, you've now expanded that gold lead out 1,500. That's the furthest ahead WE have been throughout this entire series so far. And it means that things are happening for them. Resets coming on through though, because 20 seconds until the next Drake is available. And right now, WE, they have no vision established around the bottom side of the map at all.
And BLG are getting to a point where they are going to be contesting over the objective. It was a little bit antsy there on the Rift Herald, but a third dragon in a row for WE on an Infernal Soul would be so massive. BLG already front and center, but Monkey, he didn't expect for the entire team to be here. He's gonna have to flash. He's gonna try to find an exit. On can't really do much after the charm went through. Shun is just overcommitting, does find the kill, but he'll get traded down here nonetheless. Karis gonna find that kill. No smite on the board. Both BLG and WE trying to fight over this control of the river.
And they both end up losing out onto their junglers. And in that play right there, About just missing the Chains of Corruption means that you do end up losing onto Monkey. Monkey would have been able to limp away from that play, surprisingly tanky at this point in the game. Lisa's going to head back to base, now has 2 items completed, so going to be coming back out onto the map as a real menace. But it does mean that this Drake will survive, and you've now got a reset through from both teams, and we're likely going to do this whole thing all over again.
Except we have 2 items now. Like power scaling. Oh, we'll catch out onto Arha. He is not very tanky. That's something you gotta remember as the Camille. His threatening engage is there though. That's always gonna be the bread and butter of Arha in this game. We are getting surrounded here around the dragon. It's gonna be a little bit of vision play from Monkey and WE. Still got to get some bodies down here, and Cube's not going to be anywhere nearby. Both TPs are available for the top laners. BLG started it. It's going to be an immediate jump onto Monkey, and he gets executed by Sun. The TP's now coming in, but it's so late, but it might be enough. The health bar is going to be pretty thick from Cube. He's going to be okay for now. The shield from the TP unleashed is going to be big.
Bot lane.
Paris in a little bit of trouble on the bot side, but now the dragon going to be restarted up by BLG, and they should just have this one.
Monkey getting caught 2 fights in a row. Karis, he's just going to get run down here.
Ben, he went overzealous here. He's going to get chased down. Does flash away from the perfect execution, but gets the shurikens to the back, and Shun comes in to watch his dead body. As that's going to be BLG now getting surrounded in bot side. Oh, Arha. Okay, well, we didn't get to see that play very well, but Arha went in and he died. Unfortunate.
Yep, it looked like there was a case right there of flankers being flanked, and eventually BLG gonna come out on top of that one. They also pick themselves up the Drake, so stop it from being sole point over to WE. And really, you can put that play squarely on Monkey's shoulders. He steps way too far forwards right there. Doesn't have the support of the rest of his team. It's exactly what happened to him in the previous fight around this exact same dragon. But in that situation, he had the flash to get away. In this one, he does not. Yes, you're ending up using a shockwave on a single target, but there's no real way to keep playing this fight out. And I love this aggression from Bin right here, chasing Karis out, because Karis, looking for a flank, could potentially have gotten in and found a way onto the backline, who had blown a lot of their tools, but instead pushes him away. This, though, over-aggressive. This is what you expect out of Bin. When he thinks he's got a way in, he's going to go.
A little bit of turret trading, at least. Bot side turret went down in favor of BLG. Oh, Q, you didn't want to stop him there? He just didn't want that smoke. He knows Knight is him. Now we'll see WE, who played on that mid wave, gonna back off, get some resets going, get a little bit more vision up towards this top side Baron side of the map. And we'll still have a little bit of a lull state here for BLG and WE. WE's lead has been chunked down. It is just about an even game now.
Hang on. On just going to go in onto Monkey. No flash on the jungler, but On actually already taken a pretty decent chunk of damage himself as well. Right now, everybody from BLG up towards the top side playing around this Baron. You've got Cube down bottom lane, does not have the teleport available to him, so you're not going to have that full 5-man from WE if you get engaged upon right here.
Dicey situation. There is Cube trying to get as much gold as he can. Isn't actually going to finish off that turret there. Obviously, we have almighty vision. We know he was just going to be fine, but actually maybe. Is it enough? the minions?
I think it's just about enough right here.
It's just enough.
Yep.
He did it.
Perfectly timed.
Latent turret take. Calculated, says Cube. As about takes this turret shot. It's fine. Everything's fine. Reset is there for either side though. And I do wonder now that we are getting a little bit further along in these builds, how this next fight is going to look like. Still a lot of power from the jungle. We're starting to creep up in power from other positions as well, Bloxer.
Yep. I mean, look at Knight right now. He's in a very strong spot. Got himself that 10-stack rower. Already completed 3 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. If Knight's able to hit a big shockwave, in the previous team fight, he only hit it onto 1 member, and Monkey took a huge chunk of damage, and that's one of the tankier members overall from this squad. If he can land that onto the backline, if a Battle Cars get tagged by that shockwave, it's just going to completely ruin any hope of being able to play out these team fights. So for WE, Knight's got to be one of their key targets. Unfortunately, of course, phase rushed up an Orianna. It's pretty tough to be able to actually catch on top of Knight unless he mispositions quite badly, so they just have to be keeping on watching out for that one. Minute 25 until the next Drake is going to spawn again. Soul point for WE if they can grab it, but I think they'd love to grab a pick before going for one of these big team fights again.
Yeah, and if they don't find it, they could give it. Obviously, every Infernal Dragon that BLG gets is scarier and scarier, but if it's not the time, maybe it's not the time. See how they do about setting up around that one, but Soul Point would be very nice for WE if they can actually get that here. That's going to be a little bit of side wave pressure, and Monkey's actually looking to clear some out in the mid lane too. And it looks like a very relatively top-sided approach to this dragon spawning, as BLG waiting in the bush, seeing if Karis would overextend.
Usually a pretty good bet, but Karis instead not going to overextend on this one, and actually has done pretty well so far. Uh-oh, Bin.
Bin is not tanky here. He's going to flash. He is scared, but the Hextech ultimatum, it comes for us all. Arha gets a kill onto the solo lane of Bin.
There we go. Now, what can WE do with this? They're going to land Chain of Corruption.
On, getting chomped down. Monkey super speedy. The piercing arrow, not enough. The hail of arrows, not enough. Monkey still wants it on. Smidgen of health left, under 100 there.
He really, really wanted him, and if you're able to pick up that kill onto the support and the top lane, it could potentially have been that top lane play. Go for the Baron as well. Instead, just going to peel back along, go towards this Drake. Now, Jun is in the area, does have himself the ulti available, but I'm surprised if he goes flying in, and yeah, so it's going to be the full resets out of BLG.
This is this what they call the defending time? Is this what BLG the defending time? They don't attack while they're defending, right? That's what they...
Yep.
Oh no, Bin. He's going to get the solo cam focus. I bet we're going to get a slow-mo in here somewhere.
And this is even worse to be watching whilst you look at the map right now, where you see there were resets coming through from multiple people, right? Your bot lane was thinking about taking a reset. Jun was taking a reset. We jump back out, and actually there's already skirmishing going on once again. Obviously, everybody respawned out of BLG, and now the Baron is going to be that main focus on getting caught again right here.
These disconnects are just killing them here. So, Shun was looking on a backline flank. Didn't find what he was looking for, and on needs to back away a little bit quickly. Still do have a ton of summoner spells here, and honestly it feels like BLG are just trying to see how tough WE is in a lot of these fights. I think Ben knows. The rest of the team maybe doesn't know just yet, but in these kinds of situations, we are obviously seeing BLG play a very reserved game. It feels like they're okay taking this a little bit later into the game, especially with how far behind Viper was put.
Yeah, very much so. You think, hey, Viper's had a pretty bad early game, we're just going to give him some more time to get back into a good spot, but he's not really been able to stabilize too well. He's got, what, a little bit of a Last Whisper going on in inventory, whereas that's a full another item. That's a full Night's Edge, completed for a bout, so he's just in a significantly stronger spot. And the Corki, when you're playing from behind, he has to get pretty close to be able to deal his full damage with the Gatling gun.
Well, if About goes that way, maybe it doesn't matter. On is now the focus as he will dash his way out. Karis almost dies. Shun able to tank a decent amount there, and the rest of WE immediately have to back off. We thought they were in a good position. We thought they were strong. But BLG find the angle onto About during his walk. And that's going to be something they almost paid the hefty price for there.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, and this is the thing with having some real aggressive plays out of On. Maybe sometimes he goes in and he gets a little bit caught out and chunked out and maybe even dies, but a lot of the time he's going in, finding these multi-man grand entrances and just opening up the game for BLG, putting them in a spot where they can chase forwards. It hasn't fully paid out for them yet, but if he keeps trying, he is at some point going to find a couple members flashless, knock them up, and then you're going to be in a great spot as BLG to fully put your mark on this game and get back to at least even.
Still a decent lead here developed for WE. They've been holding on for a good while now. 27-40 in. WE have had a lead for most of it. Yeah, not expanding it, but you know, holding it against BLG is one thing.
That's true. That's true. You know, we cannot be holding WE to too high of a standard right here, considering they're currently searching for their first win of the entire split. Monkey gonna look to steal away this blue buff again, establishing lots of control around the bot side, but
nice
good pillar,
pillar.
otherwise he was gonna be so dead.
Oh, and then now they're going to try to catch on. Hexer Ultimatum is there, but now Knight is just killing about, even with the Hex build. And Viper is the one that gets the kills. 0 and 5. All of a sudden, he's found 2 kills, and he's back in the game, baby.
Okay, and now you can just push forwards onto this tower. Kara's having to turn tail and run. Monkey, bit of aggressive pathing right here, desperately trying to keep this tower alive. And once again, Cube is not involved in anything whatsoever for his team. One of the lowest kill participation, the lowest kill participation in the entire world for Tier 1 esports. And really showing up right here with his Cassante. Just pushing bot lane. They're losing mid lane Tier 2, but he pushed bot lane.
He killed the minions really good.
He did
that.
He has one assist in this game.
They did lose turrets in the mid lane, unfortunately. On almost gets caught here, and does indeed get caught. But Knight just completely destroys About.
And that's the thing, right? We've been talking about how much damage Knight can do when he just pops that full ulti onto multiple members. Well, he doesn't have to. Multiple times in a row, he's just hit onto a single member, blown them up, and then what can you do in this situation? For as strong as About is at the moment, 3 items, nearly 4 items completed, he needs some space to be able to work with, and Knight just walked at him. Really impressive from him right there, and I mean, with the Rocket Belt as well, that extra level of gap close has been really helpful so far.
And now he's sitting on the Rabadon's death cap, going to be feeling really good. Shockwave combo with the delivery service of On. WE stood no chance. It's another double kill coming through for Viper, who is about to even his KDA up after everything that's happened. WE have just lost that lead, the thing they carved so eloquently in that early game. It is snowballing right back at them. 3,000 gold down, and it's going to get worse.
It is indeed. This mid lane tier 3 tower going to fall as well. They can take the inhibitor if they want it, but I think in this situation, just leave it. Don't be pouring any extra gold over into the WE members. Instead, pull back, grab themselves this Drake, taking away soul point from WE, getting themselves a second Infernal Drake of the game. And the reset just before Baron as well, going to put massive gold into their back pockets.
This Shockwave, insane.
About's just stood way too far forward. You're playing Varus. You have to sit further back than that. You cannot afford to be stepping up anywhere near as much as he is. I know that he wants to be hitting a little bit more onto his opponents at the moment, right? He's not playing that full sit as far back as possible build, but at some point you have to recognize the fact that Knight is your opponent on Orianna with Shockwave up, and you just cannot be there.
You just can't. It's little mistakes like that that can cost so much, and you just all of a sudden see like a 5,000 plus gold swing in favor of BLG, and all of a sudden that mountain is standing tall in front of you once again as WE. The hurdle they have not been able to reach, the hurdle that they seemingly started to climb over in the early game of this game. Honestly, for 27 minutes of this game. That ain't just the early game, but it's BLG who arrives nonetheless. And now they just have full control over the map, over even WE's side of the jungle, and they can be the ones that kind of lead the pace of the rest of this game. And speaking of, the pace is about to quicken. Nice pillar coming out from Monkey, kept the damage dealers back though, so BLG can't find the kills they were looking for.
And I mean, hey, that's something, right? That's a big ulti taken off of the board from On for a little while, and gives you a little bit of extra breathing space as WE, but things are just getting worse and worse at this point, right? Serpent's Fang coming on through for Bin, so he's going to be cutting through any of that shielding that was so useful to the squad.
I'm going to have to flash away there, actually.
Okay.
A little dicey.
It was so nice while it lasted. You know, there were some real moments of hope right here for WE, but their mid games have been pretty bad, and this late game as well, where they just haven't been able to accelerate the pace of the game at any point. They did their absolute most to claw themselves to a 1.5k gold lead, and then BLG win one team fight, and they're up by 3,000 gold. I mean, it's so rough to see. As a WE fan, this has to be pretty painful to watch, but even as a neutral observer, you're cheering for them to just get one win, and anytime they do put themselves in a decent spot, they cannot capitalize.
It's tough. It is a tough place to be. And again, I feel for the players. They're putting in all their effort to try to make this work, and it just hasn't worked. But it's, and I hate to continue trying to be the silver lining guy, but
No, hit
at least they get to play this amount of games.
Be positive.
Where a lot of teams don't have that benefit in Group Nirvana. As we actually see a little bit of side lane play. Karis is a little bit disconnected from Cube and is not going to be ran down. Shun decided to go on a Cube, as now he's going to fall to the alcove gameplay. Oh, that was kind of cool. Ben and Shun combine at the same time to take down Cube. It is WE who get an outer turret in mid lane, though.
They do. That's a little bit of gold back into their pockets. Maybe stems the bleeding for them a little bit. But now you've got to go and send Karis down into the bottom lane to try to deal with Bin, which is not a particularly good matchup right here. You could just be under threat constantly. You can see Huntin is at least going to step back, and now BLG could potentially just turn onto this Baron and start it up. They are indeed going to do that. Monkey is in the area, but how is he going to be able to get himself into the pit? Teleport coming in from Bin as well.
Oh, TP coming in from Karis, a little bit on the back line here. Arha saving his hook shot. He didn't go in. Trying to buy some time here. Viper is just going to run him down. Viper does real damage now. You have to be careful. Some really good pokes coming in from about with these piercing arrows. Karis still has the flank. He'll be spotted out, and the Baron will end up getting reset here. So Monkey able to clear out some more vision there, and WE, they hold strong in the storm of BLG.
Hey, this is what we've been asking for right from BLG, to just play a little bit slower. You know, don't have to necessarily go and fling yourself at your opponent in every single situation. Instead, recognize that this wasn't a good spot for them to fight, step back a little bit, take some resets. I mean, look, you've got 4 items now fully completed on Viper. Levenstag Medjay is sat in inventory for Knight as well. He is so unbelievably strong at this point in the game. Take your resets, spend your gold, and come back out onto the map, because just constantly daring WE to step up to you and go for these engages and push you off of these objectives is putting WE in an uncomfortable position that they're not good at playing.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, how based is it that Knight might actually reach 2 games of 20 Magi stacks? That'd be kind of nuts. It's a lot of Magi's for a guy that really likes Magi's.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. They're going to try to walk in here. I mean, the dragon is important. It'd be soul point, obviously, for BLG, but it would be soul for WE. They just have to be a little bit cautious of how they enter these fights. They do have Monkey, who needs to kind of be forward and center. Cube needs to find his space as well. Karis has a flank again.
Can he find anything with this right here? BLG just walking up.
Little knockup on a Monkey. Monkey's lost a lot of health. Shun will get his GA popped eventually. On's getting a little bit low. Karis found a big engage. A little bit split now. Cube is getting worked down by Viper, who finally finds that kill here. Now Karis trying to dash away. About is left by himself. Will end up flashing away, but he gets flashed on nonetheless again. And Shun comes in with the Grand Starfall. Finds the stun. Finds the kill. And Ben went ahead and cleaned up Arha. It does not look like today will be the day that WE find their first game win. It's looking like a 2-0 sweep for BLG.
Absolutely. Monkey at least going to be able to cut off this mid lane wave, so the game will not end right now, right here. But it is going to be soul point going over to BLG. They are winning every single one of these team fights. And a really underrated aspect of that previous team fight was Knight landing a pretty big shockwave onto a couple of key members. Didn't blow anybody up, but cut the engage of WE off in its tracks. Allowed Viper to go get a little bit of a flank off of his own and just run at his opponents. And at this point, the Corki has well and truly caught back up and does plenty of damage. Now Monkey just desperately trying to run away with the Dead Man's Play. It's pretty fast overall, but
go Monkey,
he is just
go.
Gonna get caught here.
Go Monkey, go. Oh, he got the fly. Okay, Shun was a little angry for that one.
Hey, the speed ups, the embers.
Go Monkey.
The embers.
Go get the Infernal Cinders. Oh, okay. Well, the party ends. Monkey's crying in a corner. He's laughing though on the screen, which is happy. But it does mean that BLG have ballooned that lead to almost 6,000 gold. We're going to break down exactly how that went down.
I mean, watch right here for Knight. He's going to land a really nice shockwave onto multiple people right about here, pulling everybody in, and then just stopping Monkey and Cube from doing their thing, being able to fully burst damage down on some of these squishier members. Jun obviously also has the GA, so he's able to come back, but it allows Viper that bit of flank potential coming onto the top side. And then this rundown's just really nice. I mean, there's not a whole lot more you can do. You can see the picture-in-picture, though. WE is stealing away the Baron, and they're going to get it.
BLG were able to claim
stealing
that
away the
one, and everything's red, Bloxer. That's what we're understanding here.
Yeah. BLG getting the Baron, obviously.
They did
WE
also
were not
kill
step.
Arha, unfortunately.
Yep.
So now
This
they'll
one's
take this top lane turret, and yep, it's looking a little done. But hey, WE gave us some hope in this game, and I think that's more than we could ask for them.
Oh, yeah.
And especially with things the way they've been going, I'd love to see them kind of pushing the buttons of BLG. BLG arrive again to the top side, take down the turret, looking for the inhib now as well. Grand Starfall coming in from Sun. He's going to go straight for Cube, who does lose about half his health, but is just fine afterwards. Karis is pushing out that mid lane, and BLG actually going to back away now.
You're going to play with some respect right here. You know, you've got a big set of shutdowns on top of the heads of basically all of your members other than On, and so there's no reason to over-aggress right now, give away anything too much with these Baron empowered recalls. They're going to be back out onto the map very, very quickly to keep on getting involved. 2 minutes 40 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. No real need to be playing around that one particularly at all for BLG. They're hoping to wrap this game up a lot quicker then that is going to be coming through, and at this point a single pick onto an out position WE member is just going to end this game.
It could indeed. I think they've done a fun job of kind of delaying the final push from BLG time and time again, and being able to see them kind of clear these waves out from behind BLG. But a final siege is definitely in the cards. As BLG approaches their bot lane, there's still a tier 2 tower out here, so some defense, but won't last long.
I mean, Cube's in the top side. Once again, he is actually going to take a reset, come back down to try to play around his team potentially. Karis again pushing the mid lane, just trying to give them less options to try to play around, but at this point it's so very difficult for people to step up to clear out these Baron empowered cannon minions. Just about with those piercing arrows, trying his absolute best to deal the damage.
He really is, but change of corruption going to go wide. Unfortunate there. Turret is about half health now. Some poke coming in from BLG too. Karis is still pushing the mid lane. He's going to find a tier 2 turret himself.
Yeah, it's something.
He sent some gold back home, hoping that it helps the troops at the base. Oh, they got the double engage now coming in. Grand entrance from On. Monkey's getting low. Monkey's burning. The pierce, no, it's not enough. Piercing arrow coming out from about to try to get some of these minions. I don't think he was able to hit them, though, unfortunately. Monkey's back out now, having healed up. Cube's about half health, too. Sun is playing a little bit. Viper is going to get engaged on by Karis. Sun does still have GA, so he can buy a lot of time here. Karis goes for the play. He goes golden. He, unfortunately, is going to be left to the wolves. Those wolves being BLG, and they have assembled the pack. Some Infernal Cinders are going to explode here. Arha's going to go for Bin. They do find him. The defense is going to hold here for WE as BLG start turning tail and running.
Yeah, I mean, you have to at this point. You are getting way too low, and the chase could potentially still be on for the WE members. They're not quite going to chase anybody else down to death. I don't know if you could actually clear these minions, though. The minions are going to take down that second Nexus tower. And the full reset's coming on through, but for BLG, you've got every single inhibitor down. You have super minions constantly pouring out of your base, and there's 10 seconds until the Infernal Soul is available to you. Yes, you don't win the game, but all of the cards are still in their favor.
They are the dealer and the player at this point. I don't know how Monkey's going to try to steal this one. He might have a chance to. He's out here early.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta step up, right? You're desperately trying to scrape together enough gold for another item, potentially, if this game keeps going long enough. But with all of these super minions pouring in, they've just got to send so many people back towards the base to keep clearing these ones out. Cube's not really got any good wave clear for these supers. No, I mean,
realizes that if he gives his life, it's just the base defense is near impossible.
And even if you don't, you've now got Infernal Soul as well for BLG. Not the biggest gold lead, right? They're only up by about 4.5 thousand gold, but they haven't needed to be any further. Double
here
teleports
it
coming in
comes.
as well. This is going to be it.
You can hear the hooves pounding on the ground as BLG make a final stampede towards WE. Use the blast cone over, and the minions are just going to start flooding in. Double super minions coming through for BLG. Karis on a flank. One last ditch effort for WE. One last ditch moment against BLG. The final time they're going to see them this split. It's been 2-0s every time. Can WE pull it back? It does not look like it. They have extended too far outside their base. Their arm cut off at the half. And Ben goes to the backline play. Using his hammer to swing WE around. And that's a full-on ace. BLG 2-0 WE. And they go 0-8.
Ay. It was better, Mezo, it was better. That early game was overall much, much better from WE. They had moments, right? That was Monkey at some of his best, right? Getting really aggressive down in the bottom lane, picking up a couple of kills. I really do wish for WE that About was able to grab more of those early kills because he might have been able to accelerate the pace of the game a bit more, but whatever. We got to see a fun Camille out of Arha. All of these fun things. In the end, though, WE, they just don't have a top lane to play around. Karis was okay in this game, you know, he wasn't falling that far behind, but Knight was just better, more useful, able to play a lot more for his team, and it's just so rough to see.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in for WE. That early game, man, there were some things in there, like the focus towards bot side. Again, every time they do it, it looks good. It looks like it could possibly mold into something. But then those mistakes towards that mid game, this time it was a little bit later on in the game as well. Leading the game for 27 minutes. I'll give them one thing. They made BLG sit in a lobby, or at least in this game too, for 45 minutes, or like 40 minutes, sorry, not 45. Yeah. Which some teams can't even say they've done.
Nope.
It's little participation trophies for WE. That's all we got.
Exactly, and again, all we're really looking for from WE from this split is, well, hopefully they win a single game, which they might be able to. They've got another matchup versus Weibo in a couple of weeks, so that's something to potentially be playing towards for them. And then also, once you get into those play-ins, just beat some of these Group Nirvana teams. I mean, it's very easy to look at WE and go, easily the worst team in the league. They're not. All of these Group Nirvana teams are, if not worse than them, about on par, right? LNG have the opportunity to be that team at the bottom of Group Ascend, and they weren't able to capitalize on it. They lost to this WE, right? So WE, they deserve to be here, and they're getting all of this practice versus good teams. These are all these good things. But again, it's just rough, and we really are scraping at, grasping at straws at this point to find good things to say about them. For BLG, what the heck was that? That is not the kind of gameplay we're expecting out of international champs, out of a team this good, this talented. You shouldn't be taking 40 minutes to overcome WE.
This was maybe one of the most loose series I've ever seen BLG play. They were all over the place, man. There were so many calls that were happening with other people that were full screens away from them. Obviously, they brought it back together, and obviously they won the series. You can't slight them for that. There were some interesting plays, especially in game number 1. that one for sure.
Yeah.
But honestly, we also saw the most miraculous comeback from Viper, who started 0-5 and ended up being a major force in the final fights.
And very much so. And the way he was able to just keep chugging along, right? Didn't lose his head, didn't lose his cool, was just constantly looking for those plays. And at some point as a Corki, you will get a couple of items under your belt. You will get yourself a Mirror Mana and a Trinity Force, and then you can start going and doing things too. And it felt like the second he got that 3-item spike, he was like, okay, I can step up a little bit now. And a big bit of praise over towards Knight and On for constantly finding ways to get Viper involved. They were doing a heck of a lot of the heavy lifting, some great shockwaves, some great grand entrances, really good on the ulti as well out of On to just pull people into a little ball and allow Viper to do his damage. And the second he started getting a couple of kills and then got those item breakpoints as we were talking about, that's when he was able to start doing stuff for himself rather than relying on the rest of the team. And it is nice to be able to rely on your team when you don't have such a good early game and you can't just do it yourself.
I think Knight gets a second game MVP and gets the
game
play
series,
of the series,
all the way.
100%.
5-0-15 in this game.
He
which
is the adult
such
in
an
the
all-around
room. He is the guy that's telling people to calm down and sit in their chairs.
Yes, very, very much so. I mean, the way that he plays is just like, it's no nonsense. He's not looking for that big, random, flashy play. I feel like that's what he used to do a lot more in his career. When he was a little bit younger, a little bit more hot-headed, he would go for that 1v9 kind of play, and it worked most of the time, right? It's Knight. But it didn't always work, whereas now he doesn't go for those insane plays anywhere near as much as he just, again, keeps chugging along. He's going to do the right thing at every moment and just be better than your opponent.
That gold dip, man. Oh, that is brutal.
Look at the
That is
Viper
so
damage,
brutal.
though. He was in the
Pretty
dirt
impressive.
early on. And I mean,
Yeah.
you've got 3 champions over 40k damage versus barely any damage from anybody other than
Yeah.
about at all.
Arha looked really good on the Camille.
It's good in
there.
laning phase. It's good in laning
looked
phase,
so
but
good
once
in
you get into the
laning
team
phase.
fights, you need a top laner to play around, and
Yeah.
Cube's not involved. You need a mid laner to play around, and Karis was trying. He was looking for some flanks, but he's not going to find you a big advantage in the mid lane solo versus Knight. That's just not going to happen. So I don't know where else you're going to be able to play for Arha, other than just keep trying to pump kills into the jungle and into the bot lane, and that they tried it worked, and it still just wasn't enough.
They just had to show this. And just like, Viper, remember what happened, dude. We know. We all saw it. Bye-bye, doggy. Bye-bye. Unfortunate there, though. In the end, though, I do think that being able to see at least some life out of WE, that's going to feel good. I think also being able to see Knight continue to work with this Ocean champion pull that he's been willing to pull out in Split 2 has been awesome to see. And I do wonder what the slight fluctuations are going to be looking like. I mean, obviously, the series, or at least season, is not even close to being over. Both teams going into that second round robin. BLG will face NIP, like you had mentioned earlier, a team they just lost 2-0 for, a team they're going to be looking for redemption for, and now they are on a 2-0 streak going into that series.
If I'm NIP, I'm worried. I'm worried about this matchup versus BLG because you've just lost to JDG in what was a pretty bad loss overall, right? It felt like JDG were pretty comfortable overall throughout the series that we saw earlier on today. And now you're staring down at the barrel of a BLG who clearly are beatable, who have made a lot of mistakes, and you were able to capitalize on last time around. But this is also a BLG who have just the best mid laner. Knight is playing out of his dang mind at the moment, and are you going to be able to overcome that? I'm not so sure. I wouldn't be particularly surprised if in the end NIP and BLG split their series, a win for BLG, a win for NIP. For NIP, if you're able to grab this series a second time though, they're looking so sneaky strong. I mean, if you're just looking at it, if you watched all of last year and then have just jumped into this, you're like, what the heck is happening with NIP? But they're looking good.
Yeah, they are. It's going to be a really interesting series. And then for WE, I know you're talking a little bit about the Weibo series later on in the split, but not gonna lie, Bloxer doesn't get any easier here as they'll face JDG and IG next as well, then Top Esports after that Weibo series. So
Yeah. The worrying thing about this for WE is just looking at Weibo as the next worst team. They've won 3 series, so 3 individual series, but it's more than that. It's the fact they've got 9 game wins for themselves. Even when they're losing, they are still picking up a win versus an opponent. Even when WE were the worst team in the league during Split 2 last year, they were constantly still picking themselves up a win. They were 1 and 2 merchants, constantly winning the first game and then collapsing in on themselves for the next 2. But at least they got 1. You had something to build around. It's right now where you've got nothing at all for yourself. It just feels so rough to watch, and I really hope the players are doing alright. You know, Monkey taking that little break, he seemed to come out swinging in this game. I think there's plenty to build off of in this one, but it does just suck as a situation.
it does, but it is the end of the show. 2-2-0s tonight as BLG finished out the night at 2-0 over WE. Continue fighting for that first place in Group Ascend, and WE will keep fighting for their first game win. Thank you so much, Bloxer, for joining. I do want to give a huge shout out before we get going to our Elite Coffee supporters. Obviously, a lot of support going our way, and it's always very felt and very impressive how much love is given to this product. So thank you all so much. Bloxer, last words, any final thoughts?
Come on, W. You've got one. I believe it.
Come
I
on,
believe
W.
you've got one.
I
It's not
believe
happened
you.
versus
I
BLG,
believe
but it's
you.
going to happen versus top esports. I believe.
All right. Well, we'll see in the post who gets that player of the series, but I'm sure it's Knight anyways. Good night, all. We will see you tomorrow for more LPL English, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.